The Chiefs were the NFL's version of a circus sideshow, and Hank Stram was a ringmaster who liked his performers to take center ring in an orderly fashion.
All right, down here. Take off. Let's go.
Hank was a stickler for things looking just right. Whether you won or lost, I mean, you had to look just right, and we had to stand on the sideline with our helmets on our right arm and our hands over our hearts, and we had to start at number 1 and go down to number 2,000.
Number 1 was 5'6" Nolan Smith, a pesky competitor known as Super Nat.
Here's a guy, the smallest guy in football, running punch back. Every time we see him go down the field and somebody hit him, you know, we'd all just tighten up and say, oh, God, is he going to get up? He always bounced back up.
When he came into camp, he looked like a little choir boy, you know, and I liked him so much that I drafted him, I think, 5th or 6th as a punt return and a kickoff return specialist. And, of course, the other thing I liked about him was that I think at that time he was the only guy that I knew that was shorter than I was. And he had shorter legs than our Basset Hound. And so as a result, why, we had a lot of fun with that. But he was a great player and added a tremendous dimension to our football team.
A team of many dimensions, the Chiefs were blessed with short backs who could break long gains. Although they resembled hobby horses, 5'8" Mike Garrett and 5'9" Warren McVeigh, number 6, were workhorses for a coach that loved running runs.
Hank always felt, probably from being a short guy himself, that if he could get his backs to hide behind the offensive linemen, who were giants, that they could find the holes and get through, and it would make it harder for the defensive guys to see the running backs. And
Mike Garrett would sometimes hide back there, and from the tie-dye formation, sometimes you couldn't see him back there.
We had short backs, and as a result, we had large, oversized linemen, and we shifted a great deal. And so as a result, I thought it was very important for us to try to create a moment of indecision as much as we possibly could, because all the defense saw was the top of the hats of our backs.
Where to go? They didn't know where Mike was.
no, they couldn't find him.
Didn't know where he was.
But the Chiefs went to war with more than just concealed weapons in their backfield arsenal. Number 45, Robert Holmes, was the tank, and he rumbled over foes with a style that befitted his nickname. This 5'9", 220-pound people mover demonstrated that in addition to liking little men and big men, Stram also had a fondness for little big men.
The fact that a person is short doesn't mean that he isn't big. And I think Curly Culp fit that description to a T. You know, he was like Oddjob in 007, you know, the little guy with the derby.
Number 61, Culp, was the stocky assassin of a ferocious defense that also featured Herculean hitman Bobby Bell, number 78, and Buck Buchanan, number 86, whose spindly legs propelled a powerful upper torso. On offense, Dave Hill, number 73, was a bulky blocker, and 6'10" tight end Morris Stroud, number 88, made an enemy defense seem like the 11 Dwarfs. Stroud was pro football's tallest player, but his talent wasn't quite as towering as his size.
We call him Tree. Tree could not catch a cold. I mean, he would be in the open. And the ball would hit Tree all over the place. It started at his head and hit him all the way down to his feet. For some reason, he just could not catch. But Hank loved that 6'10" size. Hank loved big people. I think he loves to stand around and give us orders.
Come on, fast. Line it up quickly. Move back a little bit, man. Move back. You're suffocating everybody here. Get open out there, will you, Jim?
Here's a guy, you know, 5'6", about 180 pounds, telling a guy 6'7", 280 pounds, you know, where to go. I think he loved doing that. Hank loved to walk around and look up at all the big guys. You know, he couldn't pat you on your back because he couldn't reach that high. You know, he'd pat you on your fanny, but he loved that. I mean, we had Ernie Ladd. I mean, he loved Ernie Ladd. Hank called him Big Fella. I mean, Hank just loved looking up at Big Cat. I mean, just loved it.
Every meal he ate was like the Last Supper. He loved corned beef hash, and so we had corned beef hash for the pregame meals so that it would satisfy his taste before the game. But we had to start early with a pregame meal with him because it lasted a long time.
They used to have a restaurant that said all the eggs you could eat for 99 cents. flag went there 3 days in a row, and they took the sign down. This is true story. His biggest trophy at home is a fork and a spoon. It's about this tall that he won the eating contest. He ate over 25 pounds of food. If Ernie Ladd could have had 2 good knees, which he didn't, he'd have played forever for Hank.
While Ernie Ladd played with 2 bad knees, rugged tight end Fred Arbanis, number 84, played with only 1 good eye. Yet Arbanis' handicap made him perfect for a team that was defined by imperfections.
He got hit in the eye, and he lost his eye, and the doctor told him he won't be able to play any more ball, because he couldn't see, he damaged his eye. So he had to take that chance. He came back, he had the determination, because Coach Stramlin, they didn't think he was going to be able to play tight end.
We were playing a game in Old Municipal Stadium in Kansas City, and he lost his eye. And he was looking around for it. One of the officials came over and said, "Hey, Freddie, what'll happen if you lose the other eye?" He said, "I'll become an official."
I admired Freddie for coming back. A lot of guys were what took the tank, gave up, but not Fred. And that is something about the whole team. That's how the whole team was back then.
Such determination enabled the Chiefs to triumph in Super Bowl IV.
Hey, we don't give them anything, man. We keep pouring that pressure on, putting the coal in the fire.
A 23-7 victory over Minnesota proved that a team that looked weird could also look sharp.
Odd looks, that's what made the team. We had some big guys, we had some skinny guys, but everybody had their place on the team, and we could depend on every one of them. And when it came to play, hey, we came to play.
They came to play with wide bodies and wee men. With David standing shoulder to shoulder with Goliaths. The shaping force behind this unique blend was a little coach who knew how to win big. The Kansas City Chiefs. Individually, they might have appeared strange, but collectively, they were a team in the truest sense of the word.
Tommy, when I got traded to the Rams, and I had this image of him, having never seen him, as being a kind of a short, compact, wiry, dapper person. And Tommy Prothro is like the furthest thing from that. He looks like every man. I mean, he looks like he's from Des Moines. And Tommy had a lot of mannerisms that were somewhat amusing. I mean, he smoked 6 packs of Camels every day, which is a feat in and of itself, and drank something like a case or sometimes 2 cases of Cokes every day. And that's a lot of Cokes. It's a lot of sugar. It's a lot of caffeine.
Deuce! Deuce! Get off! Purnell! 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 Giddies! 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 Go back in, Joe! Go on, get off, Maslowski! All right, punt return ready. What's Ray doing in the game? What's Ray doing in the game? Who's he in for? He's in for Joseph. What's wrong with Joseph? Nothing.
The only thing sweeter than Tommy's beverage intake was his impressive record in the collegiate coaching ranks. He revived a floundering Oregon State program and took them to 2 Rose Bowls. He then cured UCLA's football woes with a Rose Bowl appearance in his very first year at Westwood. After 5 winning seasons there, the Los Angeles Rams were knocking at Tommy's door.
I think the Rams have a good football team. I think they have good football players. If I thought this was a long-range building program, I wouldn't be interested. I'm too old for that.
Prothro proved to be an old wizard with young ideas. With both the Rams and Chargers, Tommy showed imagination and flair in his approach to the game.
I've always said that I think somebody should always go by percentages, except a few times break them, and when you break them so far that nobody would ever think you'd be stupid enough to go that far against the percentages.
Tommy Prothro is one of the most intelligent people I've met in the game. He would sit up all nights, at all hours of the night, and work on game plans and come up with these things that were really unusual and often caught teams that we had no business beating in certain circumstances.
Tommy's wizardry wowed the fans on Sunday afternoons. But on the practice field, his legendary antics could be hazardous to your health, such as the time Prothro tried to prove a point with a golf cart during a kick-blocking drill.
The kicker kicks it, and the guy doesn't do it right. He goes, no, 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 that's not what I'm talking about. So he gets in his golf cart and aims, sets it over on the outside point where this guy's supposed to, the outside, very last guy who's gonna do it. So he takes his golf cart out on the edge like this here, and the ball is snapped, and takes off, runs over the holder's foot. Runs over the holder's foot. The guy is out for like 3 weeks.
Tales of Tommy soon blazed throughout the NFL, recanted in Prothro's voice by a host of would-be impressionists. Even in the heat of battle, that rumbling tone and Tennessee twang could be heard from the likes of men like Fred Dryer.
We just made a trade for Pat Kern, who was a backup tight end for the Rams, and he was assigned to block Freddie most of the day. And Tommy had just been head coach of the Rams, so when Pat was in L.A. and Fred was with the Rams, they, of course, had many Tommy Prothro stories, and both had mastered the Tommy Prothro imitation. And I remember calling signals at the line of scrimmage and hearing Fred Dryer in his best Tommy Prothro voice telling Pat Kern that he was offsides. And Pat replying to him, he said, no, Freddie, I think you're offsides. And here I am trying to call signals, and these two guys are telling who's offsides using Tommy Prothro's voice.
In 1978, Prothro walked away from coaching, his active mind and fertile imagination no longer as enchanted with the daily routine of the job.
I coached too long. I should have quit 4 or 5 years earlier. Nobody loved coaching like any more than I did. And in practice sessions, we had everything scheduled, 10 minutes for this, 12 minutes for this. Every time that person that blew the whistle at the end of the period blew the whistle, I thought, gee, I wish we had 3 more minutes. The last 4 or 5 years I coached, I kept looking at my watch thinking, you mean this period isn't over yet? 15 years ago, I'd have been very miserable doing what I'm doing now. Right now, I'd be miserable doing what I was doing 15 years ago.
What Prothro does now is compete in bridge with a rating of Life Master. And his trusty can of Coke by his side, Tommy has become a formidable force in international tournaments.
Well, I don't know whether bridge has any correlation to coaching or not. I really don't think it does, except it's competitive. I think little kids get on the side of a swimming pool and hey, mother, look at me, as they jump into the pool. I think when you're 70 years old, you're still saying the same thing to the people around you. I think you're just being a little more subtle about it.
People need to remember just how good he is at many, many things. He was one of the most brilliant drafters of talent I think the league's ever seen. He was the person who really built the LA Rams. By the time Tommy Prothro left, he had drafted probably 8 All-Pros. He made the LA Rams for Chuck Knox, and he subsequently made the San Diego Chargers for Don Coryell. And I tell you, if I was an owner, the first thing I'd do was hire Tom Prothro as director of player personnel, because I think he's exceptional. So I think we need to remember that while his mannerisms were amusing in a good-hearted kind of way, I think we need to keep mindful of what his talents were, and they were considerable.
Chances for victory seemed slim against the explosive 49ers. And the slaughter that followed the opening kickoff was not surprising, for the Lions were playing without quarterback Bobby Lane. And the 49ers, led by the passing of Y.A. Tittle and the running of Hugh McElhaney, rolled up a 24-7 halftime lead.
San Francisco was so confident that they were going to win the ball game that I think that they brought champagne to the locker room. And the 2 locker rooms in Old Kezar Stadium were just about 10 feet apart, the doors where you went into the locker rooms. And naturally, if I was the head on a team 24-7, I think we'd be celebrating. And I think that's what San Francisco was doing. And I think that we heard a little bit of the celebration and then found out later from some of the players that they weren't drinking the champagne, naturally, but they were very confident they were going to be opening the champagne, and that their wives had already spent the championship money for fur coats and houses and cars and so on.
I suppose we were happy as could be at 24-7 to be leading, and Christensen probably heard that and figured that we thought the game was over. At the start of the third quarter, Tittle was our quarterback. He threw a pitch out to Hugh McElhaney, who proceeded to dance for about 65 yards.
In spite of McElhaney's big gain, it was soon evident that the 49er wave was cresting.
I took it down to the 9-yard line, and I don't remember if I ran out of gas or they caught up with me, but I got down to the 9-yard line. I really believe that if I would have went in to score at that time, that would have been the end of the game. I don't think they would have been able to catch up with us.
With Tobin Rote at quarterback, the Lions launched one of the greatest comebacks in NFL history. Detroit's defense, led by linebacker Joe Schmidt, held the 49ers scoreless for the rest of the game.
We started blitzing much more than we had in the first half, and really the 49ers became conservative. And I don't know why. I think that they would have maintained what they had the first half, continued on the same offensive premise, that we would have been in trouble, but they sort of laid on the lead. And I think for that reason, we came on and we won the ball game.
A kid by the name of Tom Tracy, a fine back for Detroit, knocked us cattywampus by running about 50 yards in with a winning touchdown to beat us 31-27. The follow-up tragedy, we didn't know at the time, the Browns that year had a weaker ball club than Paul Brown usually had, and Detroit beat them like 56 with Bobby Lane, 56-14 or something. So had we gotten in 1957, if we'd gotten in there, we could, you know, had a good chance to beat the Brownies and win it all. But it had to be the most quiet damn locker room you'd ever find. You know, what can guys say when you lose? Everybody feels lousy. Everybody loves a winner in this game, and nobody, fan, coach, players, nobody can tolerate a loser. And every Sunday, half the team's playing lose. It's crazy.
Alex Karras joined the NFL. He never flinched from head-on combat. The prospect of getting hurt never seemed to bother him, and he could run a long way to inflict pain on others. Karras was blessed with enormous upper body strength and uncommon quickness.
He could get under your pads, and he could go by you. He could make your body turn in ways you didn't want to turn. He was an NCAA wrestling champion, so he understood strength and leverage.
Opponents often tried to double-team him, but Karras had the ability to make 2 against 1 look like a mismatch. His pass rushing technique was devastating and dainty.
Alex had a very unusual style of pass rushing. He would get up and he would run very quickly on mincing steps, and he was actually on the tip of his toes, and that's why he was called Tippy Toes.
Alex Karras was a great comic figure and a fantasist, and I remember once asking him what he wanted to be when he left football, and he said, "I want to be a Western movie star." He said, "No, I don't want to be called Slim or Tex or anything like that. I want to be called, what was the name he picked for himself? Ace Zerblonsky, that was it." He said he wanted, that was his name. He said, "I want to have a different sort of a name." Ace Zerblonsky he wanted to be, and not only that, but he didn't want to wear a cowboy hat. He wanted to carry a little Japanese parasol.
Come game time, he preferred playing the role of villain.
He was nasty. He would intimidate you with his chatter.
I could get some of them very mad and so upset that they were like the giant bull that would just want to kill me, as opposed to setting up and and zero in on me.
I would build up a hatred. I would start cussing him, and I would start thinking about him. Maybe a little bit on Tuesday, a little more on Wednesday, and a little more on Thursday, and all day Friday, and all day Saturday, and all day Saturday night, and Sunday morning, to the point where I had worked myself into an emotional state.
They would get so crazy that they would try to hurt me. And then that's the people that never touched me.
Karras's tongue was a lot sharper than his eyesight. Although he saw well enough to find his way to the quarterback, Karras's bad vision and his bad temper enhanced his reputation as a man who played in a blind rage.
We were playing the Bears one time in Chicago, and about in the third quarter, I looked over, and this guy's holding Alex, and Alex is yelling at the guy, "Damn it, stop holding me," you know, and was kicking the guy. And the guy was his brother, Ted Karras. Alex didn't know it was his brother.
Alex Karras was two totally different people off the field and on the field. On the field, he hated anybody that had another uniform color on. Meanest man alive. But off the field, just a nice guy.
You're two characters. You become kind of schizophrenic. What happens is that you are this whoever you are off the field, and when you're on the field, you are playing the game of war.
In the game of war, Alex Karras distinguished himself for 12 seasons. A four-time All-Pro, he was selected to the Pro Bowl 3 years in a row. This mighty warrior who muscled his way to the quarterback on mincing steps was part Conan, part comedian. Alex Karras was a one-of-a-kind player, a unique individual, and a legendary lineman.
For many years, football in Minnesota was a primitive game. Its players were as rugged as the tundra-like turf they played on. Among them, no man better personified the Viking image than a stumpy, flat-topped fullback named Bill Brown.
Hurts a little, huh? Lester, hurts a little, huh?
As the NFL moved toward its years of glamour, Bill Brown was a reminder of its primeval past. Lacking both speed and grace, Brown made his best moves by simply lowering his head. He played football like a man who might have been happier in that long-ago era of no substitutions, no timeouts, and no helmets.
Bill is the toughest guy I think that ever played in the NFL. I really believe that. He was had no concern for his body at all, and I think Van Brocklin gave him the name Hammerhead because one day he was going in for a touchdown, and he either stumbled or got tripped or something, and he ran right into the goalpost with his head and put a big dent in the helmet. They had to carry him off, but he come back and finished that game.
Well, I feel that a good fullback should go straight ahead and go for the goal line in a direct route or a direct line, and this is the way I feel that I can get the most out of it. I can get there quicker. I'm not fancy like a halfback, so I'd rather go right at it and get where I can.
I didn't have a lot of fancy moves, so I never used them. I tried it for a while. It didn't work very good. I got laid out a lot that way. I wasn't good at turning my side to somebody and trying to go around them. I was better off going over them.
Neanderthal man, never been one like him. Today he still has his crew cut, came into the league with the crew cut and the bow legs, was willing to do anything, was the typical hard-nosed football player. Great blocker, could run with the best of them, inside, outside, terrific pass receiver. I think one year when I played there, he set a league record for backs catching touchdown passes. I think he caught 10 touchdown passes out of the backfield. ended his career as captain of the special teams. He went down and he was the wedge buster in his middle 30s on our special teams.
I did not take it as being disgraceful to play on the special teams where a lot of people did. That was my time to get back at some of the dudes that were hitting me all day. I think only fair you should get a shot back, right? You don't just take it all day and not get an opportunity to stick somebody back. I think it was probably in my temperament and my way of thinking when I grew up that that's the way you play the game. I like to go out and I like to play the sport where you learn to stick your helmet in the middle of their stomach. That was where you learned it. I never felt it was degrading to play on those teams. And I think if you get a chance, you'd love to play anytime. Hell, if I could have played defense, I'd love to play defense too.
Well, Bill was the epitome of what a football player should be. I mean, Bill Brown is one of the few people I know who enjoyed training camp. I mean, he loved training camp. He loved to play football. If you would walk in and say, okay, everybody's going to take a 50% cut in salary, you know, half of the players would have left. Bill Brown would have never left. I mean, he'd have played for nothing. He loved football. I mean, when we got to cold weather, Bill never put on a sweatshirt in his life. And you know, he would never played with anything but short sleeves. I don't care how cold it was. And he really didn't feel like he'd accomplished anything till his face was bloody. And, you know, he was a throwback. We talked about Bill as being, you know, a throwback to the Neanderthal time of pro football, and he was, of any football. He played the game the way the amateurs play it, out of pure love. He played it with his shirt tail flying, and he played it running into the goalpost. Winning was big, but the biggest thing in his life was to play the game as hard, as fiercely as God let him do it. And that was almost orgasmic with him. It was important for him to do everything full throttle. There had been difficulty in his family life because of illness. And he has emerged as a very warm, caring person, not only for his family, but for people similarly afflicted. And the sight of, you know, this rough-hewn creature being so thoughtful and gentle has inspired a lot of people here. A real human being, tough guy, a guy you want on your football team. You go into an alley, there's the guy you want at your side. You'll come out. He was like a Will Rogers. They say nobody ever disliked Will Rogers. Nobody ever disliked Bill Brown.
The ice age of Minnesota football is now a warm memory. But the Viking image will always be linked to those Stone Age warriors. Among them, no player or person tougher than a stumpy, bow-legged fullback named Bill Brown.
Eastern Pennsylvania steel mills have nurtured a special breed of men. 4 generations of hardy immigrant stock have been forged in the fiery furnace of the open hearth. One such steel town is Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and one such man is Charles Bednarik. The son of Czechoslovakian immigrants, Bednarik grew up on the playing fields of Bethlehem, waiting to join his father at the mill. But World War II changed his destiny, and he grew up quickly as an 18-year-old B-24 waist gunner. After surviving 30 missions over Germany, Bednarik chose football over steel, earning All-American honors at Penn, All-Pro recognition with the Eagles, and being enshrined in both the college and pro football halls of fame. Yet through it all, the man never strayed far from the streets he knew as a boy.
This little home right here, believe it or not, was my favorite home. We were 6 kids and my mother and father in this house. I couldn't speak English until I was 6 years old and went to 1st grade. My parents couldn't do it. My mother was, maybe 5'2", 220, you know, typical hard-working, tough Slovak woman. And look at here, there, you're on television.
No.
Co oni tu robia, hejže?
No.
At the age of 81, Mary Bednarik still remembers some words of wisdom she gave to young Charlie.
And they told me, and I told him like that, don't hit him first. But if he hits you, anybody hits you first, give it to him. Give him a good one. That's what I said, give him a good one.
I kind of grew up in what you'd call a semi-violent world, no question about it. And this is what gave me that, like I always just say, animal instinct and killer instinct when I played a contact sport.
Bednarik's combative nature was defined forever by one tackle he made in 1960. Frank Gifford of the New York Giants was on the receiving end of a hit that reverberates still in the hearts of Philadelphia fans. While Concrete Charlie's toughness could be traced to his mother, his tenacity was the direct reflection of a wiry little man named Charles Bednarik Sr.
My dad, he worked as a laborer in the open hearts. The open hearts is the hottest job that you can have in the steel mills. This is actually where they melt the steel. Red hot molten steel is going in the molds. Right around that furnace, it's about 220 degrees. It was a tough job. Had the war not broke out, I had one ambition, to go to work in the mills to help my father. World War II came along, and I was an 18-year-old kid, and those combat missions, I think I grew up because I was very fortunate to survive 30 missions. Came home, and I said to myself, I'm going to go to school.
Here's Chuck Bednarik, Pennsylvania's All-American center. His exploits on the field are well known, and the Eagles are counting on him. Make sure you see this great Eagle team in action in 1949.
With the Eagles, Bednarik immediately displayed the remarkable versatility that would make his pro career unique.
Most people think of Bednarik as a linebacker. He's a great linebacker, not taking anything away from Chuck. But a lot of people forget that he was far and away the best offensive center in pro football. He might have been one of the great offensive centers of all time.
And that son of a gun, when he went both ways against us, that bothered me a great deal. If he's going both ways, and I've got my guys are going one way each, somebody's got to handle him. And he was dominating us. I truly believe he'd be happy if he'd be confronted that way for every week of his life.
In the 1960 championship game against the Green Bay Packers, Bednarik became the NFL's last 60-minute man. But that's not how he wants to be remembered.
And I remember one time somebody said to me, what do you want to be most remembered for? And I said that I was a guy that came from poor people, made it big, got all the adulations and all the awards that you can get that any athlete ever got, and I never forgot my friends and my roots, and I want to be back home here with them. You got to play with that killer instinct, man. You got to hate that guy across from you. Then after the game's over, tell him what a nice guy he is. Shake his hand, especially if you win, right?
Chuck Bednarik, a legendary lineman in whom reality matches the myth.
The Rams in 1969, he left as their all-time leading rusher. For Dick Bass, it was finally time to make a clean break from the game.
I walked away from the game because I was ready to leave it. I felt that I contributed as much as I could other than a championship, but my individual feats I thought were good, and I accomplished all the things I wanted. There was nothing else for me to do but leave it. In fact, I left everything in my locker. I didn't want to bring home anything. T-shirts and chin straps and stuff like that. No trophies at my house. No, they're all in my dad's place. And he has a scrapbook there, and I'm not old enough to look at it yet. But maybe one of these days.
He was born in Bavaria and raised in upstate New York. He fought with the Marines in World War II. And during summer breaks from Boston College, he helped his brother-in-law build drive-in theaters. When Stautner finished school, he'd look to a career in pro football. Only Art Rooney's woeful Pittsburgh Steelers seemed interested in the skinny Stautner. Ernie hoped instead for a shot with Steve Owens' New York Giants.
Steve Owens said, look, you're too small to play with us. And of course, that immediately got my dander up pretty strong. And I says, okay. I said, I'll tell you something. You're going to be sorry you said that. So the only place I could go back to was the Steelers. And I was mad enough now that when somebody told me I couldn't make their team, I was going to do something about it. And from that time on, every time I played the Giants, I had a personal vendetta to show them that I could make their team or make any team around, and I think they remembered me.
For the next 15 years, Stautner, number 70, was one of football's most unforgettable figures. The Giants and everyone else paid for Steve Owens' mistake as Ernie Stautner became the NFL's angry young man.
He was so maniacal. He just didn't make sense to me. I played the game for fun and for laughs and seriously, but Ernie Stautner was a little frightening just when he walked on the football field, even to his own teammates.
Very tough, mean player. You didn't mess with him, on or off the field. Nobody did.
Ernie Stautner is a type of guy that was intense in practice. That was just his makeup. You just look at him, you see, well, this guy's a tough guy. You don't mess with him, because he was that way. He was intense all of the time. You know, he's one of the nicest people that you'll ever meet. But you put him in a uniform, put him out on the field, whether it's practice or a game, he is totally intense and concentrating on what he was supposed to be doing.
Anybody that played in my era would say that Ernie Stautner was probably the toughest tackle that ever played. And to me, Ernie Stautner was really what would I say, a symbol of a defensive tackle.
Stautner terrorized offensive linemen with his most lethal trademark, a resounding blow to the helmet that left blockers dazed and confused.
The part of the game that I take particular pride in is probably the part that kept me playing as long as it was, and it was the use of my hands and forearms hitting the other guy's head, which is illegal now.
He was the only man I've ever seen play with an arm cast for 15 years. He put it on Sunday morning and took it off Sunday night, but we watched him. Ernie was a good ball player.
Stautner was one of the few good ball players on many bad Pittsburgh teams. He was football's ultimate warrior, a rugged athlete who excelled even when his Steelers had no hope of victory.
You don't go up against an Ernie Stautner all game without getting hurt. I mean, he was just too tough. I didn't consider him a dirty ball. He was not a dirty ball, but he was just tough. In fact, if I had to select between the two teams in terms of toughness, I would pick the Steelers at that time over the Bears in terms of toughness.
We finally got so we didn't give a damn for anybody, and we didn't have the material, but we knew that somebody was going to pay for all the punishment that we went through ourselves.
Revenge was the fire that fueled Stautner throughout his career. It earned him league-wide respect and All-Pro honors. But vengeance alone could not win a championship for the Pittsburgh Steelers and Ernie Stautner.
Ernie Stautner was a great player. If there ever was a champion, Ernie Stautner was. He whipped everybody he went up against for about 15 years. But he never got a world championship ring until he became a coach. He deserved a championship ring.
Stautner's 1969 Hall of Fame induction honored not only his achievements, but also those NFL warriors like him who played with all their heart, yet never sipped champagne from a champion's cup.
And Tarkenton was always going uphill to reach his destination. His journey began in 1961, when as a quarterback for the newly formed Minnesota Vikings, Tarkenton gave new meaning to the term advancing the football. In an era when football purists believed solely in the drop-back, stand-up quarterback, Tarkenton and his scrambling became an object of scorn and ridicule. Without size, a strong arm, or a solid offensive line, Tarkenton achieved success with a pair of quick feet and a strong sense of resourcefulness.
My high school coach instilled in me the fundamentals of playing, but also to never give up on a play. If I went back in the pocket to throw a pass and the protection broke down, he encouraged me to make something happen. Now, I was always distressed when I saw quarterbacks, when their protection broke down, just to give up and fold themselves in the pocket and accept a 7 or 8 yard loss and go to the next play. And if you didn't get protection, they would lose. And I just made up my mind when I got up to pro football that I was not going to give up on a play ever. that if the pocket broke down, if the protection broke down, I was going to run, scramble, do whatever I had to do to make something out of the play.
Since Tarkenton was one captain who had no intentions of going down with the ship, every Viking pass play ultimately turned into a lifeboat drill. Didn't mind the overtime work necessary to protect Tarkenton because their efforts often paid off. Defensive players, on the other hand, didn't appreciate the extra exercise.
Tarkenton was a pain in the He'd gamble, he'd run anywhere. I mean, he'd run up in the stands if he had to. He's one man that we tried desperately to end his career. We tried, and I must say that in this day and age, we tried desperately to get rid of him. Because on a hot day in the Coliseum, chasing Fran Tarkenton is not what you wanted to do.
I always hated Tarkenton. I really did. I mean, that little wimp would run around out there for hours and hours and hours, and we had to chase him wherever he went. Sometimes he'd run 40 yards back and forth and up and down the field, and at the end of a game against Tarkenton, your tongue was right on the ground.
While defenders were lapping up the turf, head coach Norm Van Brocklin was busy licking his wounds. Van Brocklin was from the old school, and he suffered each time Tarkenton turned a carefully calculated drive into a kindergarten recess. The Dutchman's frustration eventually turned to resentment, and Tarkenton and his schoolyard antics were sent to another playground.
They fell out in 1967, and it was inevitable. Dutch had a huge ego, and so did Tarkenton. Tarkenton wouldn't take his crap anymore. He challenged him on a plane a couple times, Dutch did. Accused him of playing for himself rather than the team. That was a bad accusation. It really didn't make any sense. So Tarkenton said, well, goodbye.
Traded to the Giants, number 10 quickly found the accommodations in New York to be far worse than Van Brocklin's doghouse.
When I went to that team, it was the worst football team I've ever seen. It was pathetic. It was just absolutely pathetic. I've never seen a team with so little talent.
Despite the lack of talent, Tarkenton helped the Giants become winners by doing what he did best. Fran hauled New York up from last place to a level of respectability. However, after 5 seasons, Tarkenton's towing services were sent back to the Vikings. In Minnesota, the trend-setting Tarkenton broke another of pro football's commandments. Thou shalt only control the ball on the ground. The sinning signal caller became the first quarterback to use the short pass the way other teams used the run.
I was a strategist. I knew where to throw the football. I wasn't blessed with all the physical skills in the world, but those things, understanding the game, knowing defenses, knowing offenses, being able to call plays, being able to read defenses, I felt that I could do that as well as anybody. I took great pride in that.
People always talked about his weak arm, but Fran Tarkenton was the master quarterback of all because he got you to do the things that he wanted you to do. He never played against his weaknesses. He always played against yours. If he couldn't throw the long ball, he'd throw the short ball to death until you got all the way up close and tried to stop the short ball, and then he'd throw the medium long ball, which in the end would get you nonetheless.
Tarkenton perfected a personal style of play that helped Minnesota become one of the game's most dominant teams. In 7 seasons, the Vikings won their division title 6 times, and the weak-armed quarterback, who people said would scramble his way into obscurity, had earned every honor a player could win, except one. 3 times, Tarkenton took his team to the Super Bowl, and 3 times they came away losers.
I guess it was just the ultimate disappointments. I cannot tell you the feeling of emptiness it gives you, of hopelessness it gives you. You feel like the world's against you, because they are. You see, they don't remember or look kindly at the second-place team in the Super Bowl. They look more kindly at people that never even made the Super Bowl than the ones who did and didn't win.
Fran Tarkenton never wore a championship crown,
but his unyielding desire to succeed made him a king among quarterbacks.
I really always believe this, that the people that make it in the world are not necessarily the smartest or the strongest or the fastest or the prettiest. The people that really make it in the world, whether it be the football world, the entertainment world, the business world, are the ones that outlast the others, the ones that persevere. Yeah, they get knocked down. They get bloodied. They get disappointed. They get discouraged. But somehow they got the strength of character, the sense of presence to get back up and go again.
His career was a constant uphill struggle. But when he retired, he stood alone on the summit. Fran Tarkenton completed more passes for more yards and more touchdowns than any quarterback in history.
Fran Tarkenton was the best quarterback that's ever played professional football because you never achieve greatness without durability. Fran Tarkenton had, in addition to all the physical abilities, all the records he had durability. He played every week. In my mind, there's nobody played football at that position that was better than Fran Tarkenton ever.
One of the most colorful cornerbacks ever to play professional football. He could match skills against the AFL's best and come out on top. His prowess as a pass defender was surpassed only by his tenacity as a tackler. For Fred Williamson played his best when the spotlight was brightest. His solo performances on pass catchers gained him national notoriety.
I always considered football as a form of show business. I was the first guy actually to start wearing white shoes. The nickname that was given to me by my amorous fans was the Hammer.
Hammering was Fred Williamson's calling card, a tactic that took on many looks. It was legal back then, but hardly popular with opponents. Nevertheless, in the 1966 AFL Championship game, it was effective against the Buffalo Bills. Kansas City buried Buffalo 31-6, earning the Hammer a chance to test his tactics against the mighty Green Bay Packers.
The first week we arrived to Los Angeles, Stram quietly comes over to me and says, that kind of attitude we can't have here. You can't be that kind of braggadocio guy that you're going to alert the Packers that we're here. And I'm thinking, they know we're here. If I tell you that Boyd Dial is not going to catch a pass, it's because I believe it. If I tell you Garrell Dale is going to be spending half the game on his behind, it's because I believe it. As a matter of fact, the first fake Boyd Dial gave me, they carried him off the field after that. He caught one pass, slanting over the middle, and I said, this is just what I'm looking for. There's a guy 6'7", 6'8", coming across on a slant end on the Hammer. And I hit him with everything that I had, and they took him off the field because the shoulder was no longer normal. And now if they want to blame the loss of the game on me, they can blame it on this particular incident because of the fact that after that, Max McGee came in. And it takes him an hour and 25 minutes to run a 100-yard dash. He goes over on the other side of the field, and I look up, he's catching 2 slant-in passes for 2 touchdowns. I mean, to me, that was typical of the attitude that we had carried into the game.
Fred Williamson persisted with his downfield demolition. But, as irony would have it, in the end, it was the Hammer who got nailed.
I had set myself up because I was the Pied Piper. The Green Bay Packers are going to get the Hammer. Donnie Anderson came around, and his knee hit me right on the smack right here in the forehead, and I went down. And I was a little woozy.
The Hammer! You know who got hurt? The Hammer. The Hammer! Oh, big nail the Hammer. Hey, Slap, the Hammer got it!
I'm the clown of the football field now because I'm out. They got the hammer. They said, come on, get up. And I refused to get up. I'm embarrassed. They came and they dragged me off the field and dumped me on the sidelines. When they dumped me, I jumped up and I waved at my fans to let them know I was all right.
If we had any psychological advantage going against Packers in Super Bowl I, we couldn't do any talking. We have to be quiet. And here's Fred expounding on what he was and was going to do to the Packers and how he was going to level them. But Freddie Williamson was an outstanding player. I know he did a lot of talking, but he backed it up.
Often presented as mythic figures, icons who are viewed as being indestructible as stone. In reality, they are men of flesh and blood. But up in Minnesota, there once was a player to whom many generations of Viking fans looked upon as being immortal. He was a defensive end and philosopher named Jim Marshall.
Far better it is to dare mighty things, to win glorious triumphs, even though checkered with failure, than to be ranked with those poor souls who neither enjoy much nor suffer much, for they live in that gray twilight that knows not victory nor defeat. Teddy Roosevelt.
Jim Marshall sought adventure. Adventure, however, for good or bad, never had a problem finding him.
Myra straight back to pass. Looking. Now stops, throws, completes it to Kilmer up at the 30-yard line. Kilmer driving for the first down, loses the football. It's picked up by Jim Marshall, who's running the wrong way. Marshall is running the wrong way. And he's running it into the end zone the wrong way. Thinks he scored a touchdown. He has scored a safety.
Only someone who has brushed with death off the field could ever survive this cruel twist of fate on it. Ironically, over the course of 20 years on the playing field, he hardly suffered a scratch. By playing in 282 consecutive games, Marshall established an NFL record of endurance that may never be broken. He also went on to run the right way with his fumble recoveries. In Minnesota, Marshall was not merely admired, he was worshipped by his fans, his teammates, and even his longtime legendary coach.
But Jim Marshall was a special kind of person. I always called him Mr. Marshall. And we had a good relationship. He was our captain as long as he was here. He was exactly what a captain should be. And if I would say, okay, guys, let's do this, Jim Marshall would be first in line. And if we had a rookie in lineup and say, well, there goes Jim Marshall doing this, full speed, full bore, played 15 years, hey, I got to do it. And those are the kind of people you have to have in a football team. Jim Marshall was very special.
Yes, we do often mistakenly believe that professional athletes are immortal. But the man carrying the football here may well have been the exception. For if ever there was an indestructible football player, he was number 70 for the Minnesota Vikings, a maverick named Jim Marshall.
Very good. And the recreation leader pitched a couple of balls, and I swung and missed both of them. So I had one strike left, and the guy said, now look it, you swing the bat when I tell you to swing after I pitch the ball. So he pitched the ball, and he told me to swing when it was halfway there, and so obviously I missed it and I struck out. But I guess I vowed or promised to myself that I'd never let that happen again. I'd never be taken advantage of like that, and it kind of spurred me on to work and to become better at whatever I did, especially athletically.
This refusal to accept failure made Plunkett a Heisman Trophy winner, a college all-star, and a rookie drawing card in the NFL.
He was the #1 draft choice. The Patriots were going into a new stadium. The Patriots used him to try to fill up that new stadium. He came out of the All-Star game. He came right in preseason, and they put him in there.
With New England, Plunkett enjoyed instant success. In 1971, he threw a record 19 touchdown passes and won Rookie of the Year honors. But after demonstrating his sweet skills, Plunkett's luck and career turned sour.
I think when I was a rookie, I caught people by surprise the way I could run, scramble, throw on the run. The following year, you know, I didn't fool anybody.
He took some beatings that were just tremendous. I mean, he got killed. And I think that scarred him. You know, he had a great first year, but then he started to wear down.
When I first got in this league, I had a rookie of the year. I thought it was going to be a piece of cake the rest of the way. It just didn't turn out to be that way, unfortunately. Things fell apart rapidly, got injured, got traded to San Francisco. I wanted that to really work out because I played at Stanford. I probably put too much pressure on myself wanting to succeed. And the harder I worked, the farther behind I got. It was pretty rough out there. I got beat up quite a bit. I was hurting pretty good. I didn't perform all that well when I had the opportunity. And that was the most miserable 2 years of my professional career at San Francisco, unfortunately. I was really mentally beat up, that's for sure. And I really thought about quitting before the season ended. Fortunately, I was talked out of it. I got released, and a couple of weeks later, I signed with the Raiders. And I'm very glad and lucky that I did. And it gave me a new life.
But Plunkett's rebirth was a difficult process.
Emotionally, he was down, and his throwing action had changed from being rushed so much and things. And we just gave him a year to be back to Jim Plunkett's earlier level.
Plunkett gradually regained his confidence. Then he replaced an injured Dan Pastorini 5 games into the 1980 season. Plunkett had received a lucky break, but his talent did the rest. He directed the Raiders to 13 victories in his 15 starts and was named Comeback Player of the Year. His arm was still strong, and he threw picture-perfect passes, though at times his passing style was not exactly suitable for framing.
Wasn't pretty, but he got the job done. Guy was phenomenal as far as his ability to make things happen. And you knock him down, you beat him up, but it seemed like his guy coming back from out of the grave. He'd rise and rise to the occasion.
Big game occasions brought out the best in Plunkett, who guided the Raiders to 8 postseason wins. Plunkett helped the Raiders triumph in 2 Super Bowls, and he was the most valuable player of Super Bowl 15 as he capped off his remarkable 1980 comeback campaign by throwing 3 touchdown passes. The hand of fate had thrown Jim Plunkett plenty of curveballs, but his vow never to strike out again enabled him to rebuild a broken career into a monument to courage and determination.
I had a tough time, there's no question about it. And it was a rocky road for me, but you get a lot of internal fortitude from the kind of career I had, believe me. 1 minute you're up on top, and the next minute you're not quite so high. And, I'm proud of the fact that I've been able to bounce back. I wish I didn't have to bounce back as many times, obviously, but I was able to, and I don't know all the reasons, but, I'm glad I stuck it out.
Coached in the NFL for 11 mostly losing seasons in the 50s and 60s, and legend has it that his jaw didn't stop moving for a minute of it. A lot of what he said was worth hearing, such as the 4-3 defense that he devised, only to watch Tom Landry achieve fame for it, just because he won with it. You see, Kuharic's communication problem wasn't finding something to say, it was finding someone to listen.
Watch your feet, Peters! Nelson! If he just run right. Hey, pick up right there! Pick up! You picked him up!
He was nervous. He had a lot of little idiosyncrasies, little nervous habits. Every time things wouldn't go wrong, he'd go for a water bucket.
Boy, the gears in that guy's mind didn't mesh for a long time, I'll tell you that.
He would head for the water bucket, take a sip of water, throw throw the dipper back in the water bucket. And one time, King Hill and I were sitting on the bench, and we said, wonder what he would do. I said, if we hid the water bucket, which we did. And of course, you know, after about the third play that didn't go right, Joe headed for the water bucket. He couldn't find it, and he panicked. He just, because that was his routine. He had to do it, and he didn't appreciate it.
Never should happen. Never should happen.
Where Kuharek's players really tested his sense of humor was not on the sidelines, but on the field of play itself. His blocking schemes were their stumbling blocks, and while their passes fell to the turf, his pleas fell on deaf ears.
I just told him about that late play. Jesus, on that. You gotta always watch that draw with one guy in the back. That's the first thing you check. See, now you look at that, and if you see the guy hesitate, then wait until you see if he gives him the ball or not.
Kuharek could make a game plan sound like a sermon, which is perhaps why his team seemed to sleep through his Sunday lessons.
All the preaching we do on that play. All the preaching you do on that play, they don't even look for it.
The coach's difficulties communicating were never shared by the Philadelphia fans, who got their feelings across in simple, unmistakable phrases.
He was very misunderstood in Philadelphia. Finally, the rumor got around that Joe Kuharek's life had been threatened, and somebody was going to take a shot at him.
In Philadelphia, everyone was a suspect. And though a halo of plainclothes security ringed the stadium, the coach couldn't help but feel the devilish stare of the crowd beating down upon him. But Kuharek came through it with a flair he might have called grace under the gun.
Inside the stadium, we had security up in the stands all week long, and got to be game time. And, you know, Kuharek could be one end of the bench and stand on the sideline, and then everybody would migrate to the other end. And as he would walk this way, the players, you know, and everybody said, he finally said, what's wrong? He said, the guy may not be a good shot.
Like Knute Rockne's soul trapped in Casey Stengel's body, Kuharek never stopped groping for the right words, even at the end of an 11-game losing streak.
It was a miserable day. It was raining so hard you couldn't see in front of you. And it was, Sam Baker kicked 4 field goals, and we beat him 12-0. You thought we'd won the Super Bowl. We get in the locker room, and everybody's jumping up and down, and finally Kuharek comes out, and he says, hold it, something I'd like to say. This is a very memorable occasion. And he said, even a blind pig can find an acorn in a mud hole someday. And I mean, that put it all in perspective.
In the end, his perspective was Kuharek's most meaningful statement. He created an unspoken sense of loyalty that wilted not with losses or even time. As with Ollie Matson, whom Kuharek had coached in college 13 years before their reunion in the pros.
If we get the right spot, I want you to go in for Goodwin and put...
By 1966, Matson was a former star halfback who had lost his world-class speed, but not his Hall of Fame heart. And though the rest of the league was ready to put this relic on the shelf, Kuharek put him in his backfield. Kuharek got his first winning season since 1955 and helped Matson get his final glimpse of glory.
He really had strength of character. He may not have been the winningest coach in the league or wherever he coached, but he never had a team that wouldn't hit hard, that wouldn't go out and, you know, give it everything they had. He was that type of coach.
In football, statistics often lie, and Kuharek's lifetime record tells only a small part of the story. For his legacy can't be told in mere numbers. Indeed, Joe Kuharek couldn't have even put it into words. Season, Larry Ball endured an uncertain summer camp.
Coming in as a rookie, you didn't know what the odds were of them needing any other players or making any changes. They had been to the Super Bowl the year before and lost to Dallas. So it was kind of a tension-filled summer, and ended up 3 of us stuck around. It was myself, Charlie Babb, and Mike Kadish. There were times maybe my only contribution might have been a couple of tackles on the punt team or kickoff team. But in that game, that might have been something that helped us win one of those games. You're part of a great team. When they mention Bob Greasy and Zonka and Bonaconti and Manny Fernandez and all the names, you know, they may not remember your name, but you can walk with your head high. You were part of that. You're part of history.
Ball went on to play for another history-making squad, the 1976 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bull wore number 53, but all the Bucks wound up wearing 0.
Pat Toomey was my roommate the first weekend. He told me that he didn't think we'd win a game, and I thought he was just joking.
The joke was on the Bucks, as they lost all 14 games on their schedule and made Ball the only player in NFL annals to experience both a season without victory and a season without defeat. While this expansion team didn't pack much punch, Caustic head coach John McKay always seemed to be packing a punch line.
You can't stop a pass or a run. Otherwise, we're in great shape. Hey, what's wrong with playing Mon in the game? He tackles. Huh? We got all these old pros. Nobody tackles. Trying to get the ball to keep it about a week. How the hell are you going to get knocked back? Well, these guys are almost gutless. And the ones that aren't that are brainless.
We had to scramble out of there quite a lot of sacks.
Well, we didn't block him, so we made up for it by not tackling.
He had a certain type of humor that he would put out. I think that was his defense mechanism against losing. I'm sure he suffered through the season as much as anyone. Week after week, it was frustration, grasping at straws, wondering what you could do with it, make a little difference here that might just make a play go just one way that would help us win. If you have to go through the experience of losing and being frustrated and being on the other end and having people, pointing fingers at you or looking at you that way, it will teach you how to be resilient. It will teach you to have thick skin. And people who go through things like that, I think if they handle it correctly, they can learn to bounce back from it and be stronger for it.
16 NFL seasons, quarterback Norm Snead was the league's wandering gypsy, drifting from one town to another. Despite his nomadic nature, Norm logged nearly as much mileage with his passing arm as he did by airplane.
I played for a lot of different teams. I was Washington, Philadelphia, Minnesota for a year, the Giants, San Francisco, and back to the Giants. And I think the biggest asset, based on the situations, nobody likes to play for that many different teams, it was I had staying power and I could play.
Norm made every travel stop a memorable one. When he finally retired from the game, only 4 other quarterbacks had thrown for more career yardage than Norman Snead. When Norm began his career with Washington in 1961, much of his traveling was done going backwards. As the first rookie quarterback in NFL history to start all his team's games, Snead was thrown to the Wolves, or thrown for big losses as leader of a struggling Redskins attack.
You make mistakes by not throwing the ball when you should and hanging on to it and trying to make things happen, and it made everyone else look bad. And that's the problem with a rookie playing. I tried to emulate some players when I was coming along. I watched Unitas and how he threw the ball high. And I watched the Sammy Baugh, and I tried to do things that they did.
Johnny U and Slingin' Sam Norm would never be. But he overcame the Redskins' deficiencies well enough to become 1961 NFL Rookie of the Year. After 3 productive seasons in the nation's capital, all signs pointed to a long and prosperous career in Washington for the talented young quarterback. But in 1964, Norm Snead's world was forever altered by one of the most stunning trades in sports history. Snead was on his way to Philadelphia in exchange for future Hall of Famer Sonny Jurgensen, a trade that did not meet with approval in the Quaker City.
And I think all of Philadelphia was in shock. We knew Norm Snead. We played against him twice every year. Norm Snead was a pretty good player. And I don't want to undermine Norm Snead, but he was no Sonny Jurgensen. Sonny Jurgensen was something special. But, of course, there was more involved in it than that. Sonny and Joe Kriaric were not getting along. And there were some off-the-field extracurricular activities Sonny was having some problems with and all that. And I think all of that entered into it. But to trade Sonny Jurgensen even up for another quarterback, whoever it happened to be, placed, in my judgment, an intolerable burden on who that quarterback coming in happened to be. And unfortunately, it happened to be Snead.
Maybe it was a good thing for Norm, too, because he had been
thrust on the field as a rookie without the surrounding cast that a young quarterback needs. And there's no question, no, he could throw the ball. He just needed surrounding people. So it was good for him to get out and start fresh.
Snead's grace period in Philadelphia was not a long one. The Eagles weren't much better than the Redskin team Norm left behind. And the double burden of an unpopular trade and limited supporting talent kept Snead under the microscope throughout his playing days with the Eagles.
I never thought the Philadelphia press was any rougher or tougher than any other place, or the fans for that matter. I think the fans are good fans. All they want was a winner, and they like for you to play well and win. And that's what the game's all about anyway, and if you're able to do that, they respond to you very well. If you don't, you know, they boo Santa Claus and all that sort of thing.
Norm teased the crowds like a burlesque fan dancer, showing little of substance one season, then exploding for 29 touchdown passes the year after. This created a classic love-hate relationship between Snead, the fans, and his teammates.
I will say this for Norm, as a receiver of his, there were times when Norm was so on in a ball game that I felt that I had never run a pass pattern for a better quarterback in my entire life. And then there were other games when I didn't look like he was the same guy, and I never could figure out whether that was a mental thing or what.
When Eagles' fortunes finally hit rock bottom, Snead became the designated scapegoat and was shipped out to Minnesota. Despite joining a contender, Norm's days with the Vikings were not happy ones.
Bud Grant and I didn't see eye to eye, and we just didn't hit it off. So he played, you know, other people. As I started 4 games, and Gary Quazzo started about 5 or 6, and Bob Lee started 4 or 5 games. So we got in the playoff, and there was a lack of leadership, and it hurt us. And then I was traded to the Giants, and I was able to take advantage of a situation, and I was able to utilize that system. And it was a fun year. When my father came to visit me at Yankee Stadium, we took him to practice on a Saturday morning, walked out to center field, and he saw the statues, and he was standing out there with tears running down his eyes. He said, "This has got to be the greatest thrill in the world, just to even play in this stadium."
In the 12th season of his career, Norm Snead finally struck gold. He led the 72 Giants to their first winning record in a decade and became the top-ranked passer in all of football. After 3 seasons in New York, Snead packed his bags again, this time for San Francisco, where at the age of 37, the old pro showed he could still throw for distance and accuracy. Even in those final years, Norm could send the ball for a long, majestic ride.
My arm probably was the greatest asset that I had, in the sense that I could throw it. I had perseverance, staying power, and I was strong, and I could play hurt. And I think wherever I was at that particular time, I was able to play. And they tried to write me off for a long, long time.
Snead overcame a controversial trade and numerous rejections to survive and even prosper for 6 different teams. In the end, this wandering gypsy found a home wherever he was given one more chance to drop back and put the ball in flight.
I could knock tacklers off, and I could outrun linebackers, and had a head full of blonde hair and muscles, and plus I read my Bible and said yes sir, no ma'am, and I was a polite youngster. I didn't know any better. That's just the way I was raised, and then in the National Football League just wasn't ready for this guy, this Ozark Ike from this little college.
If raw natural ability was all it took, then the transition from the bayous of Louisiana to the Badlands of the NFL would have been easy for Terry Bradshaw. Pro football's #1 draft choice in 1970 was thought to be the savior of the Pittsburgh Steelers. But when the raw-boned rookie made bonehead mistakes, he was labeled a hayseed who could find a needle in a haystack before he could discover a defense.
My first 2 or 3 years here, Terry was terrible. Terry would give the ball away. Terry would throw the ball in the stands. Terry would call the wrong play. Terry would jump off sides. How does a quarterback jump off sides? And that's a good one, right? But Terry could pull that off. Terry accounted for some big defensive tape film reels. Played a lot of defense. Played a whole lot of defense.
When I was not an overnight success and we didn't win and I was struggling with the football team, people couldn't understand why, because physically I looked like I should be awesome. Finally it just came out, hey, this guy's not too sharp, he's not too smart. He got benched, so he's stupid, he's not very smart. And then they would talk to players, and did he stutter in the huddle? Yeah, he stuttered in the huddle. Well, this backs it up, and he threw interceptions throwing across the field. Oh, this is dumb to do. And before you know it, I'm dumb.
Everybody could come on, you know, he's a dumb quarterback. He did this, he did that. The dumbness, I think, is a lot of talent, because he may make dumb decisions, but he has so much ability, such a rocket arm, that he feels that he can squeeze that ball in that little crack.
Unbridled, playing it free and easy, Bradshaw was at his best. But in the early years, head coach Chuck Noll pulled hard on the reins.
Terry has a lot of raw talents where he can improvise a lot, you know, but Chuck says, no, we're going to do it this way, do it this way.
Terry wanted to do things his way, and Chuck wanted, if Chuck is saying it's my team, I'm going to do it my way.
To be honest with you, I don't think Chuck handled Terry right. Took a lot of frustrations out on Terry. He'd yell at him when he'd come to the sidelines. He would yell at him in meetings.
I couldn't stand him. He used to grab me on the sidelines, jerk me up and down, and put me in a game, pull me out, cuss me out on the sidelines in front of all the players. By him doing all this, they naturally had no respect for me.
Terry really needed to be patted on the rear, slapped on the back.
Finally went to him and said, look, if you'll pat me on my butt just one time, I'll kill for you. That's all you got to do. So for 5 years there, I don't think he enhanced my game at all. He tore me down so much that I had to fight to overcome all that.
Finally, Bradshaw turned winters of discontent into seasons of fulfillment. He began to sidestep critics as easily as he stepped out of tackles, and helped shape the Steelers into a dynasty in the 1970s. He was the best bad weather quarterback of all time, and the most feared in foul weather or fair.
I hated playing against Terry Bradshaw more than any quarterback in the league. I thought he was capable of greater things as a quarterback than any quarterback playing.
He'd go back to pass the football and drop the damn thing and bounce it right back up in his hands and never miss a step. You know, just a phenomenal athlete that can be running to his left and throw to the right just like he was standing still.
I always had great respect for Terry Bradshaw. I think he was a kind of a wild, you know, uncontrollable quarterback, and I think when the Steelers realized that and let him go, then they won their 4 Super Bowls.
When the game was on the line, I just dearly just loved it. I just felt so comfortable, and the challenge just excited me so that I was beside myself, and yet I was always seemed to be under control. Nothing ever bothered me. I just loved the big game.
Bradshaw pumping, firing downfield. There goes Stallworth. He pulls it in at the 30, the 20. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Listen to this crowd.
4 Super Bowl victories vindicated Terry Bradshaw. No longer the dummy, the little Abner in cleats. He was a champion, and arguably the best quarterback ever.
Quarterback controversy of all time. Terry Bradshaw versus Joe Gilliam.
I mean, the whole franchise is really sort of teetering on its axis. And the decision of who's going to play quarterback is really going to determine whether this team's going to go on to win or not.
Our number 9 quarterback controversy pitted the Blonde Bomber.
There's the Blonde Bomber
against Jefferson Street Joe.
Here's Gilliam from the pocket, firing downfield. Touchdown, Pittsburgh.
Joe Gilliam made an impression with head coach Chuck Noll after leading the Steelers to a perfect preseason in 1974.
Would you say realistically that he has a good fighting chance
to be your #1 quarterback at the beginning of the season?
Well, he's done very well in preseason. He's been the most productive.
Noll makes the decision at the beginning of the 1974 season that he's going to go into the season with Joe Gilliam as his starting quarterback.
I think Chuck wanted to give Terry a little bit of a kick up the backside by saying, look, you having the #1 job isn't written in stone. This guy can do it just as well.
Gilliam threw for over 600 yards in his first 2 games, including a 30-0 drumming of the Baltimore Colts.
Maybe the quickest release of the football of anybody that's ever come along. If you talk to the Pittsburgh Steelers coaches, they will tell you that when they would look at film of the quarterbacks throwing, at no point could they stop the film on a single frame and have a clear picture of Joe Gilliam's hand. It was always a blur. And he had a confidence that at that point Terry had lost.
Don't go out to the restaurants that I used to frequent. Don't read the newspapers because they're going to say bad things about you.
I think he went into somewhat of seclusion when he wasn't at practice. He was going home to no one.
You know, it's part of the pressure that you have to learn how to handle in order to be an NFL quarterback. That spotlight, it's bright. Sometimes it's searing.
Meanwhile, Gilliam's flashy style of throw first, run never was exciting to watch, but not exactly Coach Noll's cup of tea.
Gilliam was the starting quarterback for a number of games until Chuck finally decided he was throwing the ball too much, you know, and he was throwing it willy-nilly.
Gilliam threw to a double-covered Ron Shanklin with the predictable results.
And that just wasn't the way the Pittsburgh Steelers played in those days.
We're going with Terry. Terry's our guy. And at that point, everybody fell in behind Bradshaw, and the Steelers went on to win 4 Super Bowls.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are the champions of the National Football League.
Joe Gilliam's career never recovered from that point.
Hard to beat. Hard to beat.
I think history has proven that Terry Bradshaw deserved that job, was better than Joe Gilliam, and ultimately led them to where they wanted to go.
I got to play in the National Football League.
The veteran players walked out after the second game of the season. Negotiations for a new collective bargaining agreement broke off. Unlike previous strikes, this time, the owners voted to keep playing, even if it meant fielding 28 pickup teams.
We took these fellows off the street, put them on a field without any opportunity to familiarize themselves with the system, with virtually no conditioning, and said, go out there and try to put a competitive product on the field. It just doesn't work.
By the second quarter, most of my linemen were about on their knees gasping for air, and, you know, it's understandable. They just weren't in game shape. The biggest thing was try and stay in the huddle as long as we could.
Fourcade out of the shotgun, stepping up, throwing deep down the near sideline. It's going to be picked off.
The replacement players came from every walk of life. Many had not played organized football in years.
It's picked it up. This is a lineman who's got it.
Coaches had only 10 days to get them ready for the first game, and it showed.
The ball goes loose and the Saints have it. It's Fourcade. He's got it at the 40.
Trust me, I was out of shape running it into the end zone 80 yards after being thrown an interception, so that'll always be with me for the rest of my life. And I enjoyed it. It was fun, and, you know, that was what the strike season was all about.
This one's going to be seen in the highlights for a long, long time.
It was difficult when I did watch some of it, just realizing that this was being passed off as NFL football. To me, I think I was still incredulous that it counted. You know, who's in charge of the integrity of the game?
Our quarterback during the strike, Rick Neuheisel, is now the head coach in Colorado. And, you know, he played for the Chargers. He has a great game. We win the game. He had the highest single-game completion percentage in Charger history. His name is right up on the Charger record book with Dan Fouts and all these, you know, Kellen Winslow, all these Hall of Fame football players, and all because he lined up and played for one game during the strike.
No team was impacted more than the defending Super Bowl champion New York Giants. Their replacement team lost all 3 of its games, and that, following the veterans' 0-2 start, left their season in ruins.
I wasn't upset with the players, and I wasn't upset with the management. I was upset with my own selfish wanting to get my team back to at least make a run at defending the championship. Once I found out that we weren't going to be able to do that, then I would say I was reasonably a miserable person to be around.
Lawrence Taylor crossed the picket line to play in the last replacement game. He played linebacker and tight end. The Giants lost, but LT made his presence felt.
Our center got called for holding 6 times in the first half. And I called him aside, a fellow named Will. I said, Will, you've been called 6 times for holding. He said, that's great. He said, I'm holding every down.
The Washington Redskins brought back players who were with them in training camp. They knew Joe Gibbs' system and were way ahead of other replacement teams. In the first game, Anthony Allen set a club record with 255 receiving yards. When they went to Dallas 2 weeks later, they knew the dream was almost over. The strike was settled, the veterans were coming back. But the Redskin replacements made one last valiant stand.
10, 5 to the 4, touchdown, he makes it.
They upset a Dallas team with a dozen regulars, including Danny White and Tony Dorsett. The 3 replacement wins helped propel the real Redskins to Super Bowl 22.
That victory we had in Dallas is one of the most emotional I've ever had in my entire life. A bunch of their vets had walked across the line, and we had nothing but, you know, the guys that had crossed the line for us. Those guys fought their hearts out.
You know, a lot of guys crying and a lot of guys exchanging addresses and phone numbers, and you know, to know that this is our last day together, that was sort of emotional.
A few replacement players, such as quarterbacks Steve Bono and Eric Kramer, were retained by teams after the strike. 19 replacement players, including Oakland's Eddie Anderson, still are playing in the league a decade later. But for most, it was a 3-game career with enough memories to last a lifetime.
You know, a lot of guys still had that childish, that heart in them. But for the most part, a lot of them knew that this was a Cinderella. And they were just coming in to play and have this one fun till someone took their fun away.
Only a few crumbling artifacts still stand on this field at the corner of Best and Jefferson Streets in Buffalo. The ruins of War Memorial Stadium will soon be felled by the Wreckers Ball in the name of progress. It is all that remains from a bygone era when raucous crowds celebrated championship teams who triumphed on fields of snow and mud. War Memorial Stadium was never considered a sports show palace, even when it first opened during the Depression. But by the 1960s, the rickety confines had become the home for one of football's most powerful defenses.
It's like history. Time stands still when you go on War Memorial. When you come through a tunnel, you don't know what you're going to expect because the fans are a foot away from you. They can reach through a fence and touch you. At one time when we lost a game where we should have won, they collected 12 full cases of beer cans off the field. Because Buffalo fans, when you're supposed to win, you're supposed to win.
From 1964 through 1966, the Bills did almost always win. They ruled the wide-open, point-a-minute American Football League with one of the most dominating, innovative, and tactically sound defenses in history.
The 11 of them, and they played all the time together. That was a group that knew one another and that knew exactly what they needed to do every Sunday to be in a position to win. It was really a fine defensive football team.
We played man-to-man, we played the bump and run, but most of all, we had a great rush from our defensive linemen, and it gave us a better opportunity to be able to cover wide receivers, and it gave our linemen a better chance to rush the passer, which made us a better defensive secondary.
The general defensive picture was overseen by head coach Lou Saban, but its sophisticated wrinkles sprung from the fertile mind of staff assistant Joel Collier.
He was a defense mastermind. He can take an offensive team and just pick it apart. He will set defense for any play whatsoever. Collier never had signals on the sideline. Harry Jacobs always called the signal. He was a quarterback.
I did believe in an aggressive conservatism. Our coaches developed the defenses to do the things that they wanted us to do, but they really left it up to me to call what was going to be played on the field at any time that I wanted to make the call, and I made all the calls.
The Bills were masters of disguise, often lining up Jacobs, a middle linebacker, at defensive tackle. Defensive end Tom Day hovering menacingly in the gap. Or George Sames as an AFL pioneer with the safety blitz. Buffalo could take such chances because their front line was anchored by a rock named Tom Sestak.
Sestak was the guy on that defense. He was a great player, extremely strong, very physical, great competitor, very intense player. Career was shortened because of a knee injury, but he was really the key guy in my mind on that defensive unit, played defensive tackle for us and was an outstanding player.
The massive Sestak was assisted by linemen Ron McDole and Jim Dunaway, two behemoths who loved tackling blue plate specials as much as quarterbacks.
Food was the most important thing to these guys. They had a place here in Dunkirk called Rush's, and they had lobster dainies, which were about this size, and all you could eat for $4.95. So we all went down. Dunaway his number was 78, and McDole was 72. So they decided they were going to eat their number in lobster dainies. But they went beyond that. I think McDole ate 90-something and Dunaway ate 80-something, whatever it was, with French fries, and then they had double butterscotch sundaes afterwards. And the guy came out and told him to get out and don't ever come back.
It appeared as if the Bills had bitten off more than they could chew when they hosted the 1964 title game. The defending champion Chargers scored early and were threatening again when the Buffalo defense made one of the most famous plays in AFL history. Linebacker Mike Stratton drilled Keith Lincoln with the shot heard round the world.
That play when Lincoln was going to catch the ball, and I think it's Tobin Rote that was throwing the ball to him. And Lincoln reached up. Stratton hit him just as the ball was going through Lincoln's hands and broke 4 of his ribs. And you could hear the crack. And after that, you could see on San Diego get drained. The power to take and execute drained. And from then on, we started beating.
Our defense shut down San Diego's offense. The defensive line played a tremendous game that day. Our linebackers held their running backs in check coming out of that backfield, and that was one of their assets, was Paul Lowe and Keith Lincoln coming out of that backfield, which actually gave Butch Bird and myself more or less a day off because they just didn't have a chance to run their passing patterns the way they wanted to.
The Bills repeated as AFL champs a year later in a rematch with the Chargers. This time, San Diego did not even come close to scoring.
All we read out of the papers out there was it wasn't who was going to win the game, but how badly San Diego was going to beat us. So that did motivate us defensively, and to be able to shut out the most prolific scoring team in all of football in a championship football game was exceptionally a good feeling. As the defensive quarterback for the Buffalo Bills championships years, I believe our defense should be remembered as the best nose-to-nose, straight-up defense there ever was.
We were all in a situation in those days where, again, no one made a lot of money. But it wasn't important. The friendships that I made, everybody knew everybody. And those are the things that you can't put a price on. When we lost Sestak, most everybody came back. We lost John Tracy off of that team. And those are people that you would like to see live, at least outlive you. And then you'd be happy. They're all friends. We were a separate body of 8 teams that were going against the National Football League and the fans of the world. And we won. And we won.
All is quiet now at the corner of Best and Jefferson. But if you listen carefully, you just might hear the thump of the pads and the roar of the crowd as they cheer the Buffalo Bills, the best defense ever to play in the American Football League. Standing alongside Kansas City's busy North Oak Traffic Way is Bobby Bell's Barbecue, a restaurant that features meaty ribs, big burgers, and a proprietor whose powerful dimensions suggest he could still consume the left side of the menu without batting an eye.
Oh, hello there. I know you, don't I? Huh? Yeah. Haven't seen you for a while. Where you been hiding? At home? Yeah. Oh, you shouldn't do that, though. How was everything here? Good.
Today, Bobby Bell feeds the people he used to thrill as a football hero. Mementos of his gloried past can be found throughout the restaurant. Photos that recapture his days as the 1963 Outland Trophy winner at the University of Minnesota. But what people remember most of Bell were 12 incredible years as perhaps the best outside linebacker in pro football. From the very first day he suited up for the Kansas City Chiefs, Bobby Bell seemed to be blasted out of a cannon, scoring direct hits on any target with a football.
He was a fantastic competitor, tremendous leader, and was the bigger the game, the better he was. I've said many times, I don't think there's anybody that I've ever seen that could play any position on the football team and you could still win big with that particular player. That's where Bobby Bell was. He snapped, he played center, he played defensive tackle, he played defensive end, played linebacker. We deliberated about him being a safety or a corner when he came up with us when he got out of college. But there's no question about the fact that Bobby Bell was a fantastic athlete I ever been associated with. And the great thing about him is the fact that he had such a great attitude, had fun, did everything he was supposed to do, never a question. Coach's dream. He was just a fantastic player and an attitude guy. Just terrific.
Bell always stood out in a crowd, even when Coach Stram insisted the entire team wear uniformed blazers when traveling on the road.
We were dressed in these real loud red coat, black pants, and standing out in front of the hotel. We all looked like, we were in a contest or we had some kind of conventions going or something, Can you imagine? I'm standing out in front of the hotel, and here's a lady pulls up in her taxis, and she came up, she said, hey, I said, boy, get my bag. I took her bags upstairs. She gave me $5 tip. I came back down. I said, hey, guys, I'm going to stand out here in front. I can get more business right here in front.
At the front was where Bobby Bell always seemed to be. Besides starting on defense, Bell was a special teams regular, even though he was a perennial All-Pro.
We came to play the game. If you gave them $10, they would have played the game. I told several people that I would probably pay them because I wanted to play that bad. We had guys that would want to fight you. They'll fight you on that field. When you got good players around you, you can do things that other players cannot do.
Few players can match Bell's achievements. 8 straight All-Pro selections, 6 AFL All-Star games, and 7 Pro Bowls. Numbers that added up to a trip to Canton, Ohio.
But Bobby Bell was not a football player. Bobby Bell was a man who played football. Football is what he did. It's not what he was. He had some star redeeming qualities, something special. He thought he could do anything and do it better than anybody else. Congratulations, God bless, and here he is, Bobby Bell.
NFL warrior, Bobby Bell, the first outside linebacker ever to be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Don Meredith was a quarterback who first taught the Dallas Cowboys how to win with class and how to endure defeat with dignity. Meredith was an original member of the Cowboy franchise that began in 1960, but then Don Meredith has always been a true original.
Don Meredith had a lazy twang in his voice and a lively zing in his arm.
Just settle down. We're going to whip them. We're going to whip them. Hut, hut.
This native Texan was the quintessential good old boy.
Oh, yeah!
He was going to have a good time, and the game to him was supposed to be fun, and he played it just that way. He loved the game, and he loved to compete. but it wasn't like it was, you know, the last thing in the world, you know, if he didn't succeed at it. And it really wasn't a burning desire of his, I don't believe, you know, to be the best.
Dandy Don saw himself as an entertainer, but he rarely followed the script. With a well-honed flair for improvisation, he played the role of a risk-taking renegade. During a decade that saw pro football become more regimented and systematized, Meredith's playing style was defined by the gamble rather than the game plan. But while his methods were unorthodox, he helped the Cowboys become one of the 60s most successful teams. Yet his devil-may-care spirit often produced hellish consequences. And he rankled the rigid sensibilities of a head coach who believed that discipline was the key to football excellence.
Our personalities were different, and he had a different outlook in football. He enjoyed football. You see him on television today, and that's the way he played football. He wanted to enjoy. He wanted to have a good time doing it. And I didn't feel like that's what made great quarterbacks.
He was always loose, and it didn't make any difference, the situation. You know, Don was not serious about anything. Even in the most competitive situations, his sense of humor always took over. We're in the biggest game of our life against the Green Bay Packers, a championship game in 1966. First time we'd ever been in the playoffs. And I remember the day of the game, we come to a team meeting, and I walk into the meeting, and everybody says, "Gosh, have you seen Don?" I said, "No, what's that?" He said he was walking through a store shopping, and he walked through a plate glass window and said his face is all cut up, and, you know, he won't be able to play. Well, I mean, I was devastated. I mean, here we were getting ready to play the championship game, you know, and our quarterback is hurt. And, you know, you would see him up in the front of the room, and, he'd kind of show you his face, and, boy, it was a tremendous scar on his face, you know, and you could see the stitches and everything. And all of a sudden, Meredith stood up and just took this scar and just peeled it off. And Burt Reynolds, who was a friend of his, had this, you know, Hollywood makeup artist make it up, and I'll tell you, it was so realistic. And when he pulled it off, I said, "Meredith, you son of a gun." He may have not paid the price, particularly from a coaching standpoint, that you wanted to prepare for that game, you know, that you would like for him too, but he could go out and he played, and he could play with the best of them, and he was a tremendously courageous athlete.
We were playing the Redskins, and I remember we had 59 seconds left to go and no timeouts, and we had 95 yards to go for a score, and we had to score a touchdown to win the game. And Don was beaten up worse that day than I think I've ever seen any athlete take punishment like this in one game. The Redskins were blitzing him practically every play, and one of his ribs broke, punctured a lung, and subsequently after the game, his lungs started filling up with fluid, and he almost died on the flight back. While we're in the game, I remember coming back towards the huddle, and he's just lying down there, and I said, "Don, Jesus, you know, somebody is calling somebody to come carry him off the field." And he just looked up at me, he said, "Just get me to my feet." It's the only word he said. And I don't know why, but I knew we were going to win the game. Right then and right there, I knew we were going to win.
Intense physical pain always brought out the hard-bitten competitor in the quarterback with the easygoing demeanor.
Don Meredith was the toughest quarterback that I've ever seen. Now, you talk about people being hurt and overcoming it and playing the games. Don Meredith stood alone in that position as a quarterback.
But Cowboy fans overlooked Meredith's fearlessness and instead dwelled on his failures. Critical mistakes and crucial contests turned this happy-go-lucky quarterback into a sad figure, a jester showered with jeers.
Oh, it hurts to get booed, because I think it hurts when you try to do something real well. And let's face it, you know, we're kind of putting on I hate to use the word putting on a show, but we're putting on a performance. And if your performance hasn't been received well, you're disappointed. The most disappointing thing is that in your heart, you know, you did the very best that you could. And then, whammo, they really let you have it. And you want to say, hey, you know, but you really don't understand, people. You don't really understand what it's all about. And I think Bobby Lane put it real well. He said, you know, especially in a quarterback situation, you're either in the penthouse or the outhouse, depending on how last Sunday was.
After we had lost badly to Cleveland, 38-19 or something, but it was worse than the score indicated. We went into this restaurant, and somebody noticed Don and I, and they started booing him. And the people sat there in this restaurant and stood up and booed him until we left.
He'd had a broken rib that punctured a lung, and he had pneumonia, and he'd lost 15 pounds, been in the hospital about a week, got out of bed, went to Cleveland, played in the game. We lost the game. Defense played lousy, and Meredith really didn't have a lot to do with the loss, but the next day he took all the heat in the paper. I think that the fact that he crawled out of bed, and I don't even know how he got through the game, and then the next day got all the blame for the loss, I think that destroyed Don as far as a football player, and he retired shortly after that.
Although fans rejected him, Meredith's teammates found his fun-loving spirit a rallying point for 9 seasons.
He was so loose and so carefree that he was so much fun to be around. And yet when the game rolled around, he was as competitive as anybody you've ever seen.
All right, now I want you to listen to me, and listen good. Because this is what we're going to do. We're going to run the ball, we're going to pass the ball, we're going right down this field, and we're going to score.
One of the most entertaining players to emerge from the sensational 60s, Don Meredith may never have won the big one. But his courage won him a lasting place in the Cowboys' Ring of Honor.
Smoky Mountains of Tennessee, like Davy Crockett. Now, frontier folktales remember Crockett as half bear, half alligator, and a bit of snapping turtle. A description easily applied to Atkins. Of course, Doug wore a football helmet, not a coonskin cap. But like Davy, he could whip his weight in Wildcats. An entire generation of pro football players will tell you that Doug Atkins is definitely more muscle than myth.
His shoulders and arms were massive. He had great big arms and shoulders, man. He's visited me on occasion here in Nashville, and he would walk down the streets, and people still look up at him and just look at how big he is.
He had an arm that was like a leg. I mean, you know, his arm was about this big. Had the biggest arms I'd ever seen in my life.
The guy was 6'8", 280 pounds of just all muscle. He could high jump 7 feet. He could beat you any way he wanted to beat you.
My first recollection of Doug Atkins was when we played the Bears in an exhibition game in 1965, and Skoronski was offensive captain. I mean, I really looked up to him. And so when he came to me before the game, he said, look, here's some things I want you to remember. Number 81 is Doug Atkins. He's 6'9", he weighs 265 pounds. He said, don't cut him. And if he falls down, you help him up and say, nice play, Mr. Atkins. Well, I started to laugh. And Skoronski said, kid, this is not a joke. And I'm not kidding you now, because if you cut him on his knees, the first thing he's going to do is kill you, and then he's going to kill me.
For 17 years, Doug Atkins played defensive end in the NFL, leaving in his wake a trail of flattened quarterbacks and trampled blockers. In Chicago, under the strict tutelage of Coach George Halas, Doug was a rebellious student, the kind who got A's on tests and F's in deportment, and took equal pride in both.
I was having a little weight problem, and someone suggested that I drink martinis, that they would dehydrate you. Usually I like to drink beer, you know, and give you a good appetite. So, I started drinking martinis, and, you know, I didn't have any weight problems, but they didn't tell me how drunk, how much trouble they make you get into. They forgot to tell me that. We were breaking camp this particular night. We'd been out tooting it up a little bit. I thought I'd play Coach Halas a little music, and I turned that music up just loud as I could get it. Oh, he'd come out of there cussing, boy, oh, damn stupid hillbilly, this, that, and the other. We had a big fight right in the hall there. I think he'd swing at you. If you'd hit him, I think he swung back, because he was awful aggressive. And I looked down the hall and see everybody's heads be peeping out.
He was probably the only guy that had enough guts to battle George Halas, because Doug was, you know, he was a tough guy. We used to have bed check with the Bears, and none of the assistant coaches would dare go in his room. I mean, he was free from bed check. And probably that was a good rule because there might have been a couple of dead assistant coaches.
When Halas had training camp in Rensselaer, Ditka and Doug did pretty much what they wanted to. Halas would come on the field and say, "Where's Doug? Where's Doug? We're having defensive drill. Where's Doug?" And Doug's on a tractor over there in the cornfields. He's got his shoulder pads with a baseball hat on, plowing the corn patches in Rensselaer, Indiana.
Nobody expected Doug to be a normal practice person. I mean, nobody. It just didn't seem like he was going to practice like everybody else, especially after the season started and he started getting beat up a little bit himself. He just didn't feel like practicing. You just always felt like the best thing to do was just to say, "Doug, go get the quarterback."
Doug Atkins was like a storm rolling over a Kansas farmhouse. He came from all directions, and all there was to do was to tie down what you could and hope he didn't take the roof. The legend of Doug Atkins, like the legend of the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot, often strains the bounds of credibility.
I saw him eliminate the entire Minnesota backfield. He put Brown and Mason out in 2 straight plays, and the following week he put Horning and Taylor out with clotheslines in 2 consecutive plays.
Doug stopped, grabbed Ernie McMillan, picked him up over his head, and slammed him to the ground. And that's the last we saw Ernie McMillan that day.
I recall vividly 1961 when we opened with the Bears out in Bloomington, Minnesota. The first play of the game, we had a 220-pound left tackle named Grady Alderman. The first play of the game, he picked Alderman, picked him up off his feet and threw him right at our quarterback. Just threw him about 10 yards through the air. He was probably the strongest guy I've ever seen, and he could jump for a big man. He could jump over people.
I've seen him hurdle Bob Vogel. Bob Vogel's 6'5". I've seen Doug leap completely over him.
Atkins was never at a loss for a trick to deceive his enemies, especially those as formidable as Jim Parker of the Colts.
Jim Parker had been a former boxer. He had weighed about 290 pounds, and he was as mobile as a boxer. He was strong, and there was nobody in football that could beat Jim Parker. The only way Doug knew that he could beat him is if he got Jim mad.
Doug Atkins would sometimes call Jim Parker at the hotel that the Colts were staying and chew Parker out just to get him ready for tomorrow.
I'd wake him up and we'd have a few cuss words over the phone. He's pretty good. He taught me a few words too, I tell you.
He would talk about my grandmother, say something about my father, just something that provoked me. And after he got me riled, then he thought he could play better football.
I beat him a lot of times, but I'd start talking to him. And the ball be snapped and I'd be gone.
His voice, he would just continually talk the whole ball game, yakety, yakety, yak. You know, your grandmother didn't have but one shoe or something like that, and I would get so mad at him, and I would just fight him, and I forget about what I'm supposed to do, and put the play John and call, and the starting counting and everything, and before you know it, we got a battle going.
And Parker would take off his helmet and go to the official, and he'd actually get tears in his eyes, and he'd cry, and he said, "He can't call me that. He can't call me that." And he said, "Jim, there's nothing in the rule books that says he can't call you that." He said, "We're going to have to get a rule changed."
In 1967, Atkins was traded to New Orleans, where the Saints hoped to squeeze one more good season out of his battered 37-year-old body. Instead of one good year, they got 3 great ones.
What's old? I hear coaches say, so they got these young kids, hey, the young kid can't play, he's no good. I'd have an old man with 2 years left and a young man with 10, he can't play. So I think I hear him on TV now, this young. I mean, it's good to be young, but I was a lot better football player at 39 than I was 23.
In 1968, Doug received the first Vince Lombardi Award, given to the most dedicated player in the game. At the awards banquet, he wore a tuxedo for the first time, a tailor-made one, size 56 long. In 1969, Big Doug finally retired. And not even a Hollywood scriptwriter could have written a more fitting end to his career. On his very last play as a pro, Doug Atkins sacked the quarterback.
In high school, John Harold Lambert was a skinny quarterback and sharp-elbowed basketball player. However, in 1974, the Steelers picked him as a backup outside linebacker. Ham and Russell were fixtures there, but when inside linebacker Henry Davis was injured, a terror was unleashed. He stood 6'3" and weighed only 204 as a rookie, the exact size as Jet wide receiver Al Toon. Still, his toothpick legs always got his toothless face to the ball. In a game of angles and position, he never took the wrong step, and he was always the most focused man on the field. Every season, he led the team in tackles. For 9 straight years, he bashed his way to the Pro Bowl. Eventually, the kid the Steelers took a chance on was chewing out all pros like Jack Ham.
The middle linebacker is supposed to be the leader. I could never understand why some people had to be motivated. And I tried not to yell and scream too much, but sometimes when we were playing very poorly, you know, I felt that a few words were necessary, and that's usually when I did my yelling and screaming.
Interference! Oh, you asshole!
I never looked at professional football as a popularity contest. I look at it as my job. I don't care that my opponents like me. I care that they respect me, though.
Number 58 considered it his job to hit someone on every play. When one of his teammates received an out-of-bounds cheap shot, Lambert had another job to perform. He raced the length of the bench to exact the punishment. He thought it his duty to teach the Browns a lesson because as a kid he loved them, and they didn't draft him. But it was in Super Bowl X when Captain Jack first earned his reputation as an intimidator and enforcer.
It wasn't something that I sat down and planned to do. You know, I didn't think about things out there. I just reacted. And the Cliff Harris incident in the Super Bowl out there, I never thought about doing something like that, but I saw him whacking Roy on the helmet. I turned around, I just grabbed him and threw him down, and that just happened just like that. I think sometimes I got the feeling people thought I was a dirty football player, and that always bothered me because I never went out and tried to hurt anybody or anything like that. Now, I could play any way you wanted to play it. I mean, we had some guys out there from time to time that wanted to do some things that weren't legal, and I can do that too if I have to. But I'd rather play by the rules and play fairly. But I don't think that you intimidate. You know, there's no cowards out there on that field, buddy.
Today, there's a new field for Jack Lambert, and that's in Alliance, Ohio, where he spends his summers molding intelligent linebackers and responsible citizens.
Good stretch today, good stretch. Last full day of camp, we don't want any pulled muscles now. Come on, guys, quiet today.
All right. Good job. That's what you've got to go over in your mind every single time. When you say 5-2 mo, cover one and break, you don't go stand at the line of scrimmage and see if there's any pretty girls in the stands over there, okay? You've got to be thinking out here. You can be average if you want to be, but if you want to be a great football player, you've got to concentrate and you've got to have the right intensity, okay? A couple times out here yesterday when we were playing, some of you guys, and I got a little bit angry, but I get excited when I play. You got to get excited when you play football. You got to, all right? You got to be excited. If you don't want to get excited out here, then you got to go play tennis or something like that. You should take pride in the fact that you're one of the very few people in the world that can do what you're doing, play in the National Football League, and you should go out there and try and be the best you can be, you know, game after game. And hopefully when it's all over, you can look back on your career and be proud of it, you know, as I am of mine.
And I think we all respect him for that.
Professional football is not a popularity contest. The ultimate compliment is that your opponents respect you. Joe DeLamielleure, when he was playing for the Browns, said everybody on this team hates Lambert's guts, but we all wish he was on our team. To me, that's what it's all about.
We just had players out there who were great individual players, but I think we all realize if you're going to be a championship football team, you're going to have to play well together. And we didn't have a weakness on that team.
When you go to an all-star game or a Pro Bowl and you look in the defensive huddle and you see 6 or 7 or 8 black Steeler helmets in that huddle, that's pretty impressive.
In death, as in life, Joe Don Looney defies explanation. It has been almost 30 years since he played in the National Football League, but he's still remembered, not for what he did, but for what he could have done.
About the only thing I think of when I think of Joe Don Looney is what a waste. What a tremendous waste. The only back that perhaps had more natural talent that I've been associated with has been Jim Brown. He had all the talent in the world, but he just couldn't put it on the field.
Joe Don Looney had it all. An only child born to a wealthy Texas oil man and his beauty queen wife. Joe Don was bright and handsome, and like his father, a gifted athlete. Don Looney played pro football for Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. He led the NFL in receiving in 1940. Joe Don inherited his father's athletic talent, but he did not share his passion for the game.
Joe Don was not a football player. Joe Don was a seeker. The fact is that he never really cared that much about the game. He cared about the sense of flying and the sense of crossing the goal line and the exhilaration of the applause.
Joe Don was the first junior college transfer to play for Bud Wilkinson at Oklahoma. He made his presence felt in his first varsity game.
We were getting beat 3-0, and we hadn't come close to scoring all day. And Looney went up to Wilkinson with roughly 2 minutes left, something like that, and said, "Put me in, coach, and I'll win it for you." And I'm sitting there going, man, this sounds like an Elroy Hirsch movie, you know, from the 50s. I couldn't believe I was here. And Wilkinson puts him in.
Joe Don ran up to quarterback Monty Deer and said, "Give me the ball, I'm going to score a touchdown." They pitched him a ball, and Joe Don went 62 yards to win the game. And from that time on, he became an American icon.
Joe Don's eccentric behavior led to conflict with Wilkinson, who finally kicked him off the team. Joe Don was a moody loner, ill-suited for a regimented game like football. But at 6'1" and 230 pounds, his physical gifts were too great for the pros to ignore. The New York Giants made him their top draft pick in 1964, but after 3 weeks of skipping meetings and walking through practice, he was traded to Baltimore. Joe Don was a straight-line runner, but off the field, he cut against the grain. He was traded or released 5 times in 5 seasons. Coaches saw him as defiant, but others saw him as a different breed of athlete with a different view of the world.
There Joe Don was, his rookie year. He just got to camp, and he's sitting there laying down, looking up at the sky, and he walked to Joe Don and said, "Joe, how'd practice go today?" He says, "Fine." He says, "What are you doing?" He says, "Well," I'm just laying here thinking about what it'd be like to be a star. And Gordy says, John says, "Well, I'll tell you what, Joe," he says, "you practice real hard, study your playbook, do what the coaches tell you to do, and someday you're going to be a star in the league." And Joe Don looked up and said, "No, not that type star, like one of those stars up there."
During a 1965 game, Detroit coach Harry Gilmer told Joe Don to take a play in to the quarterback. He responded, "If you want a messenger boy, call Western Union." Gilmer suspended Joe Don, then traded him. 5 years later, Joe Don was out of football and still searching for meaning in it.
He was happy when he died. Everybody's got to find their own definition of happiness, and he found his. You learn that all the cheering and all the touchdowns don't mean anything. It's the love of your family and friends.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers joined the National Football League in 1976. They were not captains and kings, but clowns and jesters. This motley crew was led by the Silver Fox, John McKay, the tart-tongued former coach at Southern Cal.
You know, I'd been in coaching too long to be stupid enough to think I could take a bunch of people that the other people didn't want
and form them into a team to beat these other teams. Anytime you take an expansion franchise against teams that have been in the league 30, 40, 50 years, they're really not doing you any favor. And of course, coming out of college as a legend, there were a lot of people who were ready to put me in my place, and we took our place.
It bothers me that they've picked us to be the worst team in football, because what they're doing now is challenging your physical and your mental capacity and my ability to coach. Now this hurts me. Second worst team, I could stand it, but not the worst team.
Tuffy Doherty always had a dog, because he said when you go home after a defeat, the dog will be your friend. My wife had a dog, and we got beat once by Notre Dame 51-0. I came home and it bit me.
These Tampa Bay dogs did bite their master. McKay's Bucks resembled a fraternity football team on their third keg of beer. Their plays seemed drawn in dirt, not on a blackboard.
Basically, most plays you have are meant to work. You never put a play on the board and say, now this will not work.
While McKay delivered the quips, the Bucks supplied the belly laughs. They lost 26 straight games and were ridiculed as the worst team in pro football history.
We went through 8 quarterbacks. Every time I looked up, start that guy. We had no audible system, because we had the left guard was from Nova Scotia and the right guard was we just picked up from Philadelphia. They barely knew each other's name.
Blake! Blake! Eckwood! Eckwood! Come here! Tell me how far it is down there, and don't tell me it's a damn yard.
I am cantankerous, arrogant, horse's tail at times, and other times I am a nice guy. But you can't go in there when guys miss a block or drop the pass and say, don't let it worry you, Charlie.
After 3 seasons walking the plank, the Buccaneers became real pirates. In 1979, they went from worst to first, capturing the NFC Central Division title.
Hey! What we should do is go down and get their champagne. But we'll drink our beer.
The architect proved his blueprint sound, bringing a championship to Tampa Bay right on schedule.
Well, the reason I had a 5-year plan, I had a 5-year contract. See, I'd have had a 6-year plan if I had a 6-year contract or a 3-year plan. And so now everybody says, how can McKay be so intelligent at 5 years? Well, that was the length of the contract. That's how intelligent I am.
With his trademark golf hat perched rakishly atop his silver hair, the Quipper captivated every Buck fan with his silver tongue.
I wear this if I'm playing out at El Niguel. And if I go to the Desert Classic, I put on Bob's hat. And if I stay at home late at night, trying to sleep, I put on this Northdale Country Club hat. And if I haven't made a fool out of myself now, I soon will be.
It was foolish to believe the sun would always shine on Tampa Bay. Storm clouds opened up a flood tide of defeats that would soon dampen the enthusiasm for McKay and his Bucks. Buck fans heaped their anger on quarterback Doug Williams. Anger tore apart what McKay had built and caved in Williams' spirit.
I used to hear that you couldn't be a long-distance runner if you were black. You either can play this game or you can't play it. The color of your skin has nothing to do with it. We drafted Doug Williams to be our quarterback of the future. It was senseless for us to bring him here and set him on the bench and say you learn. I don't think you learn anything by sitting over there on the bench. Now, you learn how to drink water or Kool-Aid or something, but you don't learn anything but except get out there and play.
When Williams jumped to the rival league, the Bucks were caught in a stranglehold, and those who sought McKay's retirement tightened the noose around his neck.
I would really want to know what else I'm going to do. I don't want to be at the country club and play gin and play golf and then end up drinking gin.
But losing ate away at McKay's resolve until he could no longer stomach the defeats. He announced his retirement in November and coached his final game on December 16, 1984, against the Jets. With a 41-21 victory, the Bucks won one for the Quipper. John McKay, a man who brought and humor to his sport.
John, were the Jets cursing at you?
Yeah, I heard a guy call me several names and embarrass me using that kind of language on a football field.
Best defensive tackle of pro football's first 50 years, Leo Nomellini first played the game in the Marine Corps. After fighting with the Pacific Invasion Forces in World War II, Nomellini signed on with the San Francisco 49ers. Son of an immigrant family, football allowed him to escape the poverty of Chicago's Northeast Side and attain unaccustomed luxury and success.
Leo was a very gifted football player. He would play good all the time, but when he played outstanding is when he was mad. And we would have to make up stories about the other players, what they were saying about his family or some of the silly type thing. And he would get really upset with things like that. That guy did this, Leo, and he said this about you, and you know, and then Leo said, I'm gonna kill that guy. Even though he was big, he was very easygoing. And you really had to get him riled up, and his boiling point was very low. And once it was ignited, though, watch out. He was a terror.
Nomellini was next to impossible to stop, and he picked up a few tricks from a second career as Leo the Lion.
Nomo, you know, was a wrestler. He wrestled in the off-season. Well, one year, when I was the head coach, he wrestled the night before we went to training camp, and the headlines the next morning, Nomellini injured in wrestling match, questionable for season. Well, I knew what a big joke it was. Nomo was wrestling in his last match before the football season was over, and then he's going to have to lose. So he faked the injury. He was in training camp the next day and took his physical and passed it 100%.
One of the first truly versatile linemen, Nomellini never missed a game, and he became one of the few players to be named All-Pro on both defense and offense. Leo was the toughest there was in the roughest era of pro football, the 1950s.
You're going to find somebody once in a while that's going to maybe bring an elbow up or maybe use a knee, but then those things happen. There wasn't that much dirty play. It was rough. Yeah, they were rough. If they could kill you, they'd kill you honestly, okay? But nothing dirty. Nothing wrong with drawing a little blood here and there, you know, what the heck.
Born in Lucca, Italy, raised on Chicago's North Side, Leo became a lion in the city by the bay.
Long before professional football became glamorous, defensive linemen lived down to a certain stereotype. They weren't supposed to be very bright. They were merely animals doing a dirty job where the emphasis was on kill rather than skill. This image took a turn when the Los Angeles Rams introduced a defensive tackle who took a scholarly approach to the game.
Defensive starters at left tackle from Utah State, number 74, Merlin Olsen.
I don't like being called an animal. In fact, I resent it because I think that it denotes the fact that I'm not a thinking man.
And certainly that kind of stereotype had been promoted, I think, to some degree, probably by guys who were much smaller than that, who wanted an edge.
To me, the mental side of football and the emotional side of the game is even more challenging than the physical side of the game.
Indeed, Olsen's credentials read like no other man who played before him.
Merlin 6'5". I saw him step on the scales at the Pro Bowl, and he weighed 296. He was a Phi Beta Kappa. He had a master's degree in economics. He was a bright, intelligent kid, obviously. He had a great heart. He never quit. He never slowed down. He never gave you an inch. And those were his weak points.
Merlin was the classiest guy I ever played against and the most consistent. We never played the Rams that Merlin did not play well.
Merlin Olsen is total class all the way. Football, life, a man. I mean, I can't think of anybody that I admire more than Merlin Olsen.
Olson was born and raised at the foot of Utah's majestic Wasatch Mountains. But his early experience with athletics was anything but grand.
The thing that drove me hardest was the fact that I had had such limited success as an athlete, and that was something that was terribly important to me when I was growing up. I was a bust. I couldn't make a team. I couldn't get on a roster anywhere, and I'd go out for every team that they had in the school, and I couldn't get on. I couldn't last past the first practice. And I finally was able to start playing, and I had all of this pent-up frustration. I mean, that gave me enough fuel to last for a long, long time.
That high-octane fuel drove Olson through an All-American career at Utah State, then through 15 years with the Los Angeles Rams, where he resigned himself to accept the inherent nature of the pro game, a game whose violent character was in direct contrast with his own.
The game itself is mean and vicious, and the things that we do out of pride and out of the it arrives at the final result just simply because of what it is. In other words, football is mean and it's tough. I'm not a violent person by nature. I really detest violence, but my job requires that I do certain things. I made some commitments to doing that job as well as I possibly could. I'm willing to crunch quarterbacks and do whatever I have to do to get fullbacks and halfbacks on the ground.
One thing about him, you never could rile him. You never could make him mad. Merlin was a nice guy, strong, and he'd always try to beat his man the way the book said. You know, a couple of times I said, Merlin, let me have this turkey. You know, a guy be holding him or biting him or doing some crazy tactic, and Merlin won't retaliate that way. He'll try to humiliate the guy through beating him to the quarterback or making a tackle, and I respect him for that.
There are things that I will do, things I won't do. I won't take a cheap shot. There is a level of satisfaction that you reach without having to put a violent shot on the quarterback. People say you have to hate to play football. I don't think that's true. Football is a game, and I think you have to play it as a game. If you make more of it than that, I think you're making a mistake.
Olson became the cornerstone of the first of pro football's big-name defensive lines, the fearsome foursome. And number 74 attracted blockers like a magnet. By tying up 2 or 3 of them at a time, he gave someone else a better chance to get to the ball carrier. It was a clear sacrifice of personal glory.
Ole was a guy that held it together because Ole was there to take up the slack. Ole could always cover inside and had that good, savvy part of his makeup that allowed those other people to do a lot of things that normally you don't do.
It was just like a right arm. I mean, it was just like a 50-year-old wife. You know, when he wasn't in there, then you knew the difference. You knew the difference because there were so many things that allowed me to rush the passer. And if we wanted to gamble, run a stunt in a crazy situation, see, me and Merlin would run stunts inside the 10-yard line. Well, not very many defensive combinations will do that. But then again, we are the only defensive combination in the Hall of Fame, too.
Merlin Olson made the transition to life after football with the same approach that got him to the Hall of Fame.
I don't think there's any rule that says because you played football, you can't go from that to being a doctor if you want, or an actor, or a broadcaster.
On the Jets today, the Jets had hoped to establish that running game, get McNeil upfield, and then use the running game to throw some play-action passes. They've had trouble all year throwing the ball when they've...
At the same time, I don't think that playing football means you're going to be good at those things. You've got to apply the same kind of energy, the same kind of enthusiasm, same kind of preparation. If you're willing to do that, then very often you can use this tremendous competitive machinery that you've developed as an athlete to help you to reach the top of whatever it is that you want to do.
From the football field to the soundstage, Merlin Olson, a gentle giant who always carried a big stick, but never used it.
Under the midday sun, the light of battle shone brightly in the eyes of Mad Dog Mike Curtis. Number 32 had 11 years of head-on collisions and won almost every one of them. He was a relentless tracker of pass receivers, runners, and quarterbacks. The Mad Dog had all the hunger and hardness a man ever needed to drive him to the top. And he was named to the All-Pro team in only his second season. was ironic that this future Hall of Fame linebacker came to the Colts at a different position.
Mike Curtis was a great football player that I drafted out of Duke University, and to show you how smart I was, I brought him in and made him a fullback. And after the first year, it was very evident that Mike Curtis was not an offensive player, he was a defensive player.
As a fuzz-cheeked rookie fullback, the first hint of Curtis's fierce nature surfaced in a pre-game incident with Baltimore star quarterback Johnny Unitas.
I played fullback, and I remember I didn't turn around at the line of scrimmage to catch the ball, and he just rifled the ball in the back of my helmet. Well, it angered me so much that I almost went back and decided to do something about it. But then I remembered I was a rookie and I couldn't do that because this guy was a great ball player. But I almost punched him out.
We used to say that Mike had come out and chew the tires off the bus on the way to the game. I mean, he was a pretty vicious football player.
Never has a man been unhappier the day of a game than he would just get beside himself. He hated the Doris Day, the American flag, black and white saddle Oxfords, his own teammates. He had a disposition of a Highland moccasin.
Thing that would always get me excited was if anybody had anything to say to me. And nobody really talked to me too much because I would look them up throughout the field, wherever the ball was, to chase them down and then ask them if they had something else smart to say. You got something else smart to say? They got something else, I'd chase them down again. I would just screw up my plays. And every once in a while, in my zest to get to the ball carrier, I forgot, well, you don't have to quite take that angle, or you don't have to do it quite that way, because you have to cover this position. And I would think of that as I was running, then I'd run back and try to get back. So I had a double move, and then I'd go flying up there out of control to try to kill somebody.
Rage was part of Curtis's anatomy. Like a muscle, he flexed it and built it up. He was called a madman in cleats, a notion that was played up by the sporting press.
Here I am, I'm just working hard, trying to do a good job from playing with it. You're wrong. There's got to be something. Nobody plays like that unless there's some nutbag. Well, I said, okay, if they want something, I'll tell them something. So I made up these stories. I got a great thrill of running my bike into brick walls. God, that's great stuff. So that went out, and we had these great BB gun fights. You know, we aimed at each other's eyes. Really? Yeah, shoot all the time. We always had those things.
What was not fiction was Curtis's intensity and desire, characteristics that brought out the madness in his method.
And if Mike meant for his body to get 14 hours of sleep, then by golly, he would grass the bed for 14 hours and stay in a posture. And I knew when he was asleep and when he was. He might be awake for 8 of those hours. But if I put on deodorant or dropped the coat hanger, what are you doing? I'm trying to get my rest.
He was a lawman on the field, and his brand of frontier justice was meted out vividly in a game against the Dolphins.
We're winning. Our momentum is significantly better than Miami's. And here comes Mr. Fan, who wants to join in the momentum. Oh, I don't know what but anyway, he was smashed. So he comes running out on the field, great lark, picks up the ball. When I saw him pick it up, I immediately ran over there and knocked him down, not to hurt him, but to knock him down and get the ball back, get in the game, get rid of his rear end, period. I didn't think it was a joke that I was working out there. A lot of other guys might think it's a joke to see a fan run out there. To me, it was my job.
And after the game, 2 or 3 of us were angry. Bubba Smith and I went to Mike. We said, you shouldn't have done that, Mike. You make us all look bad. He said, that guy broke a city ordinance, and I enforced it. And if he comes back out there again, I'll hit him again.
He was a little to the right of Attila the Hun.
But Mike is somewhere to the right of Mussolini in his political views.
Somebody gave me a doll of John Wayne, the Duke, Mr. All-America, he. So I got him in my office, yeah.
In Baltimore, Curtis was a hero bigger than any movie star. And like John Wayne Westerns, all action became secondary to the final shootout.
Marking his counts, takes it away without a fake, rolling to his left side, sets up, and is going to be swarmed under. The ball is free. Baltimore's got it. Racing for the goal line is Mike Curtis. He's to the 15-10-5. Curtis scores. Go to war, Miss Agnes. Baltimore's defense.
He led by deeds rather than words. But like the commercial says, when he spoke, everybody listened.
All team meetings are a bunch of we-goners. And Mike stood up and said, well, I got something to say. I'm going to tell you something. We're going to win the rest of our games. He said, we got 3 games left in the season, then we got 2 playoff games, and then we got the Super Bowl. That's 6 games. I'm going to play the same way I always play. And everybody in this room is going to go full speed all the time in practice and in the game, because if you don't, I'm going to whip your butt myself. Remember, I said that, and he sat down, and we won all 6 games.
Although Mike Curtis left a history of hard hits, championships, and all-pro seasons in Baltimore, his lasting legacy is his image.
A cowboy who also happened to be a real cowboy. In 1966, while other draft selections were getting their Thunderbirds and Corvettes as signing bonuses, Garrison requested and received a 2-horse trailer. He was a hard-nosed halfback about whom Don Meredith once remarked, if you need 3 yards, you'd give the ball to Walt Garrison and he'd get you the 3 yards. If you needed 20 yards, you'd give the ball to Walt and he'd get you 3 yards. As a player, Garrison was decidedly slow-footed, but as a personality, he was definitely quick-witted.
See, my daddy told me one time, you show me a son that carries a big dull knife and I'll show you the laziest in the world. You know, if you ain't got time to sharpen a knife, or if you're too lazy to sharpen a knife, then you're too lazy. So I always carry a knife, and it's usually sharp. No, I carry my wallet, my boot. Got 2 wallets, incoming and outgoing. This one here's got, you know, credit cards, my business stuff. And then in the other one, that's the personal boot. It's always on the right. And, you know, just the personal checkbook, address book and stuff, you know. But I don't know. Thank God I don't wear anything but boots, or I'd be out of luck with these big things carrying them around.
This life isn't for everybody, but for me, nothing beats it.
Walt Garrison is as country as chewing tobacco and armadillo boots. He was born a cowboy, played for the Dallas Cowboys. And like the song says, all his heroes were cowboys.
And there was guys like Mahan and Jim Shoulders and Casey Tibbs. Those guys were my heroes growing up in high school and college because I wanted to rodeo.
In pro football, his prairies were 100 yards long and 55 yards wide. And he roamed this range, treating tacklers like tumbleweeds. Yet his style, direct as frontier justice, did not impress everyone.
He wasn't really very fast, he wasn't very big, and he wasn't very anything, really, I thought. But the thing we discovered about Walt Garrison was he had a heart about as big as he was. And that's saying a lot about an athlete. Even though he may have been less talented than others in the physical aspects of the game, you cannot beat the competitiveness. You can't beat the desire to be the best.
He gained almost 4,000 yards and scored 30 touchdowns in 9 seasons. But statistics were not the measure of this man. Walt Garrison was 10 gallons of toughness in a cowboy helmet. Garrison was a burr under the saddle, and defenders got saddle sore trying to tame him. He was hog-tied, bulldogged, and pistol-whipped. But no team or no player was going to run him out of town. Not even a showdown specialist like Dick Butkus.
Butkus always had an intimidating style, and Butkus told Walt, he said, if you come to the line again, I'm going to bite your head off. And Walt looked at him and said, oh, if you do, that'll be the first damn time you had any brains in your head.
Hey, Walt, wow, man, what happened? My tongue. Your tongue? I guess you realize now this is a pretty rough game. Or either that or you just keep your tongue in your mouth. All right. Ooh, man.
The pain hurts me. You know, I don't like pain. But they say that they define it, you know, a threshold of pain. Some people's is low, some is high, you know, and evidently mine is high.
And he would never come out of a football game. He was tough, he was durable. In the 49er game, which he played, he had a fractured clavicle. His knee was bad. The doctor had to pull him off the field to get him off the field.
Walt never gave up. There's no way a guy should have played. His ankle was swollen and he could hardly walk. He went out there and played, and that's the type of player he was. He was a guy that just never gave up.
Garrison played with a broken collarbone, and it was fractured all the way through. He played the whole game, and I don't know if any of you all have ever had a broken collarbone, but it's very painful, especially when you're getting hit on it. When you think back about Walt Garrison, you think, you know, they really did chisel him out of iron or out of mesquite wood or something, because he was tough as a nail.
Don Meredith nicknamed Walt Little Puddin' because he said he's just so cute, he looked like a little pudding.
Little Puddin' favored simple pleasures. His hands were rarely idle, usually busied by his two favorite pastimes, whittling and dipping snuff.
Finally ride a rainbow to that pot of gold. It would be a long march, and when it was over, a remarkable record would be set, and a coach's vision of perfection would become part of history. Behind an underrated yet stifling defense and a mistake-free offense generaled by Bob Griese, Shula's Dolphins opened the season with 4 straight victories. In the 5th week, this team built to last threatened to crumble.
Shaken up on the play is Griese. Yeah, it looks like his right ankle, Rick.
Shula's genius is preparing for the unforeseen disaster.
I brought Earl down for insurance purposes, and here was the chance for the insurance policy to pay off. And it paid off handsomely. And Earl got into the huddle. He said, just relax. You guys don't have anything to worry about. We're going to get it done. He just picked it up and led us to the perfect season.
Drops straight back to throw. He sets up. He is firing down the corner. Warfield, touchdown!
Each week, Shula demanded more of his team. Big-name players like Mercury Morris robbed opposing defenses of their dignity, while the no-names literally stole victory.
Price got the hand off away. Hernandez comes in and almost steals the ball. He does!
And at times, Shula just seemed to will good things to happen.
Someone always did something. That was Shula's favorite line right before the game. Somehow, some way, one of us will make the play. Because we had a large group of people that were good athletes, but more than that, they were all winners.
You either got to lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. We didn't have many guys that needed to get the hell out of the way. Some teams don't have any leaders. We had a lot of guys that were willing to step forward, and we had probably the best leader of all in Don Shula. He's a leader. It's his leadership. His desire to win is always there.
Good, Paul. Way to come back and get it there. That's fine. Charlie, you see the move? All right, he had the curl. When the ball was in the air, what did he do? He took about 2 steps back toward the ball, and that kept the cushion between he and the defense.
The major difference in my mind of coaches are those that can take the personnel that they have and mold the best defense for that personnel, and not say, this is the defense we're going to run, and you have to run it.
Shula was above all a teacher. And the well-schooled Dolphins reflected his philosophies. There would be a minimum of mistakes and a maximum of execution.
They were a machine, well-coordinated on offense and defense. They were an exceptionally smart team. You had to think back and say, what was watching the game, the smartest team I ever saw be that one.
I've never been associated with a team that was so totally focused on a goal. We didn't allow any distractions or anything to occur during the course of that year.
The sharp focus began to blur, imperiled by the immense pressure to remain undefeated.
When it got 8-0 and 9-0, and then of course 12-0 and 13-0, the pressure really started to build.
Another reason I think Shula did such a good job is he kept the pressure off of us. Game after game, all right, we've gotten that one behind us. We've got 3 more. We got, he really never said 3 more. He always said 1 more, but he said it every week.
I was able to sell that to our players, and they were an intelligent group of players that were able to grasp the situation and realize that what happened yesterday didn't mean anything as far as the next competition.
How did this guy find the words to say to Zonka, Kick, Warfield, you know, Greasy? Well, guys, you know, we're playing a pretty lousy Giants team today. I want you to win by 30, you know, and they go out and basically win the game pretty easily.
The regular season melted away, and so did 14 opponents. Shula and his undefeated Dolphins raced through the playoffs and into the Super Bowl, where only the Redskins stood between Don Shula and the greatest coaching performance in NFL history.
He is firing for Willie. He's got it. And he's in for a touchdown. Howard Willie. And here come the white handkerchiefs. The white handkerchiefs come out. The Dolphins have won Super Bowl VII, have completed the greatest season in NFL history.
So it was very, very meaningful that I was able to get into the big football game and win it personally. And it was so meaningful for our football team because that put us in a situation of doing something that nobody else has ever done.
We had a bunch of guys that were overachievers, a bunch of guys that were leaders, a bunch of guys that didn't want to get beat. And I think Shula did his best job of coaching in that undefeated season.
This is the Vince Lombardi Trophy for the winner of the Super Bowl.
Houston, Texas was riding high in the late 70s. Big Daddy Oil had turned the city into a boom town, and it had a football team of Oilers to match. Houston called this run of good fortune Love You Blue, and flush with success, focused all of its civic pride on the local 11.
Back goes to Earl Campbell. Breaks the tackle at the 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. At the 50, he may go. At the 10, at the 5, touchdown.
Houstonians had always felt inferior to those hot shots up the road in Dallas. But now they had a homegrown Texas hero named Bum Phillips to lead them to the Super Bowl. Unfortunately, in the 70s, that road led through Pittsburgh. The warmth of Love You Blue died from exposure in this riverfront ice house with all its terrible towels. In 78 and 79, the Oilers suffered through 2 consecutive losses in the AFC Championship game against the Steelers. In the second, Dan Pastorini threw to Mike Renfro for what appeared to be a game-tying touchdown late in the third quarter. It was a moment in time that decided the Oilers' fate as the call went against them and Pittsburgh went on to Super Bowl glory while the Oilers went home losers. But back in Houston, they found a scene that put the Super Bowl to shame. After both losses, more than 50,000 fans packed the Astrodome to welcome home their fallen heroes.
I can't say anything. Like tears come to my eyes, I'm telling you.
They've been here for hours and hours.
Believe it.
But I've never seen anything like it in my life. I just wish we could have won for them. God knows we tried, and it's just great. It really is.
More than a decade later, Bum and his boys returned to Houston for a Love You Blue reunion. Boom days were over, but thousands of fans still felt the loyalty that cut both ways.
Thank y'all for coming out. We meant everything we said about loving y'all. Only in Houston, Texas can you find something like this. The 2 times that we were in the Dome, and then coming back to Days Eve. Your kids don't mind you either, huh, Ronnie? We were thinking about having a little scrimmage, offense against defense. We were thinking about that, and we thought how convenient it would be because we wouldn't need slow motion instant replay. They would already be going in slow motion.
In the old days, slow motion pointed out the power of these boys of autumn. The Oiler Cannonball, Earl Campbell, was a one-man wrecking crew headed for the Hall of Fame. But the rest of the team was made up of underdogs and overachievers, just like the town they represented. Billy White Shoes Johnson was a 15th round draft pick. Tony Frisch came from... But a man who loved people and the game that brought him so much joy.
Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back. Get up, get up, get up. Help me! Hello, Billy! Hello, Billy!
And although this fun-loving cowboy tended to grow a bit excited at times, he also was a competitor who was quite serious about his work.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on 1 football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
O.A. Bum Phillips spent 13 years coaching high school football and 6 at the collegiate level. Finally, in 1975, he took over the lowly Houston Oilers. And over a 6-year span, he became the winningest coach in club history.
Because we're the Houston Oilers.
But Bum won't be remembered for the wins and losses so much as for his ability to bring a team and an entire city together as a family.
He was very big on camaraderie. The biggest thing to Bum is, as far as the team is concerned, is not necessarily how well you played together, but how well you lived together and how well you got along together. He wanted to develop more than a player. He wants to develop people.
I always tried to make our football team a family because I always felt like that you might fight with your brother or your sister and be really mad at them, but if somebody else jumped on them, you're gonna take up for them. Well, that's kind of the way that I wanted our football team to be, like a family.
Saturday practices with the whole family involved and team pizza parties were all a part of Bum's belief in unity. And when the football father figure left Houston and took over the New Orleans Saints in '81, he once again was able to bring about a togetherness rarely seen in professional sports. By caring so much for his players as people first and football players second, Bum was able to instill a desire to compete in his men another coach might not have achieved.
Bum was really into the person and not the player. And I think all the guys felt that, and I think that was a motivating factor of the guys around him that made him want to go and play hard for him, because they said, this guy cares a lot about me, not only as an athlete, but he cares a lot about me as a person, so I need to go out here and do what I can to help him win.
He just arranged it so the best would automatically come out of each one of his athletes. And he never had to say, you give me your best, and I expect you to do this. Everything was so smooth, you know. And looking back, that's the best way, I do believe, to handle a grown man.
You know what we got to do? We got to go out there, and every man got to do his job. Every man got to pull together, and every man got to be able to overcome adversity. Don't care what it is. Don't care what happens. We've done it all year long. We hadn't let go of that rope, and we're not going to start right now. Let's go get them. One thing I want you to remember: football is only a small part of your life. It ain't life or death out there. All we got to do is go out and do the same thing that we've asked from the first day we started. Do everything as good as you can, and then a little bit more. That's all the hell you got to do. Well, I really feel like that if you can get a guy to do something better than he's capable of doing it, then that's what you need to have if you're going to be a successful head coach. Not just good as he can do it. Anybody can do that. You got to be able to make him do it a little bit better than he's capable of doing. And if you got good rapport with him, you've got a good chance of getting that. I just believe that a person has to, a head football coach has got to make his average players good and his good players great. If he can't do those two things, then he's not going to be a successful head coach. And part of that ability to do that is based on your rapport with them.
Despite his closeness to his players, Bum never reached the Super Bowl, losing AFC championship games to Pittsburgh in '78 and '79. Perhaps it was his closeness that prevented him from ever taking that final step.
I think it can be a little bit of a problem you might start to accept defeat a little bit too easy. I don't know if Bum ever had the talent that it takes to really get over the edge of getting into the Super Bowl. He came real close in Houston, but I don't really think that he ever had the exact players and talent that he needed to go.
Bum nearly led the New Orleans Saints to the playoffs in 1983, but a Week 16 loss to the Rams ended the season. The loss must have been painful for Phillips, but strangely enough, it also hurt an opponent, as former player Mike Barber showed unusual compassion.
Michael!
Gotta love you, man.
That's a tough one.
You deserved it.
Well, shit, you know, that's the way it is.
You've done a miracle work here, and I know it's just beginning for you.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Good luck to y'all. Playoff.
Bum never would reach the playoffs again as he retired from football in '85. But he's still coaching, in a sense, today on his ranch in Texas. And it's no surprise he enjoys that game also.
He lives life. No matter what he's doing, and he's always a person that's doing something 7 days a week. Even when he was coaching, he wasn't at home. He just loves people. Bem's one of a kind, and Bem loved every day of whatever he's doing, but he loved every day he was in it. This is a happy guy.
It might seem strange that a man who devoted so much of his life to people and to football would be able to walk away from it completely. But the transition has been easier than one might expect.
It hadn't been hard at all, really, because I got out of football because I wanted to. It might have been more difficult had they have said, look, you can't coach anymore, but it wasn't that way. I told them, look, I don't want to coach anymore. And evidently I made the right decision, because for 37 years, there's nothing in my life except football. And yet the day I walked away from it, it hadn't been in my life a day since then. I have not even thought of football. So if I'd have missed it, then I'd have made the wrong decision. But I have not missed it one bit.
Bum Phillips may not miss football, but the game and those associated with it surely miss him. He was much more than a coach. He was a teacher. And although his lessons concern cattle and horses now, the messages and their deeper meanings are still as important as ever.
The main thing, you keep your left leg on the left and your right leg on the right and your mind in the middle, and you're all right.
This is a 1971 training camp led by a new coach trying to revive an old, decaying franchise.
Come on, hey, defense, come on, back in the huddle. Is that the way you break the huddle? You're going to be a great defense and you break the huddle that way? Holy crap.
The Redskins were hungry for a victory. They were hungry for any kind of a successful season. They hadn't had a championship in 30 years.
George Allen's strategy was simple. Mortgage future draft picks for a group of aging veterans known as the Over the Hill Gang.
I had 11 former Union players on the team. At one time, if you were a Union representative, they'd trade you. And then I had 7 free agents, and then a lot of guys like Myron Padios and Pardee and Richie Pettibone and people like that that had been let go because they were too old and all washed up. So we really did have a sort of a Foreign Legion team, and they knew this was the end of their career. So we had a mission. We're going to have an all-veteran team. There would be no rookies play regular for us, and that's the way it should be. There's a guy, he's not too old. What is he, 34? One of the youngest guys in the team.
The Redskins opened the season with 5 straight wins, a newfound success forged by the odd couple alliance between youth and experience.
The total group of the Redskin players that had been there and that probably should have felt offended by having some old-time football players come in there and tell them how things are to be done. I think those players accepting George Allen and the group of players that came in with him are the ones to be commended, not us, because they accepted us and accepted what we were trying to do, and that's the reason it got done in such a fast period of time.
Overnight, Washington became an NFC East contender, circumstances that confounded the reigning champion Dallas Cowboys.
I can remember Calvin Hill telling me, when we play the Redskins and we see you guys run the field, we wonder how we could lose to you guys. I said, what do you mean? He said, those old guys who waddle onto the field, look like they're out of shape. I said, yeah, but we're tougher we're smarter, and we're together. That's how we can beat you guys.
The future is now, proclaimed the Redskin faithful. And George Allen and lineman Dyron Talbert, number 72, made sure the present was festive as well.
He gave Dyron $100 to go have the team party. Well, I found out later, we had the team party, but Dyron had gone to the owner of the Holiday Inn, and the guy had given us all the beer and a steamship round, and doggone Dyron, he pocketed that $100, and he did it every week that year.
The biggest party of the season took place during a Monday night showdown against the Rams, the team that had fired George Allen the year before. A Washington win would give the Redskins their first playoff berth since 1945.
Are those guys in for a surprise?
Then Washington broke the game open when the normally conservative Allen gambled on his graybeards and won.
He said 29 M bumps.
All right, let's run.
They're in tight as hell.
Let's run.
Let's run. What you got to get is...
Here's what my policy is usually to go for 3 points. How close are we to a touchdown? About an inch. Is that right? That's all.
That's a thousand pride.
We're going to go for the damn 4th down play, see?
You begin us to Larry Brown. Here's a touchdown for you.
Cheers for the Redskins. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. I got first with Speedy. The damn guy that prepared so much, and hell, we're going to go a long ways together, but here's George Allen. Thank you.
Since the championship days of the Green Bay Packers. But thanks to the eloquent prose of a lineman turned author named Jerry Kramer, their story remains a bestseller. The pages of distant replay are filled with words and images of snow-laden fields and proud men who covered themselves with equal amounts of mud and glory. Distant replay is also the saga of a talented guard who revolutionized his position by combining considerable brawn with brains.
Jerry, I think, was the thinking guard. Don't misinterpret that. He was physically very tough, but Jerry was smart. He could work his way out of problems because he was able to think quickly on his feet.
We were a running team. I think that's what made the Green Bay Packers our running game. I enjoyed the drive block, and I enjoyed the sweep. The sweep was something we would finish up with every day. A lot of teams run wind sprints at the end of the day. We would run sweeps.
If you look at this play, what we're trying to get is a seal here and a seal here and try to run this play in the alley.
The power sweep was a personal favorite of Vince Lombardi. He saw to it that the Packers perform it with perfection. Ironically, it was Lombardi's legendary pursuit of excellence that helped elevate Kramer's overall game, despite the stubborn lineman's original doubts to the contrary.
I resented him a great deal in the early years. I thought he was a little too demanding, a little too pushy. I thought he was asking for things that I wasn't capable of delivering. But later on, when I began to push myself, when I began to have my own personal quest, then I began to understand what he was really talking about.
Under Lombardi's influence, Kramer pushed himself to a level that often saw him making 2 blocks on a single play. Yet just as he reached his peak, he was struck down by a mysterious illness that stemmed from a boyhood accident when several wood splinters were lodged in his intestines. First diagnosed as cancer, it threatened more than just a career.
I ended up in Mayo Clinic. I went down to about 200 pounds, 198 maybe, and thought I was going to die.
On the field for about 10 minutes, there was like guys going up to each other saying that somebody said Jerry Kramer had actually died. It was just that serious we had heard.
But I looked out the window and thought about taking that route, and I figured that I'd just break myself up into a bunch of pieces and wouldn't do the job completely. So I went home to Green Bay just before Christmas time, and Henry Jordan came out to the airport, picked me up, and literally picked me up in his arms. He got me in his arms from the airport and carried me over to the car and set me down and carried me in the house. And of course, I recovered from that and ended up being able to play 2 or 3 more years, but it was quite an experience.
Kramer's close brush with death is perhaps why he is modest when speaking of accomplishments. But they went far beyond perfecting the power sweep. In the 1962 NFL Championship, Kramer filled in as a kicker and booted Green Bay to a victory. And in 1967, he threw what is considered the greatest block in NFL history, springing Bart Starr for the game winner in a last-second championship victory over Dallas.
I don't remember the games specifically. I remember a few highlights, a few moments, and a few situations, but generally it's just that warm love affair I had with 40 guys. And a warm, rich relationship, kind of like a family, kind of like there were 40 brothers on that football team, and I cherish that probably above all else.
To Joe Kapp, football was always a matter of fun and chance. Above all, it was a game of challenge, where spontaneity netted better results than playbook planning. This California native with Mexican roots often turned a football field into a bull ring. Although in him, there ran the blood of the bull, not the matador.
He's the only offensive player I ever met, the quarterback, who would attack defensive players. I mean, you would charge at him, didn't have to run, would.
Some form of challenge is necessary on every play that you play. And if you don't come up to that line of scrimmage as a quarterback ready to challenge that defense, they're going to eat you up.
I think it was against the Rams. I think it was he was mad at some player over there. I think he was number 58 or one of the linebackers. So Joe gets under center and he goes, set, hot 1, hot 2, you 58. So, yeah, Joe is fun to play with.
Joe Kapp always managed to mix laughter with victory. He led California to its last Rose Bowl in 1959, before going on to win the Canadian Football League's Grey Cup championship. With Bud Grant, he came to a losing Viking franchise in 1967. There, his sense of humor was sorely tested. Viking fans held their breath every time he lofted the football. His passes had nothing more on them than the commissioner's signature. But more often than not, they were caught. And the Vikings found a leader in this gutsy quarterback who never ducked a linebacker's punch, on the field or off it.
Lonnie Warwick and Joe Kapp got in a real fight one night after a ball game.
after we lost to the Green Bay Packers. Lonnie was saying it was the defense's fault, and Joe said no, it was the offense's fault, and they got to a fisticuffs about the thing.
So we break it up, and pretty soon they sneak out. Well, there's a fence there, a wooden fence around the yard, so to make sure no one got hurt, the rule was that one stayed on one side of the fence and the other stayed on the other side of the fence. So they just had a little fence in between them, and they just went toe-to-toe with the fence in between them and knocked the hell out of each other.
He was not your typical kind of quarterback. You know, he was ready to give his all in all situations. And that's what I think we rallied behind.
In 1969, Cap rallied the Vikings to a come-from-behind win over the Rams for their first ever playoff victory. 1 week later, he personally crushed Cleveland for the NFL title, a game best remembered for the indelible mark Cap left on the Browns' defense.
Take it.
It is rare when one player's invincible will motivates a team to victory. It is rarer still when that same man's humble humanity inspires a team to a sense of brotherhood.
Probably one of the better things that we had as a team was our closeness as a team among both black and white players. And I think that Joe Cap was kind of a key to that.
The curls there. I got to the team, you know, and maybe there were some parties going on with the Wall Street gang over here, and maybe some over here with the black guys, and I got invited to all of them. I said, hey, man, but why don't we have a party together? You know, I'm a Mexican, you know. I mean, I get invited to both. Why don't we all have a party? John Henderson, John. All right. Big John.
I remember when they won the 1969 NFC title game against Cleveland, and Carl was up there and waving his fist, and he said, Joe, he said, you're my brother. And he meant it, and he was crying. And Joe was crying, and he had this big, Joe had this big bottle of champagne in his, and he just smashed the champagne on his locker, because that was a very important thing for a black player to tell Joe Cap. That's why they won a lot of games with Joe playing.
I know for a fact that there is no most valuable Viking. There are only 40 most valuable Vikings. I just can't accept this. Thank you.
Joe Cap never played again for the Minnesota Vikings. But the men he left behind went on to become one of the league's most closely knit and competitive teams. That is the legacy of this quarterback, whose habit of playing the game from his heart won him the admiration of his teammates, his fans, and even his opponents.
He was a good leader, and sometimes that makes up for skill, as far as, you know, whether the ball is a spiral or a duck. If it got there, and if the receiver knew that if he didn't catch the damn thing and it was catchable, that Joe would say something about it. I would have loved to have played with a guy like that.
If we could equate John Elway to a sports car, then former Viking Joe Cap would be something closer to a pickup truck. But with Joe Cap, what he lacked in artistry, he made up with a big heart. This man had a long and winding road in pro football. We hear about it in our Where Are They Now?
I had so much fun playing quarterback, I think it showed. I learned from the old school. You didn't run out of bounds. You were a complete football player. As a quarterback, your job is to help other players on the team as best you can and get the job done. That's my definition of how to play the game.
Joe Cap loved the game of football, but his brief 4-year career in the NFL was a turbulent one. It was the business of pro football which always got in the way. But this tough Chicano was always prepared for battle. An All-American out of the University of Cal, Cap always expected to play in the NFL. When the Redskins drafted him in the 17th round, a dejected Cap opted instead to go to Canada. 8 years in the CFL, Cap became an accomplished veteran. Then in 1967, Cap left the Canadian League and made his way into the NFL.
to be able to go to the Minnesota Vikings at 29 years old, rookie in the NFL. After 8 seasons in Canada, we had won the championship up there, won the Grey Cup. But I had that urge, that real desire to come back to the National League and compete against NFL-type players.
Joe inspired teamwork with the motto 40 for 60. 40 men giving it their all for 60 minutes on the field as he quarterbacked the Vikings to Super Bowl IV. But a poor performance led to their defeat. With his contract expired, Cap was traded to the Boston Patriots.
And now you become a migratory football worker. I grew up in California, now look at it. I've had to go to Canada, I've gone to Minnesota, now I'm at Boston. And that's being a professional football player.
It was here that Joe Cap tested the waters of free agency some 20 years before its time. Refusing to sign the standard players contract, the Patriots released Cap after 1 season, and for the next 6 years, his legal battles raged on. During this time, Joe got involved in films and TV, both producing and acting. And finally, in 1976, Cap won his legal battle and became a pioneer in free agency. Unfortunately, he never played football again.
I learned from it. I learned a lot about business, the power of the NFL. But as you look back, you see the growth of it, too. We fought some issues, the draft, the Rozelle rule, these things in the court of law, and we won them.
Cap did step back on the football field, however, but this time, it was the head coach at his alma mater at the University of California. Today, Joe is a successful businessman and restaurateur. Co-owner of Stuffed Pizza with his brother, Cap also runs Team Dynamics. With their philosophy of teamwork, Cap and his partners are able to develop and market their products. Cap, remarried now with a brand new team of players, fights his battles at a slightly slower pace. Today, Cap is still living and learning, which means he can't afford to be bitter.
The best team I'm on right now is my family here. It's amazing what you learn from a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. And so there's too much good life. I'm an optimist that you look for those good things as opposed to look back and regret anything. You learn from the past. You just try to make new and better decisions from the battles that you fought in the past.
Joe Cap, he was a breed you just don't see anymore.
It was a game a handful of spectators came to see. A tug of war, 22 nameless men grappling in the mud. They called it pro football.
Hi, I'm Steve Sable. And those lines of script from the 1966 film, They Call It Pro Football, were the first words that John Facenda ever spoke for NFL films. From then until his death in 1984, John's voice was a key element in our productions. Before John, our voiceovers were done by play-by-play announcers. They were perfect for that area of sports that depends on names and numbers. But sport also appeals to us because it exists in the realm of the imagination. And it was in this realm that John Facenda would become the once and future king. He made his debut by narrating They Call It Pro Football.
It starts with a whistle and ends with a gun. 60 minutes of close-in action from kickoff to touchdown. This is pro football, the sport of our time. The men who play it are the best there are, disciplined professionals who perform on a stage 100 yards long. This yard of space is called no man's land. Football games are won or lost by control of this narrow strip of land. The battle for it is a violent one. The hands of combat, the hands of pros. This is the part of the game rarely seen by the spectator. The shattering impact of a block. The mountainous size of an onrushing defender. The splintering force of a forearm shiver. 1 ton of muscle with a one-track mind.
Down in the dirt, the lair of the linemen. This is where the game is played. The fringe of no man's land is patrolled by the linebackers. The search and destroy men of the defense. Number 50, search and destroy. Number 58, search and destroy. This is the face of the tiger.
The passion in John's voice accentuated the drama of pro football, and it also brought out the poetry of the sport.
Do you fear the force of the wind, the slash of the rain? Go face them and fight them. Be savage again. The palms of your hands will thicken, the skin of your cheek will tan. You'll grow ragged and weary and wet, but you must do the best you can. Something somber in the skies, something somber in the eyes of the men. Late autumn in the air, but something of winter in their faces. The autumn wind is a pirate, blustering in from sea. With a rollicking song, he sweeps along, swaggering boisterously. His face is weather-beaten. He wears a hooded sash with a silver hat about his head and a bristling black mustache. He growls as he storms the country, a villain big and bold, and the trees all shake and quiver and quake as he robs them of their gold. The autumn wind is a raider, pillaging just for fun. He'll knock you round and upside down and laugh when he's conquered and won.
Why get an inferior for
Although John was a local newscaster, he wouldn't have been recognized by too many people outside of the Philadelphia area. Yet he loved to act, and he was a true ham in the best sense of the word. And in 1980, we offered John a modest but meaty part that required him to appear in front of the camera instead of behind the microphone.
Hello there, I'm John Facenda. You are about to see a sneak preview of a Buffo Sacco big screen blockbuster soon to be released by NFL Films. Let's take a look, shall we? And as they say in Tinseltown, roll 'em.
John was a good sport with a terrific sense of humor. Listen to these outtakes.
Can I use the word frightfully rather than frightingfully? I'm going to have trouble with that
Yeah,
one.
that's a tough word. Okay, that's fine, because we still keep the alliteration. Okay, so it's frightfully instead of frighteningly.
I'm glad you said it.
Okay.
It was fiercely fought, but frightfully applauded. Let's take that over again.
This name is Hawkins, John.
And original Raider Wayne Harkins. I got that wrong that time. Wayne Harkins. Shoot now. Come on, John. And original Raider... Oh, no, wait a minute. And original Raider... No. I'm trying to figure out your damn writing.
Hawkins, John. Hawkins.
Wayne Harkins. I had it then. Wayne Harkins. No. Wayne Harkins. You stupid...
All of us enjoyed working with John, and he enjoyed the game. It's evident in every script he ever read.
The game is the man in the funny hat, and it's White Shoes Johnson and the Juice. And it's Franco's Army and Brian's song. It's a place where new legends are born and old ones endure. The game is a time warp where the young dream of growing up and the old remember youth. And for a few hours on Sunday, neither fantasy nor reminiscence seems foolish.
You know, it was a special thrill to write a script for John Facenda, just to have him read your words, because he could read a laundry list and make it sound dramatic. But, you know, not everyone could write for him. The lines had to be compact and balanced, with strong verbs and only a few adjectives. And the metaphors, they had to be clear and crisp. Well, we all knew that we had written something special when John would review the script and he'd say, "Stevie, you've given me a horse I can ride." Well, here are some of the true thoroughbreds that John Facenda rode in championship style.
In Green Bay, Wisconsin, on December 31st, 1967, the temperature was 15 degrees below zero. Lombardi's Packers and the Dallas Cowboys battled each other and the elements in a cruel right of manhood that would decide the championship of the National Football League. Had the Packers won this game easily, as it first appeared they would have been remembered as the team of the 60s. But by winning the game as they eventually did, they became a team for the ages, because the character of their performance surpassed the achievement itself. With only 3 minutes to play, all the hopes and dreams of an entire season rested on the shoulders of one man, one old pro. One last moment for the master. Sensing the collapse of the cowboy empire, they stood like barbarians at the gates of Rome. The battering ram of the Eagles was its defense, a unit that consisted of more spit than polish, more grit than glitter. The Raiders now had a choice of two plans. They could fence and parry to protect their lead, or they could attack to destroy and demolish. The San Diego Chargers. While their offense flew on the wings of Mercury, their defensive line struck with the hammer of Thor. The young knights and the old warriors carved a battlefield in the sky. He doesn't swear, smoke, drink, or spit. His favorite beverage is milk. His favorite movie is The Sound of Music. And his middle name is Herbert. George Allen is so square, says a rival coach, that you could roll him on a Las Vegas craps table. Yet George Allen is a man for his time and certainly a man for his place. For 3 years, Blanda waited on the sidelines, an old soldier, supposedly too ancient for battle, but too stubborn to fade away. Doug Atkins was like a storm rolling over a Kansas farmhouse. He came from all directions, and all there was to do was to tie down what you could and hope he didn't take the roof. Men of magic, men of muscle, the men of Notre Dame. Wake up the echoes, cheering their name.
All right, let's go then. Run!
When John had a horse he could ride, he was at his best coming down the home stretch. No one could ring down the final curtain or raise a goosebump like John Facenda. Here are a few of his most famous final lines.
Beneath a giant birch tree, where Father Soren once sat smoking a peace pipe with the Indians, rest the bones of Newt Rockne. His spirit has yet to be buried. Two teams have gained a champion's fame, two teams of men both skilled and game. Men who have battled as brothers through combat thick and thin, and now they confront each other for a prize only one can win.
And here are the closing lines of the last script that John Facenda ever read for NFL Films.
In Super Bowl 18, the Raiders again scaled the heights of football greatness and stood alone on the summit. A team of young men filled with promise and old veterans filled with pride. The 1983 Raiders are an honor to the team's glorious past and the world champions of pro football's present. And it's Lombardi, raging at defeat and vowing never to lose another championship game, then driving his team to make the promise come true.
In the world of pro football, there was no one that John Facenda admired more than Vince Lombardi. They both carried themselves with the same kind of class and dignity. Here's a feature that we produced about Lombardi, and I'm sure you'll agree that the legendary coach and the legendary voice were a perfect union.
Lombardi. A certain magic still lingers in the very name. It speaks of duels in the snow and cold November mud. For 9 years, Lombardi coached the Green Bay Packers. He drove them to 5 NFL championships and victories in the first 2 Super Bowls. His game plans contained a minimum of simple plays executed with a maximum of effort.
If you look at this play, what we're trying to get is a seal here and a seal here, and try to run this play in the alley.
Everybody grabbing out there. Nobody touching. Just grabbing, everybody. Grab. Nobody touching. Put your shoulders in there out there.
Beneath his stormy surface flowed the warm tide of compassion and kindness.
I know I'm an emotional man. In order for me, for example, to give everything of myself, to take the mental anguish that's all part of this game, the emotionalism that's all part of this game, in order for me to do this for someone else, I think there has to be a certain amount of love for that other person. There's love for each other, in other words, in the game of football.
Lombardi believed in the old-fashioned virtues, which were stamped all over his teams. Hard work, second effort, loyalty, and love.
His genius was that he was able to inspire so many of his players to grasp these ideals. Lombardi's influence extended not only to his own team, but during his short career as head coach, many hundreds of thousands of other young athletes warmed their own competitive spirits by the bright fire of this man who stood for everything that was solid and successful in American sports. He remains for many the very heart of pro football, pumping hard right now. Every year, the winner of the Super Bowl is awarded the Vincent Lombardi Trophy. His legacy is the greatest prize the game can offer. Championships are won by veterans, experienced, dogged fighters who know the dry mouth of pressure.
There's an old saying, the eyes are the windows of the soul. In John Facenda's case, that saying could be modified to, the voice is the passageway to the heart. John reached the hearts of millions with a voice that will forever be associated with the drama and excitement of pro football. The legends of the game truly came alive when their deeds were recounted by the legendary voice of John Facenda.
By the late 60s, the Green Bay Packers of Vince Lombardi had won 5 world championships in 7 years. With seemingly few worlds left to conquer, Green Bay's inspirational leader left his head coaching position to become the team's general manager. But after just 1 season away from the playing field, a restless and bored Lombardi returned to the coaching ranks with a new team in a new town.
I have no preconceived notions about any personnel on the Washington Redskins, none whatsoever. And that's the way I'm going to approach this. Everybody starts off fresh. Everybody starts off with a new face.
When do you expect to have a winner? The first year, the second?
I'd like to have a winner the first year, if possible.
I think he needed that challenge. He thought, hey, I've done it all. I've won 3 world championships in a row. You know, I've brought this team to prominence. Now it's time to turn it over to somebody else. And I think he thought it was time to give it up, but it really wasn't. You're doing something that you enjoy doing more than anything else in the world. So why not do it as long as you can possibly do it? I knew him from the New York days, and I knew him from competing against him that there was no finer coach in football than Lombardi. I didn't play in 1968, but when he came out of retirement in 1969, I wanted to come back with Lombardi and be a player coach. I knew the team would come together, and I knew that what he could do was change the mental attitude of a football team. He did it when he went to Green Bay. I knew he'd do it in Washington, and I wanted to be a part of it.
To succeed, Lombardi would also have to win over the Redskins' best player, the talented but mischievous Sonny Jurgensen.
I didn't break curfew with him because he was the only coach that I ever played for that never mentioned my weight. And from the first meeting, he never said, "What do you weigh?" And it was very understandable because the first practice we ever had, he almost killed me with exercises. He knew I would be in shape. He didn't have to mention my weight or anything. He knew that he was going to condition me.
He pressured us so much in practice. Playing in a game on Sunday was just a mere piece of cake. Vince scolded me in front of the team about fumbling in practice, and he made me carry football around with me for an entire week. It was the most embarrassing experience during the training camp. Walking into a grocery store with a football, and people are looking at you in a strange manner. Going to church with a football in your hand. If you wanted Vince Lombardi off your back, you learned to do things as he wanted them done.
The coach's stern lessons took hold as Brown rushed for the most yards by a Redskin in nearly 2 decades. But equally important was Lombardi's solution to Brown's hearing disabilities, a step that helped Larry to become NFL Rookie of the Year.
Vince Lombardi had already concluded that I had some sort of hearing impairment. And the day that hearing aid was installed in my helmet, he went to one side of the room and asked me to put the helmet on and go to the other side of the room. And he said, "Larry, can you hear me?" And I said, "Coach, I've never had any problems hearing you."
Lombardi's booming messages were especially audible to quarterback Sonny Jurgensen. Lombardi's offensive scheme made Sonny the NFL's leading passer. But the Redskins quarterback also learned that his coach did not always measure success in traditional ways.
If I threw a ball on 1st and goal for a touchdown, he would get mad. He would get mad. If I'm on a 3-yard line and throw a touchdown pass, he would chew me out. And the reason being, he said, "I know you can throw touchdown passes." He said, "But why don't you let the rest of the team participate in the score by running the ball in? That lifts everybody up." He said, "You've just enjoyed yourself out there throwing a touchdown. Don't do that anymore."
In a decade of coaching, Lombardi had fielded only winning teams. But the '69 Redskins were simply not talented enough to beat the NFL's best. And by late season, hopes for a winner in Washington were flickering. On a chilly December day in Philadelphia, the Redskins were trailing the lowly Eagles, and an angry Vince Lombardi had seen enough.
He was obviously unhappy with our performance in the first half, and he stared at us and then he said, "If someone was running down the street with everything you own on his back, you better stop him." And I think that message hit us extremely well because we came out on the field and we were more aggressive, and we were very fortunate to go on and win the game.
With a 34-29 victory in hand, Washington needed only to beat the New Orleans Saints in the final home game of the season to clinch the Redskins' first winning record since 1955.
We were playing at home, and we were playing the Saints, and it was on the line to have a winning season. And we knew how bad he wanted to do that. He never had a losing season. We wanted it for Lombardi, more so than we wanted it for ourselves.
Washington struggled, but still managed to beat the Saints. Lombardi's Redskins ended the year with 7 wins, 5 losses, and 2 ties. But sadly, the coach would not get the opportunity to improve on his team's record.
I remember him calling upon our trainer many, many times in 1969 because he was having pain and stomach discomfort. And he would call Joe Cuso, who was our trainer with the Redskins, and say, "Joe, give me some of that Digel, get something for my stomach." But I firmly believe that he had possibly the beginning of that cancer in 1969. But Coach Lombardi, as most of us remember, had this thing about pain. In fact, he used to talk to his players. Pain was always in your mind, and he wanted you to play with injuries. And I think part of that philosophy, he believed in it himself. So as a result, he did not have himself checked for this discomfort in 1969. I believe the cancer was growing, and when they opened him up in 1970 in June, it was too late.
The next time I saw him, we played a preseason game in Baltimore, and he was history. I mean, he couldn't talk, could only whisper, and he called the football team together. And I'll never forget what he said. He almost whispered it. He said, "I just want you guys to know that you're my team. I selected you to play for the Redskins. You're going to be great." That's all he said.
Vince Lombardi coached the Washington Redskins for only a season, but his influence still endures. In 1 year, he revitalized a team, altered careers, and sustained memories that will last a lifetime.
The whole time he was in Washington that year, I worked harder. I had more fun. I was in better condition, enjoyed football more. than any time in the 18 years. And if I had to pick a highlight out of 18 years of Sonny Jurgensen's career, it would be 1969 under Vince Lombardi.
The footed till the 20th round to select him. At first, the rookie collected splinters on the Kansas City bench, but Mike gained notoriety as a special teams Rumpelstiltskin, a resourceful kick returner who could spin straw into gold, no matter how dire the circumstances.
Mike Garrett, a guy that I played with back, he and I were rookies together in 1966 in Kansas City. I think when he came in, he made our offense go. He was a tough guy. He could return punts and kicks. He could take a 2-yard gain and to look like a tremendous play.
Mike Garrett, he's at the 50, at the 40, at the 30, at the 20. He's going, he's going, he's going!
My proudest moment was making it as a rookie. I was drafted the last draft in the AFL draft, and I was drafted number 2 for the Rams. And many people that year thought I was too small to make it. And the greatest thrill I ever had in pro ball was after my rookie year saying, damn it, I made it. I proved I can play this game. And that was very exciting for me.
Garrett was named 1966 Rookie of the Year, and then capped off his inaugural season with perhaps the most electrifying run ever witnessed in an AFL championship.
That was a playoff game my rookie year against Buffalo. It was the AFL championship game, and where I swept to the left, and it was in kind of a muddy field, and I couldn't get around in, so I reversed field and came back and went up to the center of the field for a touchdown. And that was a game I felt very good about because we were playing against the Buffalo Bills in '66, and they're the best defensive team in the AFL.
Neither the Bills or any other defense in the league could stop the manic moves of football's smartest, most resourceful running back.
What I try to do is keep you off balance. I was not the fastest person in the world, but I was terribly quick. And I felt if I can get you to a standing position, and then I would give you a move by giving you different moves back and forth, that I can make you break down, as we say, and get in a hitting position, then I can out-quick you from a start. And that's basically how I tried to do it. And I think the reason I was effective is I was terribly quick, but I was also terribly tough. I could take a beating real well. And with my quickness and ability to take a pounding, I did fairly well in professional football. I considered myself as a fighter, and that's my strength because I wouldn't quit. I was a lot smaller than other guys I played against, and so one thing I couldn't show was I couldn't show that I was ever going to quit, so I had to fight every second on the field.
Himself was a creator of beauty every Sunday, crafting hard-driving, circuitous runs that put the Chiefs on the straight and narrow path to a world championship. In 1969, it was a Mike Garrett touchdown that paved the way to an upset victory over the Minnesota Vikings in Super Bowl IV.
65 toss power trap. Look for 65 toss power trap.
Third down and 5. Running play coming to Garrett on a trap. Touchdown! Garrett scores for the ball.
We just took it to them. We just played very physical football, and I thought we out-physical the Vikings that are noted for being very tough people. And I think after the game, people had to say that the Kansas City Chiefs were one of the toughest football teams that ever played the game, and I felt very proud of that.
Garrett spent his final years with the San Diego Chargers, where he became the only player in football history to rush for 1,000-yard seasons in both the AFL and NFL.
Football League. It's gone now. Its quaint old ballparks and mud-splattered faces, a part of pro football folklore. But the memory of its greatest rivalry lives on. I'm speaking, of course, of the one between the Oakland Raiders and my old team, the Kansas City Chiefs. That's me, number 16, quarterback Len Dawson. And believe me, playing Oakland was different from playing any other team.
Left!
Our players genuinely disliked the Raiders. And on the Oakland side, the feeling was mutual. Our games could get pretty brutal. Raider guard Gene Upshaw summed up the prevailing attitude.
When I see Len Dawson back there laying on his back, I can't think of a better group that deserve it more than Kansas City Chiefs. And anytime you can take a cheap shot in that game, it's well worth it.
Somehow, Upshaw's sentiments remind me of my old pal, Ben Davidson. Old Ben was Oakland's big gun. I was his bullseye. Ben just hated when he couldn't level me. Sometimes he'd take it out on our linemen, but he always had a sense of humor about it. One time I fooled him on a bootleg, and there was nothing Ben hated more than that. I've often wondered why Ben started all this mess in the first place. I think I'll ask him. I want to test your memory, Ben. You remember playing Kansas City when I faked you out badly, ran a bootleg, picked up a first down, and you came and touched me down? Do you remember that play?
Sure, I recall that play. I've always thought that was a good example of quick thinking under pressure. The reason I touched you down is because you had tripped over Dave Hill's legs, and since Dave Hill was a teammate of yours, that means you could have gotten up and run the ball some more and made even more yardage on us. So being a conscientious defensive end that I was, I wanted to touch you down.
The manner in which you did it, did you find it necessary to touch me down by spearing me with your headgear?
Well, Len, I like to do things right, and I wanted to touch you and make sure you stayed touched, and maybe even touched for a couple of weeks so you couldn't play.
Ben, I'm looking at this headgear of yours from the Oakland Raider days, and I'm wondering, where is that red from?
Well, Len, you remember that red color. That's off the Kansas City Chiefs helmets. Maybe some of it right off of your helmet, too. This is how we used to look back in the old days when we were tough, right, Len?
Raider football. It was a team concept characterized by rugged individualism. It was an us-against-them philosophy that was clearly anti-establishment. Under their flag of piracy, the Raiders gathered together an eclectic group of homegrown heroes and talented refugees from around the league. This latter group included John Matuszak, Lyle Alzado, and Ted Hendricks. Unique personalities, both on and off the field.
I'll never forget against St. Louis that we were playing them, and we came over to the stadium. We walked from a hotel. We had suits and ties, and all of us. We looked like a Boy Scout troop. And as we were walking up to the stadium, the Raider bus pulled up. These guys fell off of that bus with leather coats, dark glasses, chains on. They looked like some people right out from Rahway State Prison. And I think our team seeing them get off the bus set the tone for the game. We got killed that evening.
We'd go into cities, and actually these teams would be beat long before we got there. They would absolutely fumble. They would let us make interceptions. Quarterbacks used to throw me the ball. I swear to God, and it was in their mind, let's just get rid of this thing. Give it to the Raiders. Get me off the field.
Go on the road. We were the most booed team ever, but people reacted to the Raiders. I mean, it was kind of like Muhammad Ali. You know, Ali was great because people wanted to watch him. You know, I mean, and they either loved him or they didn't like him, and they wanted to see him win or they wanted to see him lose, but whatever, they wanted to see him.
Let's keep dominating this team. Let's keep dominating.
Like Muhammad Ali, the Raiders talked a big game, but backed it with bold action. And like Ali, there were winners and champions in different eras, different decades. The 1980 Raiders best personified the franchise's championship character. It was a team led by Jim Plunkett.
The sport gave Nitschke a sense of identity that enabled him to succeed as a pro. He established his reputation in 1962 when he was named the most valuable player of the NFL title game against the New York Giants. After leaving his signature on this contest, he signed in as a guest on television's What's My Line.
Now let's meet another challenger. Will you enter and sign in, please? Raymond Nitschke, is that right? Do you know how we score on What's My Line? Yes. Fine, and let's let the audience home and the audience in the theater know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, we can tell you that our guest is salaried and deals in a service. And let's begin the general questioning with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Mr. Nitschke, are you connected with the government?
No. That's one down and 9 to go, Mr. Cerf.
Mr. Nitschke, you look singularly like some of those fellows I saw plowing around in the cold this afternoon in that football game. May I take it for granted that you are not on either of the active squads?
No, you may not take that for granted. That's 2 down and 8 to go. Down it again.
He's very quiet and reserved, which would lead one to believe he'd be with the Giants, but I think he's with the Green Bay Packers.
We were really having some fun. We thought with the glasses and Ray's very quiet nature that we might get away with this for a while, and we did, actually. Well, Ray, needless to say, we congratulate you and all of your colleagues. It was a great game. We're sorry, Martin and I particularly, to see our Giants lose, but if they had to lose, they certainly lost to a great team. And to the greatest middle linebacker in the leagues, thanks very much for being our guest on What's My Line.
In a suit and tie, the bespectacled Nitschke seemed an unlikely candidate for celebrity. But in Packer green and gold, he commanded center stage. He held the spotlight throughout the 60s by terrorizing his opponents and his teammates.
Ray didn't care if it was Bart Starr or Paul Hornung, he's going to hit them. If they come close to him, he's going to hit them.
When you went to block Nitschke, you know you had to scrimmage. Otherwise, you might get one of those big forearms in your teeth and come off with your ears ringing.
Ray and I would have pretty close to 1 or 2 fights every time we played each other. To me, it was a challenge. To him, it was war and destruction.
Nitschke patrolled a football field as if it were a battlefield. He thrived on hand-to-hand combat and prided himself on being the ultimate warrior.
Ray Nitschke wanted to be a complete football player. He not only wanted to play the run real well, but he wanted to play the pass. He wanted to be a total defensive football player. And he wanted to be at the right place at the right time.
Like all great warriors, he earned the respect of his foes.
Nitschke was the best I've ever played against, consistently. He was the best middle linebacker I've ever played. I mean, he took no prisoners.
During 15 glorious campaigns, Ray Nitschke inflicted many wounds and suffered a few himself. He led the charge for the Green Bay Packers defense, and they followed him into pro football history.
Nitschke was more than a middle linebacker. He was really the inspiration of the Packers. I think his teammates were really afraid not to play well with him around.
He played, I believe, 16 years, 15 or 16 years, and I'm sure, and he told me that he was capable of playing a couple more years, that the coach didn't realize what he was doing when he cut him. That, yeah, man, I can play. I can go, man. I can still do it. And that voice of his. But Raymond was always ready to play.
I played on some great football teams in a great town, and I had no player would ever had a better career than Ray Nitschke had in Green Bay. So when I retired, I was pleased that I fulfilled the dream that I had, and it was a great career.
The Green Bay Packers set the standard for the National Football League in the first 2 Super Bowls, defeating their AFL opponents by a combined score of 68-24. In Super Bowl III, the Baltimore Colts embraced the task of upholding that overpowering tradition as they faced the AFL's New York Jets.
We never recognized the American Football League, never watched their games. I'd never seen Joe Namath throw a football until the warm-ups prior to that game.
We had an excellent football team.
We laughed at their defense because we just honestly believed we could score 40 or 50 points against them.
We had the best defense in the AFL that year, and we didn't particularly care about the way we were made heavy underdog.
The whole NFL thing was riding on us, that these upstarts actually were going to play against us, and we were 15-1. We had just played Cleveland in Cleveland, had beaten them 34-0 for the NFL title, and now we were going to finish up as the greatest team in history.
But the Jets' flashy quarterback sent out a challenge at a pregame banquet.
We didn't get enough credit team-wise, I didn't think, and I was just angry with the media. And I remember standing there that night, some guy in the back of the dinner yelled out something about the Colts going to do us in, and I said, you know, hey, wait a minute, you don't know what you're talking about. First of all, we have a fine football team. In fact, we're going to win the game, I guarantee you. Now, I didn't plan that. It might not even been me saying it, It could have been the football god somehow saying it. It just came.
It came unwanted by his coach, Weeb Ewbank.
Well, I could have shot him because he upset everything that I had done.
We, of course, used it at that time to try to get our football team even more excited about the game.
I told Coach Ewbank, I said, Weeb, look, if they need something to fire them up at this point, they are in trouble.
Namath's prophecy came true early.
You could tell in the first quarter that if we didn't get something going, that we were getting ready to lose a football game. I mean, it was just the way things were turning out. It seemed like it was going to be a comedy of errors.
While the Colts could find nothing to laugh about in their ineffectiveness, Joe Namath was putting a smile on the Jets' faces. He launched an attack that chipped away at Baltimore's vaunted defense with Matt Snell's powerful rushing and George Sauer's acrobatic catches. Suddenly, a game that was expected to be one-sided to the Colts' favor was being systematically dominated by the brash team from the other league.
Namath on a handoff to Matt Snell. Snell at the 5, Snell at the 3, Snell touchdown! Matt Snell in the end zone on a wide sweep to the left as the Jets have drawn first blood.
With a score of 7-0 late in the second quarter, the Colts still had plenty of time to strike back. Quarterback Earl Morrall, who was bewildered by the Jets' defense all day, tried to turn the tables with a trick of his own.
Earl Morrall handed off to Tom Matte. Tom Matte started a sweep to the right and then stopped and lateraled the ball back to Earl Morrall. Jimmy Orr was going down and making it look like a running play and then was supposed to get open in the corner of the end zone. Well, he was open in the corner of the end zone, but when Earl got the lateral back from Tom Matte, he could not find Jimmy Orr in the corner of the end zone. The band was down there and they were ready to come out onto the field at halftime, and the background of the band seemed to be such that Earl just couldn't find Jimmy, who was standing in the end zone waving to him wide open. So Earl instead made the decision to throw the ball down the middle of the field to Jerry Hill, but the Jets came up with their interception, which killed our opportunity to get a touchdown on the board before halftime. It was a big play in the game.
It sent the Colts into the locker room wondering when their big play would occur. But Namath remembered a different play early in the third quarter.
If there was a turning point, I thought Ralph Baker's tackle and fumble recovery in the first series of downs in the second half solidified our confidence as a unit. We got the ball right away, and Jim Turner kicked a field goal for us, put us up by 10 points. When we got up 10-0, we felt even more confident at that time than any other time in the game.
And the Colts were quickly losing confidence.
We didn't do the things that were necessary to win a Super Bowl game. We were finally able to generate a drive that scored a touchdown, but that was too little too late.
The Jets made good on Joe Namath's guarantee, and while they rejoiced in their victory, the Baltimore Colts reeled from the shock of unexpected defeat.
Well, that was the worst day in my professional playing career.
It was probably the most miserable time in my life.
This had to be the biggest disappointment because of the magnitude of the loss. Because I didn't want to be the first team to lose to the upstart American Football League.
These upstarts achieved the upset that changed the course of football. Their victory was shared by the entire AFL.
You can't imagine the feeling that I had being a part of the American Football League to see the Jets defeat the Baltimore Colts, because I was sitting in the stands and all around me were people cheering for the National Football League. And I was the lone voice there. And they kept saying how strong that they were. And I sat silent. The first quarter, the second quarter, they were telling me, you know, how Baltimore's going to come back and how we were the inferior league. And then about the fourth quarter, I finally stood up and said, well, how do we look now against the great NFL?
If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being hated, don't give way to hating. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
The chocolate capital of the world is one of the most scenic areas in the state. It's hard to blend into the scenery if you're 6'4", 230 pounds. But blending in is something Gary Collins knows all about. In the 1960s, Collins disappeared into secondaries as a receiver for the powerful Cleveland Browns. The knack for producing the tough catch at the dramatic moment resulted in 70 touchdowns, the most by a receiver in team history. If you put out a want ad for the ideal receiver in the 60s, you look no further than Gary Collins.
If you put it down in a questionnaire, wanted, man, 6 foot, 180 pounds, runs pretty fast, and you're going to get hit at an intersection, I don't think too many people would fill out the questionnaire. Yeah, it takes courage, but you don't think about that. It takes courage to go across an intersection, too.
The busiest intersection in pro football is at the goal line. And while Collins escaped gridlock with few dents on his chassis, his insurance policy also covered collision.
Gary Collins was the toughest for me. He gave me the most problems. He caught more touchdown passes against me than any other receiver.
Most of Collins' touchdowns resulted from post patterns, a maneuver that became a whipping post for defensive backs and a hitching post for Collins.
I never had the great speed, but I took pride in one thing, that I could catch. And I could catch the football no matter what the situation was. I always took pride in third down catches and touchdown catches. Those are the tough ones to make.
In 1964, the Browns stormed to a title in the NFL's Eastern Conference. That year, Collins stood above most receivers in the NFL, but head and shoulders below the team's colossus.
It was a team effort this championship year, 1964, and there was more to it than Jim Brown. Although I know and understand that people identify the Browns with Jim Brown. It's like the Yankees, Mickey Mantle, that's all you know, or Joe DiMaggio.
In the 1964 championship game, there were so many leading men to play the starring role, there was no room on the marquee for Gary Collins.
Probably if we would win, it'd be Jim Brown, Frank Ryan, because quarterbacks always get it, or Unitas. I certainly didn't think of myself.
After a scoreless first half, the Cleveland Browns found their path to glory. Gary Collins to the post.
I ran a curl. It was near the goal post, and I almost missed it because I was by the post, and I thought I was going to hit the post, and I juggled it and made the catch.
Where once it seemed so hard to score, Collins now made it appear so easy. On his first 2 touchdowns, Collins finessed Colt defenders and made them vanish. But it was his ability to strong-arm them that produced a 3rd score against All-Pro cornerback Bobby Boyd, number 40.
I'm 6'4", and Bobby Boyd's 5'10", 5'11", and it was just, the ball was thrown perfect, and being my size, and he fell down, and I do remember going into the end zone and the fans hitting me. And at that point in time, we knew we had it.
The sound of victory rang loud and clear, and the echoes from Collins' call to glory will resound for a lifetime.
And that'll be my epitaph. No matter what I do in life, Gary Collins, oh yeah, he scored 3 touchdowns in the '64 championship game. I know how Bobby Thompson felt when he hit the 9th inning home run in '51. It's a rare feeling, it's a wonderful feeling. It stays with you all the time.
Niners fielded a team with 4 future Hall of Fame, but Hardy Brown was not one of them. Number 33 was a skinny linebacker who captained the San Francisco defense in the mid-50s and whose career is nearly forgotten today. but time cannot dull the memory of how Hardy Brown could hit.
Captain Charlie Connolly fires one to Bill Stribling. All goes well until hard-hitting Hardy Brown hurls his hefty hulk into the ball carrier, and it's a fumble with Rex Berry recovering for the 49ers.
Brown never used his arms while tackling. Only a well-timed shoulder to separate men from the ball and their senses.
He had an educated shoulder where he'd snap it up and be able to time it so he hit a ball carrier or whatever right underneath his choppers.
I have seen him put people out cold with that shoulder, and Hardy was not a big man.
When Bob Waterfield got through playing for the Rams, one day he was crossing some street down there in L.A., and a Volkswagen hit him. And he got up, and they said, "You all right?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm all right, but I thought Hardy Brown was in town." And that's it.
Perhaps Hardy Brown's violent nature was shaped at the Masonic Home for Orphans in Fort Worth, Texas, where he was sent at the tender age of 5 to learn about life and football.
And my father was murdered, and they sent me and my brother and my sister out there, and that's when we started fooling around football. I had an older brother, and he started teaching all the guys to play football out there using that kind of a shoulder. And all those kids that played out to home there, they had to play that way or they wouldn't make the team. One year we got to the semifinals, and we went up to play Amarillo, Texas. And finally they beat us 14-7. And they came in our dressing room and said, "You guys sure block funny." We said, "Why?" They showed us their lips, and they said, "All of us are split lips."
Football took Hardy Brown out of the orphanage and sent him to Tulsa University, then on to the 49ers, where he developed the skills of a solid pro linebacker. But it was Hardy's unique method of mayhem that made him a folk hero among those he played with and against.
I've seen Hardy Brown knock the helmet right off a player, hit him in the chest, chin, boom. The player's feet would continue down. You would see him running like this player, up in the air, helmet off, and just spread eagle.
Every time we'd play the Chicago Bears, Hallis would have the officials come in and inspect Hardy. Always thought he had a steel plate or something up on his shoulder pad. Hardy was a linebacker, and probably a very most punishing linebacker I think that I've ever known, who could throw a punch with exact timing and hit a guy right on the point of the nose. And that's usually where Hardy aimed for, the point of the nose.
It was kind of like a Jack Dempsey punch. It didn't need but 6 inches. That's all it needed, and you went to sleep.
You see these westerns, you see guys have niches on their belts for guys that killed. Boy, Hardy Brown had niches on his belt for all the jock straps he got. He put more people to sleep with a shoulder lick than anybody I've ever seen.
Take one step forward, keep your back straight, keep your eyes open, and shoot. Over the years, I guess I've got 75 or 80 knockouts playing professional football. No, I don't feel sorry for anybody I hit. I really don't. So they want to get me too. The Rams had a $500 deal for my getting knocked out of the game, and I found out about it. And the guy that told me was the guy that was in the backfield with me at Tulsa, Paul Berry. And I said, "Paul, if you get to play, come in and hit me, and I'll fake and go out, and we'll split that $500, $250 apiece."
Hardy, it's been almost 30 years since you've played, and the game's changed a lot since then. What do you think of the NFL today?
I think it's a sissy game. They won't let a linebacker meet a guy coming across the line or anything. And you know what I'd do? If I was playing for some team and one of the good ends came across, well, I'd take a whack at him and knock him out so that we wouldn't have to fool with him anymore. I might cave a few teeth in.
During the whole time that you played, Hardy, did you ever come across anybody you felt was as tough as you were? Somebody, you know, who could hit as hard as you could?
Nobody. Nobody. I mean that. Unless it's been one of my teammates out to home.
He sort of had a thin face, and his upper body had no development in it, and so if you saw him off the field, he looked a little bit thin.
The most unlikely, even more unlikely than Raymond Berry to be a great receiver. At least Raymond was tall. Jimmy was short, slow, and white.
Despite a lightweight physique, Jimmy Orr tipped the scales in his favor and became a heavyweight receiver with the Pittsburgh Steelers and then with the Baltimore Colts. Although he was a quick study on a football field, Jimmy Orr was anything but a student of the game.
I was not a great looker at films, and oftentimes when they turned the lights out, I went to sleep. So I had to use guile and skullduggery to offset lack of speed.
Jim never counted the steps. Only thing Jim needed to know was where should I be open and when should I be there. 2.5 seconds, 3.6 seconds. Just tell me where you need me to be.
Jimmy didn't have blazing speed, but Jimmy had good cutting ability. By being able to cut sharp, he was able to break away and then make these great adjustments on the ball. The thing that I remember most about Jimmy Orr was his ability to look back over his head and focus in on a ball that was coming in over his head and be able to pick up the flight of the ball and adjust with his hands as it was coming in over the top.
Orr was a running back in college, and his deceptive moves in the open field allowed him to cut through defenses and bleed the most out of every play. It was this surprising facet of his game that made his average per catch the third highest in NFL history.
A guy that, if he was playing today, could have a field day against those people over there because they can't touch him. He's playing against guys that would come up and hit him and knock him down and sit on him and dare him to get back up again. A funny story about Jimmy. We were playing Philadelphia here in Baltimore, and he got hurt just prior to the half, and they thought he had separated his shoulder or something.
In fact, I put my street clothes on to go to the hospital because I figured I was through. I got in line for the x-rays, and there were 17 people in front of me, some of them on stretchers. So they all said, no, you go to the front of the line. So I go to the front of the line, I get x-rayed, and it's warm in there. My shoulder starts feeling a lot better. And so the trainer and myself, two trainers, we go back to the ballpark. Didn't have my jockey strap on, my ankles weren't taped, and I didn't have any pads on except my shoulder pads.
So Jimmy comes into the huddle, doesn't say anything to me, so I said, okay, and that's it. I said, here's boom, 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 boom.
The play worked, and I scored a touchdown in Orrsville. Orrsville came about because it seemed like in Baltimore I always caught my touchdown passes in what was the third base corner of the stadium.
Called the post corner. We call it a bend in our terminology, but he could make people think he was going to the post and then break back to the corner, and he could be more wide open than I think anybody I've ever seen.
He lulled people to sleep. They'd throw that inside play inside, and then he'd break off the inside play and be sitting there, and Unitas would always hit him. In Orrsville, that one corner in the end zone in Baltimore, when you almost get killed if you catch the ball there.
Although he was not God's gift to receivers, Jimmy Orr created a little piece of heaven called Orrsville. It was the final resting place for many a Colt touchdown,
and a memorial to one of pro football's most underrated players.
In 1962, Lance Allworth exploded into orbit, and for 11 years, he never landed. Like a 60s hot rod, number 19 roared down pro football's drag strips, blazing by the competition with the top down and the radio blaring. Allworth was so fast that even if the game were two-hand touch, no one would have laid a mitt on him. One thing he could not outrun were his own personal demons.
He was a guy that was driven for whatever reason, you know. Probably like all of us, stems from childhood somewhere.
My dad looked at me and he said, well, said, you think you played pretty good, didn't you? I said, yes, sir. You know, Dad, I scored 2 touchdowns and I did this and I did that. And he said, well, you've had a great night, but I want you to remember this. I said, no matter how good you are, there's always going to be somebody who can do a little bit better. And I went through my whole career looking for somebody like that, looking for somebody that was better than me, and to prove to him that I was that good.
Take a drive corner, Lance, or, you know, coming in from a good wide position and starting right down that middle and then breaking it off and taking it to the corner. You'll lose him. You'll lose him. You'll lose him.
Allworth was the standard bearer for the old AFL, a fast break league where point totals resembled NBA scoreboards.
First time he was 50, went cover 7. Second time he was 40, still went cover 7. I haven't seen any strong coverage yet.
There was no coverage strong enough to contain this bolt of Charger lightning. Allworth caught 542 passes for over 10,000 yards and scored 87 touchdowns. 17 times he gained over 150 yards receiving, and his 19-yard average per catch is the best of the top 20 receivers in NFL history.
The thing that made him an Hall of Famer was his heart. He gave everything he had, every minute that I ever saw. I played against him on a football field.
Inside Allworth beat the heart of a winner. He was a fierce competitor who never quit on a play or backed down from a challenge.
Fearless competitor. I mean, he didn't make him any difference whether you ran across the middle or anywhere you ran him, he was going to go for that football. He had great intestinal fortitude.
They used to tell me I was like a gnat. These linebackers would say, you're just like a gnat. You can't hurt us, but you're always round.
He stuck his handsome face into ugly places, and defenders did their best to mess up his pretty boy looks.
You put 2 people on him to beat on him. Butch Bird beat on him. That's when we had the bump and run. Butch Bird to beat on him. You have a safety beat on him, and yet he comes around and he catches the ball. The guy was just phenomenal. He just had everything going for him.
Lance Allworth possessed heavenly skills, but rarely has such a perfect player been blessed with such a perfect nickname.
Bambi. And it was a combination of not only the way he looked with his big brown eyes, but he could literally leap like a deer. Boing, boing, it was unbelievable.
Had uncanny ability to time his jump and take the ball away from people. Now, he was uncanny with it.
Run and jump like nobody's ever played this game, and a beautiful pair of hands that could catch anything thrown in his direction. Could just lay that ball up there and say, Lance, go get it.
Lance Allworth possessed a license to thrill, a license that not only granted spectacular plays, but gave respectability to an entire football league. For this, Allworth became the first AFL player to be inducted into the Hall of Fame.
And I got on the phone, and my dad was on there, and I said, Dad, your son just got voted. I couldn't get it out. I couldn't finish it. And, I mean, it's emotional to me even right now. And I realized at that moment that all the things that I had done in professional football and college and all the athletic things that I had done, I'd been trying to prove to him that I was that good. Hey, Dad, I really am good.
Number 19, in his finest hour, Hall of Famer, Lance Allworth.
Features belong to a consummate pro. For 13 seasons, Larry Wilson was the embodiment of special courage and toughness for St. Louis. Number 8 not only was a symbol of the Cardinals, with his hawk-like profile, he looked like the Cardinals symbol itself. In 1965, with 2 broken hands encased in a cast, Wilson intercepted 2 passes against Pittsburgh, and the legend of the perennial All-Pro continued to grow.
At that time, there was a completely different attitude about playing when you're hurt. If you could run, you played because you wanted to. My injuries were very visible to people with the hands broken, but gee, I was playing with guys that were hobbling along on knees and ankles and thigh bruises that were a lot tougher than I was.
Wilson had no fear at playing with pain. He once smashed his front teeth with his own jarring tackle.
Saw the dentist, he said, no problem. He pulled them all out and he said I'd be eating steak by the weekend. Well, I couldn't even drink soup by the damn weekend. But as it worked out, the most pleasant experience I've had is being able to chew gum without teeth. It's a great feeling. It's a great feeling.
With or without teeth or hands, no one played free safety with the Wild West recklessness of Wilson. He owns the team record for most interceptions and the league record for stealing passes in 7 straight games. Wilson also was the innovator and master of one of the riskiest ploys in football, the safety blitz. Storming out of the shadows of the secondary, he terrorized NFL quarterbacks.
When a guy comes from a safety position to blitz, as many times as Larry did, and guys knowing that he's coming, you'd see him get blocked by big offensive linemen. I mean, they would deck him. He'd pick himself up. They'd call a blitz again, and here would come Larry again, just as hard the next play as he did the play before. And I tell you, he was a tremendous problem to try to attack and block, because he made no secret about it, he was coming. But if you were going to block him, you better be ready, because he was going to take you on just like he was 270 pounds.
One of the most tenacious little skinny guys I've ever seen on the field. I've never seen a defensive back hit so hard and hurt himself so much as Larry Wilson. I don't know how many concussions. He's always knocking himself out. Jack Tatum would go in and hit you, and you'd come out second best. But Larry goes in and hits you, and he'd be out. It was amazing.
I took pride in being a tackler, a hitter. Took pride in being called tough. You know, I wanted people to think that I was a football player. I wanted people to know that if you got in my area, I was going to hit you. And I'm going to hit you hard.
Larry Wildcat Wilson, the prototype free safety of his era, and a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. In the history of sport, no one has been tougher.
McGee is the rerun of Super Bowl I when I reached back with one hand and caught that pass, because they've shown that 9,000 times, and that's fine, because you know, it's better than that. If they didn't remember that, wouldn't remember anything.
But Max McGee made some of the most memorable plays in Green Bay history. Although McGee never earned All-Pro honors during an 11-year career, he was a clutch performer with skills that were comparable to the best receivers of his era.
You know, like Raymond Berry. They didn't have the blazing speed, but I would say finesse and intelligence kept McGee in the league for the length of time he was there. They would put the game plan in, and they would ask Max, what routes do you think you can beat Dick LeBeau on? Or what routes can you beat Bernie Parrish on? And McGee would put his own routes in because he knew what he could do against these guys. And he would set them up as such, and he would find a way to get open. McGee was just nonchalant, and he never got excited about anything, no matter what it was. He was always cool.
I didn't hustle every play. I don't say that being profoundly proud of it, but I kind of always had a little say for maybe when you needed it the most, and I think that was the best asset I had for pro football.
When the Packers ran to daylight during the mid-'60s, McGee was left out in the cold. As a reserve, he caught only 4 passes during the 1966 regular season. But while he didn't break any long gains, his habit of breaking curfew remained undiminished.
Young ladies liked him a lot, and he liked them a lot. And he had a good time. I know Vince Lombardi knew what Max was doing.
I got caught more than others, I'll say that. And Vince caught me once for 500, and then he caught me again, and he said, that'll be $1,000. And Vince loved to right in front of people to put a little embarrassment on you. And he says, McGee, I told you it's going to be $2,000 this time, and if I catch you one more time, it's going to be $5,000. And if you can find somebody worth $5,000, let me know, and I'll go with you.
Hollywood-style hoopla made Super Bowl I a glittering affair. McGee naturally gave full vent to his penchant for partying amidst the star-studded surroundings.
I just had to go out and see the lights on Sunset Strip, so out I went, and as you go in the bars, you meet people, and, you know, I met a couple of airline stewardess from Chicago. I don't remember who they were, and they probably don't remember who I was, but, you know, the night kind of wore on, and I finally definitely made breakfast the next morning with the team, and I felt pretty doggone, I didn't feel that bad, but I didn't expect to get in this football game.
Max told me before the game, he says, boy, I hope you don't go down. He says, I'm not in very good shape. And I kind of laughed, you know, because Max is liable to say that anyway. And sure enough, I lasted 3 plays before I went in and made a block on Johnny Robinson and went out of the ball game. And Max came in, and of course, the rest is history.
You couldn't have had a better situation than I did. Wasn't expected to play, had nothing to lose. And boy, from then on, you have hot days and you have cold days, and I had a hot day. And when Bart threw the first touchdown pass, as the film shows, Bart got a little rush on and threw a pretty bad pass, and it was behind me. And I said, well, I better reach back and try to break up this interception. And that's when I reached back, and the ball stuck right there. I mean, just the end of the ball right there, and I put it under my arm. Looked like we'd practiced it all year, you know. So that was the first Super Bowl touchdown.
A second score capped off McGee's unexpected heroics.
I didn't do anything that a lot of other people couldn't have done. It's just the fact that I happened to get the opportunity to do it, and the circumstances and everything, and it was the first Super Bowl, and I was always better when the camera was rolling in those days.
At age 34, this veteran was the oldest player on the field, yet by game's end, he had caught 7 passes for 138 yards and 2 touchdowns. A night of revelry may have left Max McGee with a ringing in his ears. But when he heard the call to glory, he responded with one of the finest individual performances in Super Bowl history. The mystique that made the Vikings so magical in the late 60s and early 70s began in 1968. It started with head coach Bud Grant, the former Canadian Football League star and Minneapolis Laker, who came home and convinced the Vikings that a cold climate was an ally, not a foe.
Well, you're talking to a Southern California third-generation native. I was born and raised on the beach in Orange County.
So when I came to Minnesota to sign my rookie contract, the coldest I'd been in my life was 45 degrees, and I had never seen snow fall from the sky. I got off the plane, Bud Grant met me, walked out of the airport, and it was 20 below zero. I thought I got hit by a Mack truck in the Santa Ana freeway. So the first thing Bud Grant told me was, Beasley, don't eat the yellow snow. I didn't know what he was talking about. So I saw his hunting dog whizzing on the snowbank. I didn't know what he was talking about.
We could be cold, but we could still play football. And if you left every 50-some players up to their devices of how to keep warm, we'd have 50 different combinations of gloves and underwear and turtlenecks and face masks or whatever to keep warm. I eliminated that by saying, we're not going to wear long underwear, we're not going to wear gloves, we're not going to wear anything special. That is taken care of. Now let's practice football.
When the other teams were preparing for the games, they were more worried about how they were going to keep their feet and hands warm than they were how they were going to prepare to beat us. And so I think it probably affected their concentration just a little bit. Whereas we knew it was going to be cold, because it always is and always was, and we just went about preparing for the game like the weather was not a factor and we were going to play in Miami.
Bud Grant's Icemen had cometh. But they also had a fiery side. That was exemplified by Joe Kapp, the weak-armed but strong-willed quarterback who, like Grant, came from the Canadian Football League with a special brand of bravado.
Joe was a guy that didn't, he couldn't run fast, he couldn't throw the ball very far. I don't know if he could read defenses that well because he had just come out of Canada. But what he did do is he went out and made the team win every week. And that's something that you can't put your finger on for a player. But the reason that I feel that he made it, that it made it happen for us is he was the kind of guy that would do whatever was necessary.
Whatever was necessary included sacrificing his body and infusing a unifying spirit.
I think the 1968 Viking football team, which was the precursor of some great teams that followed, had its soul, Joe Kapp. He was one of the few athletes at the time who honestly worked well with all races on the team.
John Henderson, John!
All right.
Big John!
I remember Carl Eller yelling across the locker room at Joe, saying, Joe, man, you got soul. And he loved that moment, and it meant something to Joe. Well, that built the team for 1969, gave it character.
We were 8-6. We won the Central Division in '68, and we were 12-2 in '69 and went to the Super Bowl. So there was a spirit that evolved, and what that spirit became was 40 for 60. In those days, the rosters were 40 men on a team. There were 60 minutes in the game, obviously, and it was that every man counted.
I know for a fact that there is no most valuable Viking. There are only 40 most valuable Vikings. I just can't accept this. Thank you.
Today, of course, the Minnesota Vikings play in a dome. But much of their heritage and character was forged on a field of ice. That began back in 1968, when a pair of cold weather warriors named Bud Grant and Joe Kapp came together and established a tradition. It's a tradition that has led the Minnesota Vikings to 4 NFC championships and 17 winning seasons over the last 25 years.
1961, and the debut of the expansion Vikings in Minnesota. Norm Van Brocklin's Purple Gang against Papa Bear's Monsters of the Midway. A rookie quarterback by the name of Fran Tarkenton engineered a huge upset with 3 touchdown passes and a 37-13 shocker at the Met. 5 years later, a gale blew through the Windy City and the Vikings defense. Gale Sayers rushed for 197 yards on only 17 carries, wowing the faithful at Wrigley Field as the Bears ended the 66 campaign on an up note, 41-28. In October of 1977, the Bears and Vikes went to overtime, tied at 16. Fred Cox lined up for a 29-yard field goal, but it was Paul Krause with the fake. Krause hits number 83, Stu Boyd, for the winning score.
George Halas coached a club that played by its own rules. Win or lose, the Bears' opposition would be black and blue when the final gun sounded.
They were really, truly great ball games that would go back to the type of the old days where none of the ball players had front teeth and everybody had broken noses and a lot of scars on their faces.
They were real tough and mean. They had players like Ed Sprinkle, Bulldog Turner, and people of that caliber who could go out of their way to decapitate somebody.
They were the meanest, most difficult team I've ever played against anywhere in Chicago.
The Bears were a team of tough guys, the monsters of the Midway, a quarterback's worst nightmare.
Against the Bears, I said the only way to beat them is just to hit them harder on the first play and put the fear of God and the fear of Walsh into them right off the bat, or whatever your name is. And I said, maybe they'll have a little more respect for you before it's over with. But you're going to get hit, and it's going to hurt.
Atkins, George, Fortunato, and Sprinkle were names as frightening in the 50s as the rogues gallery of the Capone mob had been 2 decades before.
But they were rough. Oh, they wanted to get you.
The Bears.
Oh, Ed Sprinkle, Christ, he'd cut you to ribbons. I mean, phew, with his cleats like that.
Whether it was the sting of his spikes or the swipe of his fist, Sprinkle, number 7, was the most feared tough guy of his time. The Bears came in all shapes and sizes, usually extra large. One man who could blot out the sun was tackle George Connor.
There's a cute story about George Connor at 240 pounds, 6'4". He was an incubator baby. He weighed 2 pounds, 12 ounces. And I told my father-in-law that story one time, and I says, you know, he was 2 pounds, 12 ounces, and they had to put him in an incubator. And he had looked at George, and he says, evidently they kept him in too long.
People that carried the ball and handled it would be wearing the large plastic face mask. So it's the first time I'd ever worn one. And George Connor spotted me, gave me a real good shot, and broke that plastic bar and knocked 4 teeth out and broke my nose. That's why I don't look particularly good anymore. But I was always respected the Chicago Bears.
Respected? Yes. Liked? Not a chance. The Bears never missed an opportunity to get in the last word or the last hit.
Coming from the college game and hearing this talk and all these punches being thrown and the kicking and the gouging and the bad mouth that was going on was incredible. I thought, my God, these guys are unreal. And it was just a typical Alliance Bears thing.
Somebody was always jumping or kicking or popping somebody. Yeah, they were fighters, so every time they wanted to fight. I think they've been trained to fight, because every time we had a fight in there, if we'd get out of there without a fight, it'd be a miracle.
George Halas was the power behind the punch, a coach who preached toughness on the field or from the bench.
The greatest thrill was on the sideline, where you had to encourage the players and once in a while talk to the officials.
One of the stories that actually happened with Halas was the guy who was penalizing the Bears, and Halas is hollering, "You stink," you know, in a few uncertain terms. And so the guy walks off another 15 and says, "How do I smell from here?" You know, that's a true story.
George Halas was a real smart mouth. Obviously is revered as one of the great coaches and obviously a founder of the National Football League, and no question a great man and a great human being. But when we were playing him, he was just another bum with the Bears, and a sarcastic bum. And Halas was always at the forefront. We always felt Halas had all the officials in his hip pocket. Of course, it wasn't true. And that he had the press in his pocket, which may have been true. And that he had everything going his way in Chicago because he was the granddaddy of them all.
To George Halas, any scheme, any trick against an opponent was fair game if it meant victory.
The thing that really annoyed me as a competitor when you went to Wrigley Field was that Halas actually sells seats on our bench to patrons of the Bears, and the rope would be right behind you, and the fans would be standing directly behind you with the obscenities in your ear while you're trying to hear what's going on and play a football game. So it was a terrible place to play.
Sometimes they'd give them towels with holes in them, or straggly towels. You see, you had to supply the visitors with all these things. Put itching powder on the bars of soap, which is very childish, but it was just a gag, anything for a gag.
Halas was also tough on his own players, putting them through training camps that seemed more like Alcatraz.
We were actually locked into the rooms at night with chains. They had chains across the doors of the outside doors, and they had a fellow by the name of Dick Tracy that was hired by the school and by George Halas to turn anybody sneaking out. And there was a lot of light around the outside, very similar to a compound in a prison somewhere.
But Papa Bear's harsh treatment achieved its goal, toughening the team and molding it into a unified force.
We were set off by ourselves 100 miles from anywhere, so we were there, and we got to know each other extremely well during those 8 weeks of training camp. They were great guys, but I think the difference is the fact that we lived so close together. We were not financially so independent that we could afford to live too far apart. When we were out of town, they kind of grouped together for their own protection somewhat, and we shared a lot together.
The team that lived together hit together, and no one hit harder in the 50s than the Monsters of the Midway. They were the Windy City's tough guys, bruising brutes from the days when the Chicago Bears were truly grisly.
Go here, right? You just got to fight your way in there and get in there. Thing on that.
10 years before becoming a Washington Redskin, Billy Kilmer endured an apprenticeship like no other quarterback has, before or since. In 1960, he was the nation's total offense leader. The last All-America single-wing tailback, Kilmer was drafted by the 49ers to fill a very specific role.
Red Hickey was the coach in those days, and he thought he had invented the offense of the 60s, meaning the shotgun. And he needed a guy that knew how to run out of the tailback position, because Wade Tittle was there, John Brody was there, and neither one of them had ever run a tailback position or knew how to run it.
The offense of the 60s lasted 10 weeks. In a more traditional alignment, Kilmer became a running back, where he showcased his versatility as a runner, passer, and receiver. Of all the hits that Kilmer ever absorbed in his career, none was harder than the one he took in 1962 in a near-fatal automobile accident.
You're laying in a hospital room with your leg in a cast, and a doctor comes in and tells you that, you know, they might have to take it if the infection keeps persistent on it. But I survived that, and I had to rehab the leg. You know, it took me a whole year, the whole 63 season.
No longer able to perform at running back, Kilmer spent the next 3 seasons as a backup quarterback.
I always knew I could play quarterback, but you know, there's not that many jobs out there. No, who's going to give you a chance?
The chance came when the newly founded New Orleans Saints chose Kilmer in the expansion draft.
There was never a better leader than Billy Kilmer, and he was our third-string quarterback when we got him. He never complained about being the third-string quarterback. He really worked hard until he got his turn, and when he did, he performed.
His performances never drew rave reviews for style and grace. Kilmer had more courage than skill and survived on wit and grit.
People would say, well, Billy doesn't throw a pretty pass. It's not this, it's not that. Against the St. Louis Cardinals, I remember we beat the Cardinals one year, 51-42. He and Charlie Johnson threw 6 touchdowns apiece. Wasn't very pretty balls, but a lot of touchdowns involved in those arms.
He had some great games, but he spent most of Sundays on his back looking up at the sky. I mean, he was sacked thousands of times.
I have never known a man with that kind of pain threshold. We were playing the 49ers, and they had a big lead on us. They ran a safety blitz, separated his left shoulder. He had to leave the field. He was back in one series and went on to beat the 49ers in that game.
Kilmer's trials by fire were an inspiration for a Hollywood movie, starring a man who looked remarkably like Ben-Hur, idol to millions.
Charlton Heston is going to make a forgettable movie called Number One, about an old, over-the-hill quarterback who tried to make a comeback. And it was funny to watch Kilmer, who was anything but a classic forward passer, try to teach Heston how to throw the ball. And Heston never, in the movie, he raced the chariot a lot better than he threw a football.
Heston went on to provide halftime entertainment for the remainder of the '68 season. For Kilmer, events on the field were often more painful than entertaining.
I'm sorry, Jim. Keep looking on 72. Geez, I just went blank, that's all. All right. I gotta go here, right? You just gotta fight your way in there and get in there. Thing on that. 271!
During Kilmer's 4-year stay in New Orleans, the Saints never won more than 5 games. But it wasn't for lack of effort, especially Kilmer's. 2 years later, he was traded to Washington. And in 1972, the former tailback turned quarterback led the Redskins to the Super Bowl. That was 10 years after a car crash nearly took his leg.
It probably saved my career, because at running back, I might not have made it another 3 or 4 years. It was brutal.
In the summer of 1971, the Washington Redskins acquired a forgotten journeyman quarterback named Billy Kilmer. With Sonny Jurgensen firmly established as Washington's starting quarterback, Kilmer's future looked no different than his past. For 10 years, he had known only discouragement, frustration, and misfortune. 10 years before, in 1961, Billy Kilmer, number 17, was a first-round draft choice of the San Francisco 49ers. But his promising debut was cut short when his legs were crushed in a nearly fatal car accident. Doctors told him he would never play football again. The drudgery of life in his father's dry cleaning business loomed ahead.
After I got out of the hospital and I went back home, he said to come into the business and start learning it. So I was in Pomona, California, where the business was, and I was pressing pants this one day in August, and it was about 110 outside, and that steam was hitting me in the face. And right then and there, I decided I wasn't going to do this the rest of my life, and I went out and ran harder the next day and harder the next, and worked my leg, because I was determined to come back and play football, and hopefully I could get back playing quarterback. But nobody at that time in my career ever thought that I could play quarterback. It took me a number of years to get established.
After a year and a half of determined rehabilitation, Kilmer returned to the 49ers. He never fulfilled the promise of his rookie year. However, in 1967, he was sent to the New Orleans Saints in the expansion draft. For 4 years, Kilmer played valiantly for the worst team in the NFL. He was not always the best of quarterbacks, but he was the best of men. Unafraid of failure and strong enough to assume the responsibility of defeat.
I'm sorry, Jim. Keep looking on 72. Geez, I just went blank, that's all. Gosh, darn it. I can't do nothing right.
In 1969, Kilmer suffered another setback. He was benched and replaced by Ed Hargett. And in 1971, he was traded to Washington, where George Allen planned to use him as a backup for Sonny Jurgensen. But Allen's plan had to be revised when Jurgensen was injured.
We have a lot of bumps and bruises, but all of this can help make us stronger. We got a guy like Billy Kilmer can come in and lead the team and help us, and that's what we want.
Kilmer had neither the arm nor the easy grace of Sonny Jurgensen, but he had a sense of daring and bravado which he was able to communicate to his coach as well as his teammates.
Here's what my policy is usually to go for 3 points. How close are we to a touchdown?
About an inch.
Is that right?
That's all.
That's what...
We're gonna go for it. Go for it.
All of this is guts down here. Get it, get it.
With Kilmer leading the way, the surprising Redskins made the playoffs for the first time in 26 years. And Kilmer was chosen the team's most valuable player.
Hey, listen up. Give this game ball to a guy, I tell you, that did a hell of a job today. He broke right out of that stuff and came out and led us right to leadership. Give him the ball. This ball goes to Billy Kilmer because he...
For 6 years, Billy Kilmer directed Washington's offense. 5 times he led the Redskins to the playoffs, and once to the Super Bowl. Within each victory, there were harsh reminders of Kilmer's past. But, as always, he eventually conquered both pain and adversity. Kilmer's character was as strong and resilient as his body. And his career became proof that persistence and courage can produce the same results as great talent.
I think the guy that should get the game ball is Bubba Tyer. He stopped, this thing was bleeding so bad and blood was in my eyes and in my mouth, and I told him, I said, you got to stop this bleeding, and he went over there. He was better than any cut man in pro boxing. He got that thing all stopped up, and from there it was just a matter of picking out the right guy, that's all.
As long as football remains a game of heart, as well as speed and skill, Billy Kilmer will always be remembered. college in 1964. In his first pro start against the Detroit Lions, this memorable catch earned him a nickname he would keep forever. The Catawba Claw put together one of the most unique rookie years ever seen in the annals of pro football. Pope only caught 25 passes in this first season, but incredibly 10 went for touchdowns, which was the league-leading total. Pope further astounded pro football followers by averaging an unbelievable 31.4 yards per catch, which was 10 yards more than any other receiver averaged that season. He had 3 touchdowns in one game against the 49ers, and the NFL's longest pass play of 1964 was his 95-yarder against the Green Bay Packers. Unfortunately, Bucky was the classic flash in the pan. The next year, a knee injury sidelined Pope for the season, and by 1968, he was out of pro football for good. But in that first year, the Catawba Claw gripped the public's imagination like no other player in the NFL.
I had a parade Cliff Branch out there. He was 155 pounds. He was so skinny his back pockets would fight when he'd walk.
But Cliff Branch's motto was run, don't walk. He was an undernourished and undisciplined receiver when he joined the Raiders in 1972. But his Olympic caliber speed turned uphill battles into downhill races. And for 14 glorious seasons, Branch ran through stop signs and ignored speed limits.
Cliff Branch was the ultimate threat for the Raiders because we threw the deep ball. He would stretch the defense. Those guys were just afraid that he'd blow by them, and ultimately he would blow by them. I mean, he was the ultimate deep threat in the game of football.
Well, I think it put a lot of fear in the defensive back because of the fact that you close the cushion so much, and when they said the bomb was back in Oakland, they was talking about one player, and they was talking about Clifford Branch.
Cliff Branch believed that he could beat anyone deep on any play. Cliff would always come back and he'd tell me, Coach, I can beat him deep. And he'd tell Kenny Stabler. He said, Snake, I can beat him deep. And sometimes he would say it while they're playing the national anthem. You know, I mean, he would say, so we haven't even played yet. How do you know you can beat the guy deep?
Branch has always been perceived strictly as a speed machine. Rev him up, and he ran away from defenders. But he worked hard to become a total receiver, combining his gift of speed with the gift of grab. Branch gave the same lessons to all-pro defensive backs that he learned from Hall of Fame defensive backs.
We get Cliff in practice and just try to beat him down. I mean, really go after him. So when it came to game time, it was pretty easy for Cliff because he had gone against the best.
You can control your speed by just concentrating real hard on running your routes because the defensive back are going to fear you because of your great speed. But I think the reason I was able to control my speed is because I learned to run precision routes.
Branch was uncanny in the clutch and part of the seas of defense, remaining the only man afloat.
Cliff was a classic example of Al Davis's definition of a great player. Great players are the players who make big plays in big games. Cliff is a vivacious, effervescent kind of guy who lit up in big games. He just laughed and loved it and got excited about it and pranced.
The Saints jumped out on us real early, and the coach had benched me in part of the game, and we were falling behind, and I was just waiting impatiently to get in the game. And Coach Flores sent me in the game and got 2 or 3 scores quickly, and it turned the game around for us.
We're back under heavy rush. Gets to Branch to the 42. Gets away, dancing to the left 30, to the 50, to the 40, to the 30. He's going to go all the way. The 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown Raiders!
He was the guy who, when the game was on the line, when you could break the game, that's when he made the big plays.
Taylor back, he's going to pass, looking one way, comes back to the right, throws to Branch on the 2, scrambles, backpedaling, clawing, scrapping, touchdown Raiders! What an incredible story.
He was a money man. Postseason time came, it was time to go to work. It's money. We used to always say, hey, they got their hands in our pockets, they tried to take money out of it. We got to go get it.
Back is Plunkett. Time to throw. Deep to the end zone to Branch. It is caught by Branch. Touchdown Raiders. Holy Toledo.
The littlest Raider became the biggest player on the field in championship games. His feats were indelibly etched in silver and black, then forever sealed in black and white.
You just couldn't believe it. You know, when you lose your quarterback and you're up against Washington, who's a good football team, and you're behind to start with, and you hadn't had much success all day, you don't expect things to happen like that.
On Thanksgiving Day, 1974, Tom Landry and an obscure rookie quarterback witnessed what appeared to be a horrid chapter in Cowboy history. Trailing the Redskins 16-3, the Cowboys' only hope was Roger Staubach, a savior of lost causes. But neither saviors nor saints could deter a foe who knew the only sin was losing. When the Redskins knocked Captain Comeback unconscious in the third quarter, all that stood between them and victory was a baby-faced rookie quarterback named Clint Longley.
There'd been a lot of talk in that particular game. Darren Talbot actually came out and said they were going to knock Roger out. When the talk starts, Landry came out and said, well, they're talking, said they're going to knock Roger out, and all we've got left is that rookie, you know, nameless rookie. And then he just kind of would turn his head and look at me like this, you know, like, well, and of course the whole team looked at you and I said, well, you know, it'll never happen. I was afraid they weren't going to sit me in, you know, I was all they had left there, and I was looking over there, I was afraid they were going to call 3 timeouts, you know, to try to have to keep putting me in, because one of the biggest nightmares of head coaching in the NFL is to send in, you know, their rookie. But I was confident, you know, I felt like at the time I was a gunfighter with a football, you know, if there was somebody open, I could hit them.
This gunslinger demonstrated a fast draw and a hair trigger release, even though he had not played a down in 1974. Nicknamed the Mad Bomber for hitting Tom Landry's tower with an errant pass in training camp, Longley sighted in on Billy Joe Dupree for his first touchdown.
No, I didn't know who Clint Longley was, but I knew that George Allen and his defense has always had a history of quarterbacks coming in off the bench would do better because they never had a good book on them.
If anything, getting a play out, one of the Dallas plays out, was a lot harder than reading secondaries for me.
He was the very best at looking off. He was a very, very clever, crafty quarterback. I mean, he'd look over here and the ball was going over there and it'd be right on the money.
While Longley was the gamble in this high-stakes game, Walt Garrison was money in the bank inside the 5-yard line. Garrison's touchdown gave the Cowboys a 17-16 lead, a lead that vanished when Dwayne Thomas, a ghost from the Cowboys' past, materialized in the end zone. In a game full of irony, the most ironic twist was provided by Roger Staubach.
I woke up with about 3 or 4 minutes to go. And I mean, I was on the bench. I remembered the last 3 or 4 minutes of the game. And I asked to go back in there. And of course, Clint was having a good game, and Landry looked at me like I was crazy.
28 seconds remained, and the fate of the Cowboys rested in the hands of a crazy rookie who hunted rattlesnakes for fun.
Well, I remember we didn't have any timeouts left. There was 28 seconds left. The ball was sitting right on the 50-yard line, and the play was sent in, it was called 16.
Longley's 50-yard touchdown proved more than just a prayer of a pass. It was the product of an adjustment made on the move by Drew Pearson.
he was like a magician back there, and it was like having a quarterback run through the secondary. And it was largely his idea, because it was definitely a deviation of the 16 play. What he wanted to do was make the safety think he was going underneath them, and then straighten up and kind of split between the two of them. They were playing inside out, and caught the ball about the 3 or 4 yard line and went in untouched.
Longley had no command of the complex Cowboy system. Ignoring keys and coverages, he simply did what he did best, throw the football.
Blaine Nye made the comment is that when Longley got in there, he just looked back and he just looked, well, is anybody open? And he just, threw it. And that was his statement, the triumph of the uncluttered mind.
The game was both the sunrise and sunset of Longley's career in Dallas. The next season, he was shipped off to the Chargers after fighting with Roger Staubach, thus becoming just a footnote in Cowboy history.
It is a shabby trick on history's part that Eddie LeBaron, number 14, is only remembered as an oddity, the midget quarterback, a fluke of the 1950s. In spite of his obvious skill and ingenuity, Eddie was always viewed with more curiosity than admiration.
Being 5'7" and 160 doesn't inspire what most people think is the traditional pro. And all through the years, I had things happen to me that people didn't think I was a player. And in fact, probably some coaches. But when I was in college, I started college when I was 16. And we were going to train, and we passed 2 little ladies, and I was with, this was right after the war, and I was with 2 guys that had been in the service. And as we went by the little ladies, one of them said, who are they? And the other one said, that's the College of the Pacific football team. And one of them looked at me and said, isn't that nice when they brought their little son along?
As a 16-year-old freshman, Eddie played for an 86-year-old coach, the legendary Amos Alonzo Stagg.
Mr. Stagg was a unique person, and if a uniform had a hole in it, he took it home at noon, and his wife would sew it up. And she did his scouting. She was only 84, and she would be upstairs and phone down to him and tell him what to use.
In 1950, Eddie said goodbye to Coach Stagg and joined the Marines. In Korea, he was wounded and awarded the Bronze Star for bravery on the battlefield. No one ever questioned Eddie LeBaron's courage, only his size.
Mr. Marshall didn't want a short quarterback. So in the programs in those days, initially I was 5'10" and 180 when we started. And gradually they finally talked him into putting my true size down to 5'7" and 160.
LeBaron is only a half pint, but he causes the opposition more trouble than a full quart. Joe Walton makes the catch and fights for the touchdown.
What I couldn't do is if people were right on top of me just with an arm throw it down the field 30 or 40 yards. That's why I went to more run fake type plays or half rolls or roll out type of things, and so where I'd have a little more room to throw the ball.
LeBaron was the first quarterback to understand the tactical possibilities of the play-action pass. And in 1958, he led the NFL in passing and was voted the most popular athlete in the nation's capital.
I was speaking at a banquet, and I got in a line, and they gave me a little survey. I got up there, and they'd served me a child's plate along with the rest of the children there. That's kind of the way things went in those days. And I was the hero of the little folk. I used to get letters from fathers all over the country saying, my son is 5'3" and 112 pounds and wants to be quarterback, and would you write him and tell him that he can do it?
Like the famous watch of John Cameron Swayze, Eddie could take a licking and keep on ticking.
He went back to throw a pass, and you talk about a blind side. Norman Wild Man Willie played for us. I mean, he was a tough monster. He hit Eddie LeBaron from behind. I thought the guy was dead. He got up, and to my amazement, he looked at Willie, and he smiled at him. Smiled at him. I said, look at this. I can't believe this stuff. Unbelievable. And he was like that all his career. And he was a great little quarterback.
In 1960, the smallest quarterback was traded to the team with the smallest chance of winning, the newly formed Dallas Cowboys.
Eddie LeBaron will always have a very soft spot in the heart of all people that have been associated with the Cowboys, because he was our first quarterback. And he was an amazing, I don't think people realize what an amazing athlete he was. And this just enabled him to accomplish things that a lot of us normal human beings just couldn't have accomplished.
In 1962, at the age of 35, Eddie guided the young Cowboys to one of the most remarkable offensive performances in league history. Although Dallas won only 5 games, they finished second in yards gained, second in touchdowns, and only Vince Lombardi's Packers scored more points.
Well, I always admired Eddie. He was one of the high-quality players with character that I ever coached. I thought if he'd have been 4 inches taller, he liable to rewrote most of the record books because he was that good a passer.
Eddie LeBaron won no championships and set no records, but he enjoys a special niche in the history of pro football.
The greatest little football player that ever lived was Eddie LeBaron.
Born a Swan, okay? I mean, it's I couldn't invent that. You've got to be born with a good name that says that you're graceful. Once you've got the name, and your parents did a good job on that, the rest is making it seem effortless, making it seem like you're not working as hard as you really are. What set me apart was my ability to take that style into a place where it didn't belong, which is in the middle. I'd go up for the ball. I'd take that style in. I'd go up in the air for a ball. If it was low, I'd go down for it. And people would look at me and they'd say, and they still say it today, you're too small. You can't go across the middle. I always thought you were bigger. Size was motivation to play, because when I was growing up, I was smaller than all my friends who were older, and so I was always constantly improving, and I was tough enough to go in and do it.
I don't think he was known as a tough receiver. I think he probably didn't receive enough credit for that.
Defensive backs would sometimes look at me and say, well, I can knock that out of you. I can take it away from you. And year after year, I was still able to do it.
He was the most incredibly talented individual I've ever seen. He could do things that other people just couldn't do. I mean, I don't think Paul Warfield could have made some of those catches. I don't think Stallworth could. I don't think, you could name all the great ones, and I think only Swan could have made those catches. And it was a body control thing. It was like a Baryshnikov. I mean, he could leap and catch a ball that maybe was catchable, but wasn't catchable, and still keep your feet in bounds. And the great ability to leap and relax and still focus and catch the ball.
He was a type of receiver who enlarged the quarterback's target tremendously because of his leaping ability.
Because of Swan's leaping ability, had a very, very unique way to catch the ball, and that was Bradshaw would throw the ball high, expecting Lynn to jump up and catch it with his hands, but what he would do, he'd leap up and catch it inside of his body and completely protected.
Whenever you go for a ball in traffic, the ball is the most important thing in the world. You go up with your whole body. You bring that ball in like you're catching a punt. And when someone comes in to hit you when you're in that position, your whole body collapsing over the football protects it. And it protects you at the same time.
Never could get him, you know. I was always disappointed at Lynn.
Swan often had the last laugh with defensive backs who failed in their attempts to ground him. He was such a superb athlete, he could have pursued a different calling in the world of ballet, but instead chose football to express his artistry.
If I wasn't going to be a professional dancer, then let my athletic play be put to music and let me dance then.
For this Baryshnikov in cleats, all the field's a stage. Although even the most graceful athletes have their klutzy moments. For 9 seasons, Lynn Swann lived in the sky for one precious moment after another. But when championships were contested, he literally rose to the occasion. He was the epitome of the big game player, and in Super Bowl X against Dallas, Swann put on an extraordinary aerial display. Right from the start, he was invincible.
We're in the Super Bowl. I was motivated to play. I said to myself, I've got to make the first catch. And that ball could have been thrown anywhere. And, you know, something inside of me would have said, you have to make the catch.
Mark Washington for the Dallas Cowboys was covering, and you couldn't cover him any better. And he reached out of bounds, and at this time, his entire body was out of bounds. When he came down, both feet were in bounds, and I saw it.
It wasn't going to be an ordinary afternoon. I think I knew at that point.
En route to the most valuable player honors, Swann hauled in a game-winning touchdown with his typical flair for showmanship.
It was one of the greatest feelings in the world. You turn around and you see your whole team running at you. It's like you raise your hand and you say, yes, yes, this is it. This is what it's all about. This is what you're waiting for in your entire life, in your career. People will make other spectacular catches. There'll be game-winning catches. But Super Bowl X, that Sunday, that was my day. Forever.
Most discussions about great football games begin and end.
In the late 70s, the Steelers elevated football to a higher level, with Terry Bradshaw throwing to John Stallworth and Lynn Swann, number 88. Pittsburgh passed over teams they used to run through. The Pittsburgh Steelers made up for 40 years of defeat with a decade of victory. A decade unequaled for sustained excellence. 8 straight playoff appearances, 4 Super Bowl championships. The Pittsburgh Steelers of the 1970s, the best team ever.
I love the country life. I like horses. I like to fool those cattle, but I love a horse. And this is home to me. We've lived here since 1941, and it's a little far out in the country from any large town, of course, but we've got some small towns within 20 miles of us, so that's not so bad. I would never be happy in a big city. I don't care if they'd give me the whole damn city. I wouldn't like it if I had lived there all my life. When I was in school at TCU, I was flying to Washington to sign a contract, and Mr. Marshall told me to wear a cowboy hat and boots and have a little western flair there, and I did. But at that time, I didn't wear boots. I didn't wear a cowboy hat at that time.
Sammy Baugh, as opposed to the way quarterbacks live this day and age. My first year, I lived in a condemned hotel in Washington because the rent was free. Of course, Sam saved enough to buy a large cattle ranch, so the old story was Sam used to come to camp every year with a new pair of jeans and a $5 bill in his pocket, never changed either one.
I think the first championship game I ever played in, my first year, I think it was the thing that meant the most to me, because I never thought I'd ever play in a championship game in the Pro League. I'll just be honest with you. And I'll tell you, I never saw a bunch of boys that were cut up as much as everybody on both teams.
He was an arm. To me, he was funny looking. He looked like an egg with shoulder pads.
He was a player in command, in charge, that could back up what he said.
I think he's one quarterback could say to the receiver, which way you want the laces? You want the laces up? You want them down the side?
Sonny's a natural. Sonny really didn't have to work at being a quarterback. He had the natural arm. He had a sense of timing, and he knew his people.
Sonny Jurgensen probably played as well as anybody on Sunday after having a long visit to the local lounge on Saturday night.
Despite a hairline receding north and a belly heading south, Sonny Jurgensen played 18 seasons in the NFL, mostly for a collection of woeful teams. He began his career with Philadelphia in 1957. No Eagle receiver could outrun his spirals, and no one could keep up with him after dark. Slingin' Sonny was married to pro football, but wed to the night.
We borrowed one day a mannequin. It was a male mannequin. Then all the mannequin did was, when it was plugged in, was puff a cigar. It'd go over and over, and that's all it would do is puff the cigar, blow the smoke. And we took it back in a station wagon to the community club where we lived. Took it to the 4th floor, and at night, after bed check, I proceeded to put it in my bed, cover it up real nicely, and turn it on its side, figuring that the coaches would see that and Sonny would not get caught. But Tom Brookshire, who lived next door to me, came in, plugged the thing in while I was out, and here the thing was lying in bed puffing smoke when the coaches came in, and obviously I got caught.
Traded to the Redskins in 1964, Sonny's personal brilliance was obscured by dreadful teams. Without a running game, without an offensive line, and with head coaches coming and going through a revolving door, Jurgensen rose above the chaos, becoming the light amid Redskin darkness in the 60s.
Jurgensen never had the offensive line that the Washington Redskins have now, that your great football teams ever had. He had to take that snap and get rid of it because, boy, you were in on him.
I think he was good in that he had a real good vision of the football field, and he has a real good grasp of the knowledge of football. I think he was ahead of his time as far as picking up secondary receivers, knowing where a guy is more than likely to come open.
It was like a rubber band. When you snap a rubber band and it breaks, that's the way Sonny was. And he could throw from anywhere, not only from here, he could throw like from the sidearm like this. He even threw a pass behind his back one time. And I mean, the guy's like 20 yards away. The quickness of his mind of being able to leave a receiver and connect with another, and because that one was covered, and wham, the ball is gone. And that's Sonny Jurgensen.
While acknowledged by many as the best pure passer in pro football history, his talents were not mounted on the twin virtues of a healthy mind or a healthy body.
Sonny was a great connoisseur of wine. He loved wine. Also enjoyed drinking the stuff. Used to buy the real expensive stuff, $2 a gallon. And he would come and he would come in at practice some mornings, and the guys would ask him if he would yell the plays in from the sideline, and just don't bother to get into this enclosed huddle.
All the teammates were always on him, and the opponents would come up the line of scrimmage, and guys would make remarks to him. I'd be playing offensive line, I'd start snickering, and guys making comments about Sonny's belly and stuff, and his condition.
I always said I had a bad tailor. My uniform was tailored poorly. That's why I had the stomach. I think everybody that sat home with a six-pack on the weekend and watched games and sat there with their stomachs out in front of them and the T-shirt pulled down tightly over them, they could relate to me. They like me. They still like me because their wives could say, why don't you go out and get in shape so you could play ball or something? Look at those physiques. And they could always look at me and say, Well, look at that. If he can do it and play ball, then I can sit here and watch your games with my six-pack, so leave me alone.
While Sonny found the express lane to easy touchdowns, the Redskins kept taking wrong turns down one-way streets. After 5 losing seasons, the Redskins and the Redhead finally saw open roads with the arrival of Vince Lombardi.
The first meeting that we had, we sat down and across from each other in his office, and he said, you know, young man, I've heard many things about you, some good and some bad. He said, I'm sure you've heard good and bad about me. He said, the only thing I ask of you is to be yourself. Don't try to emulate anybody else. Don't try to be something that you're not. You be yourself, and we're going to win.
In 1969, the Redskins produced their first winning season in 9 years. Like Moses, Lombardi delivered Jurgensen to the edge of the promised land. But the championship fires died with Lombardi's death in 1970. 2 years later, George Allen arrived with a low-octane offensive philosophy meant to be driven by an economy model, not a gas guzzler.
The controversy as far as the quarterbacks are concerned here, I like Billy, I like Sonny. George created that. Fortunately for George and for the Redskins, Billy Kilmer and Sonny Jurgensen were friends. If we had not been, we could have split the team right down the middle. George wasn't honest with either of us. He would tell one thing, and he would come and tell me. And he'd tell me something, and I'd tell Billy. And it never worked out that he was telling us both the same thing. He would tell us something to try to get results. I'd been out for a while with an injury, and I remember one particular game when Kilmer was starting, and he brought the team down the field, and he got to about the 20-yard line. It was against San Francisco, I think, and he got hurt. He got his bell rung on second down and came off the field, and Allen looked around and reluctantly came to me to put me in, even though I hadn't thrown in about 5 weeks, and he said, now you go in, run a draw play, and we'll kick a field goal. So I go in, and I said, the hell with a draw play, I'm going to throw the ball. And I threw a pass for a touchdown and came back out, and he was upset, like, well, why'd you throw the pass? And I said, well, when I came to the line of scrimmage, they were hollering, look out for the draw, look out for the draw. So I said, oh, audible to the pass, and we scored. Only play I played in the game. He wouldn't put me back in.
Jurgensen's smile remained as brilliant as his right arm, a tool Allen only unleashed when situations got desperate and the team needed inspiration.
But he was a guy, though, that when he walked into the huddle, immediately prestige entered the huddle. Immediately respect entered the huddle. Command entered the huddle. The guys listened, and they also expected something good to happen. Oral Roberts couldn't have done as well, believe me. And he went in, he called the play, the guys went to the line, and they knew right now this guy is going to get the job done.
In the twilight of his career, when strategy needed to be born on the field and not on the computer, Jurgensen remained the best third down quarterback in football. After years of wasting his talent on losing teams, Jurgensen was injured late in 1972, the year the Redskins won the NFC title. Denied the chance to play in a championship game, George Allen refused to allow him on the sidelines for Super Bowl VII, and he became the Invisible Man.
They made 2 pictures of the team that year, of the championship team, NFC championship team. One with me in it and one without me. And they used the one without me. George Allen's decision to use the one without me instead of the one with me. And I did play 4 or 5 games that year and won 4 of the games I quarterbacked.
The embittered quarterback stayed on for 2 more seasons, playing little, more often watching others play the position he mastered. Sonny Jurgensen brought paunch, panache, and an occasional hangover to his calling. He was a winner, a natural, the heart and soul of every team he ever played on.
McDonald was not nearly as secretive.
He was never embarrassed to show his love and enthusiasm for the game. Tommy greeted his teammates with a salesman's grin and a bear hug for the world.
It was crazy. I mean, he'd do anything. I've seen him run at the 4th floor of the Hershey Community Club. And had little balconies out with wrought iron balconies. He would run and jump over the balcony on the 4th floor and catch himself by one hand. I thought he's gone 4 floors down. He'd just catch himself with one hand. He was a wild man, and everybody thought that he was always inebriated, and he never took a drink. He would be on the tops of bars and running up and down and doing dives and into anything, and he'd never take a drink, and he never had a cold beer or anything. But he was a lot of fun, and I tell you what, when you're on the football field and you needed him, you could throw it in a crowd, and he would go get it.
With my size and everything, I know the only reason that I was able to make professional football is because I just, baby, I've got a heart as big as a wash tub, and there's no word, I don't even know the word quit. It's not in my dictionary. I just wanted a quarterback to be able to say to me that when he was in trouble and he needed something, that old number 25 could come across.
Perhaps no player showed more lust for life or gift of grab than mini maverick Tommy McDonald.
New Orleans selects, first round, Wes Chandler, wide receiver, Florida.
The Saints were in need of a savior. And Wes Chandler pointed the direction towards the promised land.
Go straight down. Take him about 2 steps to the post. Straighten up. Give him a little wiggle. Come straight back to the ball. Beat him every time.
Wes made it look so easy. With his acrobatics, he outmaneuvered opponents and then danced around defenders, adding what would become the enduring signature to his craft. Chandler helped the Saints become contenders, but was not truly free to express his art form until he was traded in 1981 to a team that utilized his multi-dimensional talents. Wes's 56-yard return was the first punt run back for a touchdown in AFC playoff history and turned the game into a rout. San Diego looked invincible, but Chandler and Fouts watched their lead crumble. This was no longer a game. It had become a surrealistic experience with the plot twists of compelling drama. In the second half, the Chargers and Dolphins exchanged points and the lead. San Diego may have been down, but they were far from out. Chandler helped the Chargers tie it up and send the game into overtime, where on San Diego's final drive, Wes caught 2 key passes, moving the Chargers into field goal range.
When you lose a game 73-0, I told him it was 1 over par.
Ray Flaherty's career is worth more than a footnote in football history. His best friend was Bing Crosby, and they both rose to national prominence during the 30s. They grew up together in Spokane, Washington, where they were classmates and buddies.
Well, Bing and I, we were great friends. We used to go out and swim. We used to go out and play semi-pro baseball. We used to go out in the evenings, and we could borrow our dad's car or something. We'd go out to the lakes or the dances and one thing and another, and we had some great times. Yeah, we were always great friends. And then when Bing got into pictures, of course, he was a very big man, and he would have our players come out to the studio for lunch or something, and he'd call them all by name. I don't know whether he got a program or how he did it, but he'd say, hello, Bill, hello, Joe. He knew them all by their first name.
Bing was the singer, and Ray was the jock. Good enough to play second base for the Boston Braves, and good enough to play for Red Grange's barnstorming New York Yankees football team, who once played 24 games in one season, all on the road. He moved to the Giants, where he led the league in receiving and took pride in his toughness.
Well, I think I was a very good blocker for my size. I was blocking against fellows that were usually much larger than I was. Some of them shook me up pretty good sometimes, but I held my own most of the time, and they always had me play the strong end.
The strong end became an even stronger coach as he took over the last-place Boston Redskins. After one season, the Redskins were Eastern Division champions, then moved to Washington.
Here comes the Washington squad, 30 strong and plenty tough. Here's Coach Red Flaherty with some of the boys, anxious to put on a good exhibition for the benefit of owner George Marshall and his wife, the former Corrine Griffith.
George Marshall was the type of a fellow that liked to get a lot of publicity. He didn't care what they said about him as long as he got his name in the paper. George would make a lot of noise and say, I did this in the paper, I did that, but he would never make a move of any kind until I okayed it. He came down to the bench one time in Philadelphia, and somebody tapped me on the shoulder, and I looked around, it was George Marshall. And he says, Ray, we got to win this game. I said, George, that's what I'm trying to do. I said, you go back up and sit in those stands, because if you don't, you take the football team, pay me off, and I'll go on home.
Marshall used to come out on a practice field, and Ray used to get us all together. He says, everybody in. And Marshall would say, well, practice over already? Ray said, when you step out on this practice field, automatically it's over.
Marshall interfered, but he was willing to pay for the best college talent, like TCU's Sammy Baugh. Slingin' Sam was Washington's star attraction, and with number 33 in charge, the Redskins were able to challenge the NFL's greatest team, the Chicago Bears. In fact, it was a Washington victory over Chicago during the regular season in 1940 that helped set the stage for pro football's Day of Infamy.
2 weeks previously, the Redskins beat them 7-3. Subsequently, George Marshall, the owner of the Washington Redskins at that time, plastered his newspapers with stories about the Bears being crybabies over losing that game. And George Halas took every newspaper clip in which the Bears were denounced as crybabies and immature and so forth. And that was really his pep talk before the game. He said, you see these statements up here? You see what they say about you? You're the best team in football, but you got to prove it today.
When we came out that Sunday afternoon for the championship game, we looked beat, and they looked like a bunch of racehorses come out there. And after one play, that first play of the ball game, Bill Osmanski went 80 yards. That was it.
As the headlines, and I had to run down the field with Osmanski. And George Wilson, playing right offensive end, came over to the left, took 2 Redskins out with one magnificent block, maybe the greatest block in a championship game to ever be seen, to clear the path for Osmanski.
I think we made more first downs in the game than they did, but they made all the scores. And we just kept throwing the ball, and the Bears kept picking it off.
They kicked so many balls in the stands. The only thing we had left there is an old round ball that the water boy had. So I went to Sid Luckman. I said, Sid, don't kick this. God, that's the last ball we're going to... He said, okay, Frank, we won't. And they passed it and completed it. That was just one of those days. Everything went right.
But the score is 60-0, as I recall. The field announcer made the announcement that, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to get your season tickets for next year. 60-0 was the score, and the uproar all pointed at George Marshall sitting in an open box. They started to pelt him with everything possible and boo him. Everybody on the field got a chuckle out of that one. It was remarkable, not only because the team was so magnificent in its performance that day, but because it established the T formation as the outstanding formation of the day.
A lot of people said it was the T formation that did it. T formation didn't have anything to do with it. To speak of, I don't think it was their defense that intercepted 8 passes, ran 4 of them back for touchdowns, and then
scored after the other 4 interceptions, too. But you can't let that worry you. You can't worry about the past. You've got to just do the best you can and start thinking about the next one.
Ray Flaherty didn't let one defeat keep him out of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He finished his career with 2 wins and 3 championships against the Bears before retiring with a clear conscience to peaceful Hayden Lake.
No circus showcased as many center ring attractions as the 1950 Los Angeles Rams, a team that passed and ran at will and averaged almost 40 points a game. Happily for opponents like the Detroit Lions, the Rams gave up points almost faster than they could score them. Unfortunately for the Lions, what began as a point-scoring marathon in the first half turned into a sprint medley relay in the third period for the Rams.
Almost every time we got the ball, we scored. We scored 41 points. It was just an example of the explosiveness of the personnel we had in Los Angeles at that time with Fears and Hirsch and Bobby Boyd and Glenn Davis and V.T. Smith and our big fullbacks, Tank Younger and Towler. We could beat you anywhere on the field. We could explode for a touchdown real fast. We scored 41 points in that quarter against Detroit, and their kickoff return man ran 2 of those returns back during the same quarter. It looked like a racetrack out there. Everybody was crossing the goal line.
The third quarter reminded you of the old song standard, "Anything you can do, I can do better." The Lions sang a verse, then the Rams answered with the chorus. It was like the Rolling Stones trying to match riffs with the Count Basie Orchestra. This Ram band included 5 Hall of Famers and exciting long-distance runners like number 77, Vitamin T. Smith. The astonishing depth of the Rams was evidenced by number 80, Bob Boyd, a reserve end whose only sin was playing behind Tom Fears and Crazy Legs Hirsch. 6 touchdowns and a record 41 points in the third quarter helped Los Angeles crush the Detroit Lions.
I guess it's because we won, and we won big, and it was in 1952 against the New York Giants. They had a great team that year. I think they won the Eastern Division. It was our first year as a T-formation club, and we were struggling. But we played them in Pittsburgh this Sunday and beat them 63-7.
New York coach Steve Owen was so confident his defense could stop the Steelers that he elected to kick off. Pittsburgh's Lynn Shadnoy returned the opening kickoff 91 yards for a touchdown. Then, led by the passing of quarterback Jim Finks, the Steelers soared triumphantly through a game they were never expected to win.
Offense remained red hot as Jim Finks stokes the scoring furnace with a 22-yard heave to Albie Nickel, and Pittsburgh pulls away to a 21-0 lead over New York. Then Jim Finks pours more coal on the fire with a 6-point pitch to Ray Matthews, giving the Steelers a stunning 28-0 halftime advantage.
But everything we did that day was right, and everything they did was wrong. And the person who ended up being their quarterback, out of necessity, was Tom Landry.
The New Yorkers revert to form on this play with a wild display of firehorse football. It's Tom Landry on the tossing end of a pass to Bill Stribling, who goes down but bounces up quickly. When the Steelers hem him in, Stribling laterals to Joe Scott, who, when collared, laterals back to Stribling, and the lanky end streaks goalward. Billed in the 5, but scrambles up and dives across to put the Giants on the scoreboard, but on the short end of a 35-7 count at the end of the third period.
We knocked out their 2 starting quarterbacks. I mean, their 2 quarterbacks in the first half, and poor Tom had to come in from defense and play offense. And I recall I broke through the line. I was chasing Tom, and Tom had set up the pass, and just as he passed, I stuck my fist in his face. And really, I shouldn't have done it, you know, because to be perfectly frank, it was unnecessary. I could have got away without it, but it just was an automatic thing, and it really was a dirty play. You know, I didn't consider it that because his face was in front of my fist.
I remember a couple of things in that game, especially a defensive tackle that hit me in the mouth, you know, when I was quarterbacking. And it surprised me, I hired him later. I told him I hired him so I could fire him after hitting me. That's the thing I remember most about that game.
In the final period, and for the fourth time in the game, a touchdown toss by Jim Finks rains through the Giants' umbrella defense. It's Dick Hensley completing the 60-yard effort that makes the score read 42-7 in favor of the Steelers, who can do nothing wrong today. Conversely, the Giants don't seem to be able to do anything right, as Tom Landry's punt is blocked by Dale Dodrill and scooped up by George Hayes, who goes across to put the underdog Pittsburghers on the cozy end of an amazing 49-7 score.
The Steelers made a joke out of New York's famed umbrella pass defense, and their 63-7 victory was the most humiliating defeat in Steve Owens' distinguished coaching career.
And Steve did say after the game, he had the reputation of being the finest defensive coach in the National Football League. He said it was a good thing he was a good defensive coach because the score might have been 163-7.
Season has its moments of brilliance. No NFL campaign shone as brightly from start to finish than 1978. It took off in style on opening day when rookie running back Earl Campbell scored the first of his 13 touchdowns that earned him the 1978 MVP award. By midseason, a Walter Payton in his prime was well on his way to the third of his 5 consecutive NFC rushing titles. And by year's end, Fran Tarkenton had thrown the last of his 342 career touchdown passes, a record that may never be broken. But what also made 1978 special was the spotlight often stolen from the stars by supporting characters like Tim Mazzetti, the Falcon place kicker, who began the season as a Philadelphia bartender, ultimately became a hero in Atlanta when his clutch performance proved to be the difference in the Falcons' first ever playoff victory. The unsung heroes of 1978 were, oddly enough, the NFL rule makers, who allowed offensive linemen a new and rather liberal use of their arms and hands. The result was better protection for the quarterback and more passing than ever before. The NFL literally took wing. And among those who flew with it were Steve Largent, the AFC's leading receiver in 1978, and Charlie Joyner, the man Largent ultimately surpassed as the league's all-time reception record holder. This wide-open style of play was contagious. It was a frantic season, filled with flying footballs that bounced in many directions, producing a string of fantastic finishes that seemed to occur every week.
Atlanta has the ball at the 43-yard line. The Falcons will have to go 57 yards for a score here, and they need a touchdown, not a field goal. Bartkowski with a snap, drops the throw. Clock is running now, down to 17, throws long. Everybody's down there. The Saints look like they're there. There's the ball in the air. Jackson catches it. Touchdown, Atlanta. Unbelievable. There are no penalty flags. The Atlanta Falcons have come from behind with 10 seconds to go in the ball game.
10 seconds left. Oakland trails 20-14. The crowd takes up a chant of defense. Robisky and Banaszak are the backs. Slot right. Branch inside. Bradshaw, Stabler back. Here comes the rush. He sidesteps. Can he throw? He can't. The ball flipped forward is loose. A wild scramble. 2 seconds on the clock. Casper grabbing the ball. It is ruled a fumble. Casper is recovered in the end zone. The Oakland Raiders have scored on the most zany, unbelievable, absolutely impossible dream of a play. Madden is on the field. He wants to know if it's real. They said yes. Get your big butt out of here. He does.
Under 30 seconds left in the game. From here on in, Pizarchik can just fall on the football, and there is nothing the Eagles can do. And Pizarchik fumbles the football. It's picked up by Herman Edwards. 15, 10, 5, touchdown Eagles. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I do.
For the Philadelphia Eagles, the real miracle of 1978 was their inspiring rise from perennial loser to proud winner.
Well, guys,
12 years. 12 years have gone by since the Eagles have been a winner. We're going to come out winners today. You've worked like winners. You've played like winners. Sure, we won a couple we should have lost. But I'll tell you something else. We've lost a few we should have won. We're right where we ought to be, playing for the first winning season since 1966. Hey, God love all of you.
Hey, all right. Lazarchuk on a slanted. Intercepted. Intercepted by Frank Lemaitre, who takes it and touchdown. And that could seal it up.
That was for you. That's for you.
While the Eagles became winners, it was the Dallas Cowboys and Pittsburgh Steelers who emerged as champions. Both dynasties were attempting to become the first team to win 3 Super Bowls. And with history at stake, this clash of titans proved to be a classic. The Steelers streaked away to a 14-point fourth-quarter lead before Roger Staubach, captain comeback himself, tried to make his magic work one more time. In a furious final quarter, Staubach led the Cowboys back in an effort that was reminiscent of his many heroic performances. But in the end, Terry Bradshaw's Steelers, perhaps the greatest team of all time, soared to victory.
And he's going to Swan, and Swan makes a circus catch in the end zone. Unbelievable catch for the touchdown.
It was fitting that one of the finest Super Bowls ever played closed out the season of 1978, a glorious year that all of its participants can proudly look back on as the NFL's greatest season ever.
Vision was forged out of fire and ice. Cold stares that never melted in the heat of battle defined players who symbolized the work ethic of America's heartland and recalled pro football's primitive origins.
The black and blue division is football. I mean, that's where football really came from. You take the old industrial cities, you know, Chicago and Detroit and Green Bay.
It was kind of like the blue-collar division because kind of everybody had that common work ethic that the way you win this game is just to really get a little mud in your face and get down in the dirt and really play it a certain way. The name was appropriate because many times you ended the game with teams being black and blue for one thing. But I think it was kind of a style.
When the NFC Central was created in 1967, it was immediately governed by the law of the jungle. Savagery held sway in a world where sophistication was a totally meaningless concept.
There was no finesse involved. I mean, if you played in Minnesota or Chicago or Detroit or Green Bay in those days, there was no finesse. It was get after it, and you know, and it really was. It was a knockdown, drag out, because the only way to stop people like Green Bay and Chicago were to beat them up. It was really a defense-dominated division. Minnesota had a great defense. Detroit was always known for defense. And, of course, Green Bay and Chicago was always defense. Most of the teams ran the ball more than they passed it. I think that's where they got the black and blue.
The emphasis, again, was on the running game. And when you run the football that much, there's going to be a lot of pounding, a lot of punishment. And the games were all pretty close, and there was a tremendous rivalry.
And some of those battles, then they started to live up to the nickname of black and blue. They were very physical games.
We played the Bears, and we had 11 people carted off the football field. And it was probably the most vicious game I've ever seen in my life played. And the Bear-Lion games have always been that way. It's a very physical game, the Bear-Lions games. Always has been that way. I always get hurt in those games. Don't like those games.
People could care less if they scored touchdowns. They wanted to see people go out and beat up on each other. And that's what the black and blue division was for a long time.
The bare-knuckled brawlers of the black and blue division played in a bloody rage. To these men, a mere tackle was a nicety, while a knockout punch was a necessity.
players are human. You've got a reputation, you know, black and blue division. So I think a guy that might have been physical to a certain degree, all of a sudden felt pretty macho about the whole thing.
The black and blue division was that's tough football. You know, you kind of won the game on the field. We played in the mud, we played in the snow.
The legend of the black and blue division will forever remain frozen in time. It is a legend born of intense competition and impressive achievement. The years 1967 to 1973 constitute the division's heyday. And in 5 of the 7 seasons during this period, the best record in the conference belonged to a team from the NFC Central. But whether they won or lost, all 4 teams in the division embodied the brute force that produced one of the most fitting nicknames in the history of professional sports.
I've always felt that truly was probably the best name of any division that I think exists in the National Football League.
To harness that speed anymore, to put him outside where he could do his thing.
I'm very happy that they did that because it gave me somebody that I could depend on and go to. You knew that he was going to make the tough catch for you. He had such speed and quickness and strength and size.
Not too many people have been able to go from the running position to a receiver position. You hear a lot of people talking about it because if a guy catches the ball real well out of the backfield, oh, he should be outside as a receiver. It's not that easy. I can only think of 3 people who made that transition pretty well, and it's Lenny Moore, myself, and Charlie Taylor.
Luckily, I had Bobby Mitchell, who was a great one to sort of pattern my thing after Bobby. And, you know, Bobby was a smaller guy than me, but I used some of his stuff, and it worked.
I think Charlie was the epitome of competition. Charlie was a tremendous competitor. He never felt that the guy on the other side was better. The other guy on the other side, at best, was equal.
I knew when I was going to have a great day. I could just look at the defensive back's eyes, and I could tell. If I had this guy in my pocket, I could tell that.
Charlie had such great athletic ability. He was the best athlete on the field. You know, with the rule changes today, I don't know how many passes he might not have caught if you couldn't touch him. He was under the air where they were jamming people. You had to be physical to get into new patterns.
They had what they call the axe or the clothesline and all that kind of stuff. And they did become a little physical during the course of a game. And the only way you could stay in the ball game or survive was you had to either be physical or you had to outrun everybody.
Taylor's ability to out-hustle and out-muscle opponents made him one of the toughest, as well as one of the most talented outside receivers to ever play the game. Despite his 6'3", 200 pounds plus frame, he was incredibly agile. He boasted an assortment of dazzling moves that left defenses in disarray. Defenders trying to halt Taylor by hurting him found that a cold slap in the face only made him more determined. Taylor's Houdini-like escapes from would-be tacklers were spectacular for fans, but to his teammates, these eye-grabbing getaways were merely routine.
That was very commonplace for Charlie. One person, it was pretty hard for one person to bring him down because he was such a strong runner when he got to football. So for the players, although we were excited to see that, but we expected something like that from Charlie. The fans probably said, ooh, what is this? But we expected that from Charlie.
He dropped passes, but he made great catches too. And I figured, and my wife told me this, that whenever he dropped the pass, she always knew that what the next play was going to be because I'd always come back to him because I had to get him back in the game. I couldn't let him lose his confidence.
By 1975, Taylor was on the verge of catching more passes than any receiver in NFL history. But while his record-setting reception had headline-making potential, it ended up as fine print.
1975, and I'm going for the record. second game before the season's over. We play in Dallas. The TV is at my parents' house because I'm from Dallas, so the parents are sitting around the TV with the cameras on them. When this thing takes place, they're going to pan, I guess, right to my mom and dad. So I'm pumped for the game. So is Dallas. The Charlie Waters and Cliff Harris's, those guys are getting pumped too to stop this thing. First quarter, I broke 2 ribs. So I don't want to come out of the game. The doctor bandaged me up pretty good. The whole game, I did not catch a pass. Hey, my whole family sitting there waiting, ready to break out with the champagne and, the joy and everything, but it didn't take place until the fourth quarter of next week. And then everybody left the stands. I couldn't believe that.
While making NFL history, Charlie Taylor also made magic. He combined soft hands with a hard-nosed style of play. His versatile skills enabled him to produce 649 career receptions. And although Charlie Taylor was never able to be like Jim Brown, few receivers will ever be able to emulate Charlie Taylor. This Hall of Famer was blessed with a gift of grab, and he displayed it with pride.
I tell you what I'm proud of is that I was good enough to become an NFL player, first of all, and had the longevity to play the number of years I played, and then being respected by your peers to induct you into the Hall of Fame. That's what it's all about. I mean, you can take it as far as you can take it, but once you reach the top, then that's it. And once they induct you into the Hall of Fame, then you say, well, hey, I must have been pretty good. So I look back and say, hey, I was a hell of a football player.
All the beautiful legs in America could be found in Hollywood in the 1950s. And the most beautiful pair of all belonged to Crazy Legs Hirsch of the Los Angeles Rams. In Tinseltown, the king was Clark Gable, and the prince of the city was Elroy Hirsch, number 40. Crazy Legs was a spectacular player who made crossing the goal line as glamorous as crossing Hollywood and Vine. He accomplished things both as a professional and as an amateur that had never been done before or since. As an All-American boy in the 1940s, Hirsch became the only four-sport letterman in the history of the University of Michigan. But it was football where he ran away from everyone.
I didn't weigh much, and the neighborhood kids used to beat me up. I had to run fast. At night when I'd go home or after school, I'd try to step in between the cracks on the sidewalks and try to run as fast as I could. That not only taught me to keep the knees higher, it gave me the ability to cut.
In 1942, those cuts and the twists and turns of fate conspired to turn Elroy Hirsch into a legend.
Say, Hirsch, where'd you ever learn to run like that? You got the craziest pair of legs I ever saw.
Hey, wait a minute. What did you say? Crazy Legs? Crazy Legs Hirsch. Think that name look okay in print?
Sure could use something else besides Elroy.
I suppose writers like it because it's kind of novel, and it's like Spike or Babe or something like that. It just, I wouldn't know what to do if somebody called me Elroy. Most people call me Legs.
Those legs carried both Hirsch and the Rams on fantastic journeys where no one had ever traveled. In 1951, in a 12-game season, Crazy Legs caught 66 passes, gained 1,500 yards, and scored 17 touchdowns, averaging 48 yards per scoring catch. Truly He-Man totals for someone with such an unmanly stride.
I wobble back and forth, and the legs go kind of like an egg beater. If you've ever seen a girl run from behind, I run kind of like a girl.
But while Hirsch wiggled and wobbled, he proved conclusively that the shortest distance to a touchdown was rarely a straight line. Although he made everything appear so effortless, there was more to his fingertip catches than a great pair of hands.
We used to stand 15, 20 yards apart with our backs to each other. And a quarterback would throw the ball and always throw it over your back and over your head, so you're constantly practicing catching it from that position.
dazzling feat seemed bigger than life, and the teaming of Hirsch and Hollywood was inevitable. At the height of his playing career, Crazy Legs packed up his good looks and moonlighted as a movie star. He made 3 movies, including Unchained, a prison drama. And his own life story, Crazy Legs All-American.
Fighting loyal we stand, true to the theme of the land.
It's no secret that the fans and papers are really honest. You know what they're saying. That we're front runners. That we're folding now that the pressure is on us. They're even saying we haven't got the guts to be a championship outfit. Well, are we going to take it? Come on, let's get out there. You try to not act. They always keep telling you, act natural, act natural. And you've got people all over, with lights all over, and you're trying to hold a girl and kiss her, and people are saying, remember the line, don't get in her key light.
You had it all worked out, didn't you, Forty?
Then the last words are, act natural. It just doesn't come around.
This is the first time in the world a girl's ever been proposed to on a football field.
In a career which lasted to 1957, and one where truth was often stranger than fiction, it was only fitting that a false rumor of Crazy Legs' retirement in 1954 produced a bizarre Hollywood ending.
After the gun went off, the mob came on the field and started to tear our jerseys off, tried to get a souvenir. I said, hey, just a minute, I'll take it all off and give it to you. So I stood up, took my pants off, pads and all, and threw it to the crowd, the jersey, the T-shirt, my shoulder pads. Luckily, I wore a girdle-type hip pad, but that's the only thing to save me from being naked.
So people finally got to see those Crazy Legs.
Yes, that's right.
Game. Howard Cosell, I think, nicknamed me that because that particular year I threw so many touchdown passes outside the 30-yard line, and I didn't like it at first. You know, it had like, you know, throwing the ball crazy. But then I thought about it, and I really utilized it as a tool. To put a little fear in the defensive secondary. I remember I could look out at a cornerback and just stare at him until he made eye contact. If I could get him to back up 2 steps, I knew I had him.
By reducing enemy game plans to rubble, the Mad Bomber demonstrated that his nickname was richly deserved.
The Mad Bomber, they named him right. He was going after it. I mean, he went back and he unloaded that ball. He wanted to go for broke every play.
1st and 10 from his own 1, he's going for the touchdown. 3rd and 10 from your 8, he's going for the touchdown. I mean, this guy would stand back and you could see him from the sideline. When he was going deep, it looked like he stood taller. And when he threw the thing, I mean, it was like shooting an arrow in the air. It didn't look like it was going to ever come down, and you'd swear that when he threw it, it slipped out of his hand. God, could he gun that thing. You know, it just wore our defensive backs out, because every other play, down the field, you know, Warren Wells deep, Fred Biletnikoff deep, Warren Wells deep again. It would never stop. There was no stadium in the league that could hold Daryle Lamonica.
He had the ability to just light it up. He got hot, my God. And he'd start throwing that football. He had an electricity to him. Our players could feel that in the huddle. And he got it, and they knew when he got it, look out, buddy, because he's going to hand it to you. And I think this is a great thing that he had. He just accomplished so much because he could throw that football.
Over a 6-year span that began in 1967, Lamonica threw 145 touchdown passes, more than any quarterback in pro football during this period. This 2-time All-AFL selection possessed a keen understanding of passing strategy.
10 up, I'll let you go.
And he was well aware that being a flying ace made him a sitting duck.
I got nicknamed the Mad Bomber, and as all quarterbacks, I'd like to throw a few of those shorter passes too, and not taking the hits because it takes 3.4 seconds to throw the ball deep. Gives that defensive end one more stride, and when he hits you, he really unloads on you, and your body can only take so many of those hits.
To throw the deep ball and to throw it well, you have to be very courageous in that pocket, and you have to be willing to hold the ball a little longer.
That's one thing with Al. You know, he always wants the ball up the field. Well, you know, that was perfect for Darryl because Darryl liked to get the ball up the field, and Darryl did an excellent job at it.
I believed in that philosophy, and we won with that philosophy.
LaMonica applied this philosophy with devastating efficiency. The Mad Bomber's ability to hit his targets enabled Oakland to zero in on victory. From 1967 to 1972, LaMonica was at the controls as the Raiders won 80% of their games and compiled the best record in pro football. LaMonica piloted his team to 4 consecutive AFL title games and 1 Super Bowl. But a world championship proved elusive, and many have failed to appreciate the fact that there was a method to this Bomber's madness.
I think Darryl was the most underrated of the starting quarterbacks the Raiders had. He never got enough credit. He had a great arm. He was a picture thrower. He looked good throwing the ball, and he could really sing it out there.
When Darryl LaMonica ordered bombs away, he proved the supremacy of air power and took the Raiders to glorious heights.
Of the Washington Redskins was a little jitterbug of a back who bounced and spun around like a dance contest winner at the local record hop. He displayed the improvisational flair of a drum soloist. Tackling James was like trying to catch a live trout by hand. And during an 8-year career that began in 1956, James caught passes, returned kicks, and even played defensive back. Though it took him longer to run the 40 than it did to play the minute waltz, he got by on determination and grit. As a blocker, James introduced slam dancing long before it became fashionable. Prior to his football career, James had been a college acrobat. As a pro, he was also quite a juggler. Since this tiny terror played for some horrible Redskin teams, he labored in obscurity. But it's time we took our hats off to Dick James, a golden oldie well worth remembering.
Go. Cowboy Richard Post was Cool Dickie Post, a mod hipster who stood at the center of San Diego's grooviest scene.
On this shirt in particular, I dug it when we got it, 6 months ago, whatever it was, a year ago. People just love wearing that type of thing. It's just a good, funky look. It's just a neat, funky shirt.
In the funky late 60s, players were not a stylish lot, except for this baby-faced runner with a little boy's name.
I was born Richard M. Post, and Dick is just short for Richard, and that fit the style of being a little small running back. Dickie Post kind of had a ring to it.
There was a period there at the beginning of artificial turf where I remember specifically looking for guys with a very light feet, could kind of flit around. He was one of those until he planted the foot and had to go from here to here and then bang.
By the time I was step and a half, I was almost full speed. You're already at top form, and then you're starting to look to wherever the daylight is.
The open field was the open seas for Dickie Post, and he charted courses only he could navigate.
If I saw daylight, well, then that's pretty much where I took it. We'd have, of course, the plays designed to go either left or right, or wherever it was going around in was a better one for me than sweeps. I was more of a nervous runner, paranoid, probably. It's not a style that anybody would want to copy if you can find somebody else. It worked for me. it consumed so much energy. By the half, I was totally exhausted.
But it was Post who left tacklers gasping and fans gaping. He was called a water bug, and he skittered across NFL ponds, his stumpy, churning legs making him appear twice as fast as anyone on the field. It seemed the hounds would never catch this hare, but they began to nip at his heels, then took bites out of his legs.
A guy that was an instinctive running back the way that I was, you've got to rely on your instincts. And what I found was starting to happen was that everything would go towards where I thought would go except my body, towards the cut or the opening or whatever was there, and the old body just refused to go. There was so much pain involved in it and I knew, the writing was on the wall, and so that was pretty much the end of my career.
Although you'll not find Dickie Post's name on best ever lists or in the NFL record book, his running style was as distinctive and his runs were as spectacular as any player in pro football history. Post distanced himself from pro football faster than he outran defenders, finding more fulfillment away from the field than on it.
Live as comfortable as we can, take care of business, and raise our little boy, Corey, and just try to enjoy it. Try not to get in too big of a hurry. Just enjoy life.
With these distinctive legs, Floyd Little could always be identified without benefit of a game program.
I used to go to bed at night and wrap belts around my legs. I had belts around my thigh, belts around my knee, belts around my calves, so I could wake up one day and my legs would be straight. I hated being bow-legged.
Little may have scorned the gams God gave him, but his widened walk made defenders even more upset.
I think my balance was a lot different than guys who did not have that parenthesis in their legs. So if you look at some of the times I've been hit from the side and been knocked away, I was able to fall down and bounce up again. A lot of times it takes two arms to tackle a guy with bow legs. If you're running with a wide stance, you can't get both arms around my legs. And it helped in breaking a lot of tackles because a lot of times they've just tried to wrap both legs and they anticipated it to be a lot closer, only to find out it wasn't close. And with the arm strength I had, I was able to knock a lot of people down. So yeah, the bow legs had a tremendous lot to do with my balance and my strength as well, and my leg strength and my power.
In Floyd's first seasons with Denver, these little legs were the only legs that the struggling Broncos could stand on. Number 44 led the team in rushing 7 times, made the club respectable, and became king of the Mile High City. Little's popularity extended beyond the playing field. There was no charity he would turn down, no cause too small for his philanthropic efforts.
Floyd Little, take 3.
Action.
Denver is my adopted town. I love it here. It's home. This is where I'm raising my family. This is where I go to school. This is where my roots are. And that's why I'm voting for Denver Water on November 6th. I know that without enough water, there will be fewer jobs and fewer job opportunities. You see, I work here myself. I'm Floyd Little.
No one in Denver was loved more than Little. But beneath his generous public spirit burned a scorching fire of rage that first surfaced when a battery of psychological tests was given by Broncos head coach John Ralston.
So he said, I just got your test results, and I'm really concerned about it. I said, well, what is it to be concerned about? He says, well, the test result says that you're a homicidal maniac. Do you know what that is? I said, no. He said, well, my God, I mean, you're probably the #1 guy in our whole organization, and we had no idea that this was your character, your posture. I said, well, what's a homicidal maniac? He said, a guy that could just kill without any feeling. I said, oh, yeah, I'm a homicidal maniac.
Perched atop those bow legs was the soul of a fierce competitor who would never back down from any fight.
I swung out for a swing pass. I was not even in the picture at all. And I was watching the ball in flight. And a linebacker came up, and he hit me so hard, he knocked me back maybe 6 yards, and it was like head over heel, over heel, over heel. Busted my face mask, busted my mouth, busted my nose. I mean, he just really, really cold-cocked me. And I never did get a chance to get him because after the game was over, he sprinted to his locker room. You think these linebackers can't move. I mean, he ran to his locker room, and there he stayed, and I stayed out in front of his locker room with my uniform on, just waiting for him to come out. Finally, my teammates and the coaches came out and says, hey, we have to go. Our plane is waiting. We have to bus it back. Either you're going to stay here or you're going to get on the bus and go with us. I says, well, I'm staying here. I want him. I've never been hit like that before in my life. Yeah, damn, geez, I was so upset that I didn't get him, you know. And here it is, what, 10 years later, I'm still talking about it.
Little channeled this resentment into aggressive on-field performance. The perfect rebuttal to those who ever laughed at his bow legs or questioned his capabilities.
I've always been told as a youngster that I wasn't big enough, strong enough, fast enough, or smart enough. That's the anger. All the time you being told you can't has built up so much hostility in me because I'm out to prove to you in the world that I cannot be judged by somebody else's standards. I have to be judged by my own. And I think that angers me more than anything else in the world when you tell me I cannot. Then you got yourself something to reckon with because I can.
Stadium has showcased many great New York sports legends. There was Y.A. Tittle, the passer, and Whitey Ford, the pitcher. There was a middle linebacker named Sam, a slugger named Mickey, and of course, an immortal named Babe. But in the mid-60s, the Yankees and Giants were dynasties in decline. Yankee Stadium needed a new hero. The man who filled that role was a quiet receiver from Texas Southern. He wore number 45, and like those stadium stars of old, he was a big play performer. In fact, his name seemed to be the stuff of legend. His name was Homer Jones.
He was slim-waisted. He had heavy, strong legs, very strong legs, had big hands, and he could run that 100 in anything you wanted it. I mean, anything that the guys today run it in.
As a collegiate track star, Homer Jones had once beaten 1964 Olympic sprint champion Bob Hayes. But despite enormous physical talent, Homer's small college training hindered his development in the NFL. When the intricacies of the pro offense mystified him, he was often known to diagram his route right on the spot, a ploy that confused defenders more than his own teammates.
We had a St. Louis cross called in the huddle, and that was a wideout. Homer's split end position was supposed to run about 10 yards down the field and cross over the middle of the field and catch the ball. Homer ran a fly straight down the field. Quarterback picked it up, hit him for about a 75-yard touchdown. After the game on Tuesday during the films, Allie Sherman lit into him. Homer, it was supposed to be a St. Louis cross. Now, Donna, you got to know those plays. Homer, that was a St. Louis cross. And Homer said, well, Coach, how was it for distance?
The freewheeling Jones not only improvised pass patterns, he also changed forever the etiquette that goes with scoring a touchdown. Elmo Wright certainly invented end zone choreography, and White Shoes Johnson scored high marks in artistic impression. But such behavior was non-existent in the NFL until Homer Jones came along in the mid-1960s to haphazardly create what is known as the spike.
Well, I had always said that when I made my first touchdown, I was going to throw the ball in the stands. And in the meantime, I had forgotten that they had changed the rules on the off season. That I think it was a $500 fine for throwing the ball in the stands. And as I crossed the goal line, my intentions and my ambitions was always to throw that ball in the stand, but I thought about that $500 and it came down and I threw it on the ground. So that was the original spike right there, the origin of it.
In a true reflection of the times, Homer became a New York City cult hero, while back home in tiny Pittsburgh, Texas, he emerged as the town's #1 celebrity.
These are the ones that kind of slightly pushed me up into football. In fact, when the high school days, I only had one on my side, and that was him. She was against the football playing because she had bought me a saxophone.
He came out to the barn and asked me, he said, I want to play football. Mama want me to play in the band like a sissy. I said, I want to play football. I said, can I play football? I said, you think you can play football? He said, yeah.
Despite never having played on a winning team, Homer Jones was one of the greatest deep receiving threats in his time. 3 times he surpassed 1,000 yards in receiving in a season. And he still holds the NFL's highest career average gain with 22.2 yards per catch. Football historians might have looked more kindly on him had a reoccurring knee problem not limited him to just 6 full-time seasons.
In the years that followed, if he'd been with a really good team, he would have been one of the great receivers of all time.
Homer Jones, a true original in the field of aerial artistry, and a worthy successor to the legendary sports figures who preceded him on the playing field of New York's hallowed Yankee Stadium.
In the late 70s, the Steelers elevated football to a higher level, with Terry Bradshaw throwing to John Stallworth and Lynn Swann, number 88. Pittsburgh passed over teams they used to run through. The Pittsburgh Steelers made up for 40 years of defeat with a decade of victory. A decade unequaled for sustained excellence. 8 straight playoff appearances, 4 Super Bowl championships. The Pittsburgh Steelers of the 1970s, the best team ever.
Billy Club.
Tommy Nova's the kind of guy can play in any era and on anyone's football team. He was that good. Very smart football player. Tough, strong guy, but very smart player.
I just remember how dominating a football player he was. I remember his speed. For a big guy, I was startled that a guy could make that many plays on the sideline from a middle linebacker position.
He played in the 4-3, had to play the center, and in those days, the center were the big people.
At 240 pounds, he tossed aside guards, tackles, and lead blockers, employing a domino theory that stated, when one falls, everyone falls.
Good lick on somebody is worth a lot. A good lick has got to really mean something to you. That's just something that some people have that, where that means a lot to them, and some people don't. And linebackers, you got to have it.
A lot of people at that time, hey, Tommy Nobis is the #1 linebacker going, you know, he just didn't get the recognition.
Nobis went virtually unnoticed for two reasons. First, he played at the same time and same position as Hall of Fame middle linebacker Dick Butkus. And second, he played for the Falcons. Birds who flew south for the winter, a team whose play did not inspire their flock. The Falcons managed only 2 winning seasons in Nobis's 12 years, and neither players nor fans could hide from the horror show. The offense couldn't catch, and the defense couldn't tackle. In fact, the only one who had a firm grasp on the nightmarish situation was Tommy Nobis.
I would lay in bed thinking about, gosh, do I really want to do this? Because there's a heck of a price to pay. You've got to really have that drive and that want to pay the price. I'm talking about those with the attitude to do it right. Ask yourself the question, do you really want to do this? And if the answer is yes, then let's go to work and do it.
On the worst, he played at his best. But his all-out aggressive style punished not only opponents, but himself. And a finely tuned tackling machine became a wreck for the scrap heap.
I still had a desire to play the game, but my old body and my legs weren't able to do really what I needed to do to be a good player in the National Football League. You're sitting there watching a film, and all of a sudden, the latter part of my career, I started seeing I wasn't getting to the play that I should have gotten to, or that I got to maybe 4 or 5 years earlier.
I think if he'd have stayed healthy, that he's a guy that could have had an impact on this game, maybe along the lines of a Dick Butkus. He was that good.
Recognized as one of the best was a goal that I had. I just didn't want to be another player. I wanted to be something special, and that was a drive that I had. And again, I had pride in that, in trying to establish myself as someone that people would remember as playing in the league.
Excuse me, too, but, you know, recommended this morning, I'm told, Cypress Semiconductor, CYPR.
The crash, insider trading, and a volatile bull and bear market has made Wall Street a world news hotbed. At the center of this firestorm is stock trader Chuck Mersine, a man used to coming through in emergencies.
Ryan Stakes, we're a buyer of 15 to 25,000, even in this terrible market.
As a rookie in 1965, Mersine joined a group of giant runners ironically called the Baby Bulls. Like all the bulls, number 29 did not possess subtle skills. He charged straight ahead, not exactly cutting, but swerving, often resembling a car stuck in the mud. But he proved tough and resourceful, and he led the Giants in rushing in 1966. He made many fans in New York. Unfortunately, one of them was not his head coach, Allie Sherman.
You know, without being bitter, we didn't exactly hit it off. I really didn't relate to him very well. He displayed, if not displeasure, skepticism about me because I was an Ivy League graduate and the first real high-round pick out of Yale or anywhere else in the league. I wasn't the in-the-mold Auburn, Texas, Notre Dame back.
Often, he was an afterthought, the last resort in the Giant game plan. Underused and unwanted, Mersine was traded in 1967. He went from a team that strung together lackluster seasons into necklaces to one that was the crown jewel of pro football.
Of course, with his Eastern background, he loved the whole thought of Lombardi and the Green Bay Packers. He came in, Vince brought him in the middle of the year. He learned the offense overnight. Very intelligent player, very intelligent guy, very bright guy.
In the drive to a title, Mersine, number 30, found out big plays were expected. bad ones not tolerated.
I remember I made a mistake along with 10 other players on the field against the Rams. We had a punt block that I was on the punt team. I picked up the wrong guy. He caught me in the tub the next day after we got back. Well, I wanted to drown because there was nowhere to go. I'm surrounded by this tub, and he's standing about 6 inches in front of my face screaming at me, "You didn't block anybody. You blocked nobody. What are you doing out there?" So you knew when he was angry, and everyone around you knew it. And it was embarrassing, humiliating, but you didn't want to make that mistake again.
If you didn't have character, you wouldn't be in Green Bay. So Mercine came there with an abundance of character.
No game was more character building than the 1967 NFL Championship, a chilling championship that featured 26 All-Pros and 6 Hall of Famers. But during this roll call of heroes, the call to glory sounded for Chuck Mercine.
Chuck stepped in that Ice Bowl game and made 2 or 3 big plays on our last drive down the field. People said he wasn't a very good athlete. Well, he was a good enough athlete to catch the ball and run it up the field and keep his feet.
On an ice floe of a football field where the graceful became graceless, Mercine became a mountain goat. He carried the Packers within sight of their 3rd NFL title, but here their attack bogged down, and with 16 seconds remaining, Green Bay took its final timeout.
Timeout is called. Bart goes aside and talks to Coach Lombardi, and I knew what the play was going to be. It was going to be 30 wedge. Now, 30 wedge is the 3-back, which is my designation as a fullback, running through the 0 hole.
But 30 wedge was not the call to glory for Chuck Mercine.
One thing he didn't tell me was that he wasn't going to give me the ball. He decided to keep the ball on his own.
Here are the Packers. 3rd down, inches to go. To Bader. 17-14. Cowboys out in front. Packers trying for the go-ahead score. Starr begins the count. Takes the snap. He's got the quarterback.
I was very surprised after I did get good footing, take off. Felt I was going to score, to see Bart not turn around but carried himself in. That's why I come in after the play, actually looking like I'm signaling touchdown, but I'm not. I'm just trying to show the referee that I'm not assisting on the play, which happens to be a penalty, as bad as that might have been.
On one of the most glorious and dramatic drives in NFL history, this most unlikely hero had accounted for 42 of the 68 yards. And in a game that history will never forget, the name to forever remember is Chuck Mercine.
In, and here comes the topper. John Arnett has the ball, and nary a Packer can apply the stopper. Jaguar John opens the Jets and speeds away on a 68-yard play. This ties the score at 24, and you can bet Green Bay will not forget Mr. John Arnett.
John played at USC when I was in college, and John had the great jitterbug type of talent. He could make you miss in a dramatic fashion. He didn't get the football the way that the great tailbacks have gotten it now down through the years, where he could be a great option runner. He got it in close to the line of scrimmage where it was probably more difficult for him to use his skill. But he probably had what I call the Marcus Allen, Kurt Warner type of skill is at the highest level, and just a man scored.
The Jaguar may not have impressed Papa Bear, but in the NFL jungle, he was a top cat who was voted to 5 straight Pro Bowls. Jaguar John Arnett. When fans saw how he ran, they saw one of the most breathtaking broken field runners to ever play the game. The Cincinnati Bengals began their maiden season in 1968 with a roster of veteran cast-offs, untried free agents, and an astounding 40 draft choices in their training camp. Emerging from that crowd was the Bengals' first bona fide star, number 18, running back Paul Robinson. The third-round selection rapidly ascended from obscurity to stardom by leading the American Football League in rushing while becoming All-Pro and AFL Rookie of the Year.
Well, Paul Robinson had only played 1 year of college football at the University of Arizona. He really had been a track man. And at the end of his career, during, I think, that final spring, one of the football coaches said to him, you know, there's no money in going in the track world, I think you can be a football player. And he came out that fall, and you could see that here was a guy in the rough. Didn't have a lot of feel for what he was doing, but he had raw talent. And not super big, 188 pounds, but he could fly. But he had a kind of a bounce as he ran, and a shift of gears that was not perceptible. You have some guys that they make a cut and there's an obvious burst of speed. His was kind of, but all of a sudden he's running away from people. And he had this ability. There are a lot of guys with speed who get caught. Here was a guy, if he got a half a step, he was going. He had an 87-yard run against the Raiders that for a long time was the longest run on the ground in the history, against the Raiders.
I think there's always a certain fright involved in a successful athlete, and he knew how to avoid the big hit. And he could duck inside a block, outside a block, and pick up 4, 5, 6 yards. And I also think that we ran that play so much, Paul Robinson sweep right or left, we perfected it pretty well. Nice long stride, was in excellent shape. You couldn't tire him out. He would never give up. He'd fight for an inch for 20 minutes. He looked very ungangly when he got to the corner. Somehow he made people miss him.
He wasn't as elusive as some of the great elusive backs, but he had sharp movements, not necessarily fluid, but sharp movements that would separate him from his defender, and then enough power to create some problems if you didn't get your position right. Stood up a little bit when he ran, had a very good vision, movement, good size. He wasn't a big back, nor was he a small back, but Paul was very skilled with the Cincinnati teams in the early 70s.
Robinson's abilities were highly prized on an expansion team where true talent was in short supply. Paul was an equally proficient ball carrier, whether he was running out of the T formation or on the receiving end of kickoff returns. In becoming the first true rookie ever to win the league rushing crown, Robinson attained instant fan recognition. Paul rewarded his followers with maximum effort, even when it came to inking his name on souvenirs.
The two of us were sitting next to each other signing autographs, and I was first and he was second. I start signing, and I'm not paying attention to Paul. I'm about 10 feet away from him at the other end of the table. And all of a sudden, I noticed these people were stacking up. And I looked down at Paul, and I said, come on, hustle it up a little bit. These people are going to be here for days trying to get your autograph. He said, it takes me a long time to sign. I said, what are you signing? So he shows me a picture. He writes on it, Paul Robinson, AFL 1968 Rookie of the Year, number 18, and then quotation marks, straight runner. That was his nickname. And I said, straight runner, put your name down there and your number, and get these people out of here. We're not looking for a biography. Oh, no, man, that's the way I signed my name.
Another Robinson signature was his slashing running style, often seen without benefit of much blocking. But when it came to haberdashery, Paul needed a good deal more help from his teammates.
We used to have to travel in suits and ties. First week of the season, Paul Robinson comes up to me and he says, don't tell anybody, but I don't know how to tie a necktie. Can you help me? And I said, all right, I'll tie it for you. As I remember, it was kind of a light pink tie. He had a gray suit. Looked nice. He was with Cincinnati for 4 years. And he wore that suit the first game we played. And the last game we played, he wore that suit. And I tied that tie for him the day before we traveled for the first game. And he would loosen that tie, pull it off his head, hang it on the hook, put it back on. The same knot in the same tie was there for 4 years for Paul Robinson, the straight runner.
Unfortunately, the knot in Paul's tie was more durable than Robinson's body. A series of nagging injuries finally caught up with him, and soon other Cincinnati runners were doing the bulk of Bengal ball carrying. Traded to Houston in 1972, Paul was the lone bright spot on one of the worst teams in league history. The Oilers won just twice in 2 years, despite the best efforts of the slowed down yet still serviceable Robinson. By 1975, Paul Robinson was out of football for good. But he left behind a film library full of twisting runs and coast-to-coast touchdowns, along with his magical season of '68. The year an unheralded rookie on an expansion team beat the odds to become the best running back in pro football.
Take you right on and kind of widen their feet and then go right by you, and go by you so close that you can reach out and touch them, but you just can't.
The gifted runner
to get every single positive yard that he can out of the run.
Defense at open field, they have to have the ability to avoid a man and then run away from him, or simply make a guy miss.
He doesn't ease the field. The defense breaks down maybe in one area. Now he goes back against the grain, and it's that area against the defense's pursuit where the big home run is hit. The ability direction, they were able on a dime to reaccelerate. See, it's the reacceleration you are able to make a separation. And then once they make the separation, they're running north and south, and they're in the end zone.
I say that Willie Brown is the greatest cornerback of the modern era. Willie Brown has a special place in the hearts of the Raider organization. Willie Brown was a great clutch player. I'd like to take you back a few years. Playoff time, Super Bowl time, clutch time. 1970, Don Shula's Miami Dolphins are in the Oakland Coliseum. Late in the fourth quarter, Willie Brown intercepts and runs 50 yards for a touchdown to break the game open. 1973, playoff time. The Pittsburgh Steelers are in the Oakland Coliseum. The incomparable Terry Bradshaw back to throw. Late in the third quarter, Willie Brown intercepts and runs 65 yards for a touchdown. Let's go to 1977. The Super Bowl, Pasadena, California, the Minnesota Vikings, and the Oakland Raiders. The great Fran Tarkenton back to throw in the fourth quarter. Willie Brown intercepts, runs 75 yards for a touchdown, which is still a Super Bowl record today.
As far as what he did when he played, he was as good as there ever has been. And I doubt seriously we'll see too many like him ever in this game.
Willie Brown began his pro career with the Denver Broncos in 1963. From the outset, it was evident that Brown was the best player on the league's worst team. But opposing receivers never treated Bronco games as a day off, thanks to Brown's pioneering pass coverage, the bump and run.
The bump and run got started by me some years ago, mainly because I never played defensive back before when I came out of college. The first day I went to this team, and I knew that I couldn't backpedal at the time, but I knew that I could run with probably anyone. So I got directly in front of the receiver, and I said, well, if I knock him down and get my hands on him, I knew that there's no place for him to go. So with my size and my strength, I guess, at the time, that I could do those particular things. So I tried it, and the coaches, they really didn't know what I was doing. But after doing it 3 or 4 times, they asked me to do it again. They said, well, that's pretty good. Why don't we try it? And it worked out for me fine.
Willie was very powerful, and he'd go right to the chest. And if you can jar a receiver the way he did, the route was over. the one thing that he did to some receivers was he intimidated them early. And then from then on, it was he was in control the rest of the game.
When Brown was traded to Oakland in 1967, he brought the bump and run to national prominence. His go for the jugular approach was a welcomed addition to the Raiders' combative defensive style.
We like to say that you can only do so much against our defense. If you try anything else, you are in trouble. When you go into a game and you had no pass to cut all year, sometimes in my case, I didn't even have any pass even thrown my way. Just the idea of shedding out a receiver from playing man-to-man all day is very rewarding.
Willie had everything a person looks for to play that position. He had the size, the speed, the inner toughness. Willie Brown detested to be beaten. When someone beat him, a receiver beat him, he would run right back and go again against that same person. And it was an interesting situation because he never got beat twice.
Willie Brown, the magnificent horseman who delivered fear and interceptions upon all the great wide receivers of his time, who for more than 3 decades and in the years to come will be the standard of excellence by which cornerbacks are judged. Only time, the great robber, beat Willie Brown at the corner, but time could not defeat him. For the legend of Willie Brown will live on in perpetuity in this Camelot, which is the National Football League Hall of Fame. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the great Willie Brown. Thank you very much.
While most receivers waltzed into the end zone, speedster Sonny Randle of St. Louis got there in a rapid tempo that recalled the Virginia Reel.
The Cardinals fly high from the outset. Charlie Johnson hides the ball, then fires over the middle to Sonny Randle. The speedy Randle eludes a desperate Cowboy defender and rockets home on an 86-yard touchdown on the Cards' first play from scrimmage. Sophomore quarterback Charlie Johnson wastes little time showing off his long-range weapon. He guides a missile downrange to Sonny Randle, who catches it and outmaneuvers Jimmy Carr and Mike McClellan. The score standing up.
Randle was a straight-ahead burner with a revved-up engine that enabled him to become the NFL's top touchdown maker among 60s receivers. Randle's total of 64 touchdowns is more than 50s leader Elroy Hirsch and 70s pace setter Harold Jackson scored in their respective decades.
They say the hand is quicker than the eye, but our cameraman doesn't miss a trick on this double reverse. It winds up with Charlie Johnson throwing for 49 yards to Sonny Randle, another Pro Bowl selection for the Eagles. Charlie Johnson takes a perfect pass to Sonny Randle, who has Jerry Norton beaten. Randle outraces Norton to the Cowboy corral for a beautiful 74-yard scoring play. Smooth working combination of Roach to Randle reaps its first big reward of the game as Randle rambles into the Redskin reservation. Charlie Johnson goes to work as he drops back and sends a beauty into the hands of Sonny Randle. The great Cardinal receiver pulls away from Dick Lynch and rockets into the end zone. Randle went on to catch 16 passes for the day, the second best performance in NFL history.
Randle was more productive during the early part of the decade, before injuries hampered his effectiveness. But throughout his 10-year career, the 4-time Pro Bowl selection demonstrated that getting into the end zone was what he did best. Randle averaged a touchdown per 5.6 receptions, a mark that is slightly better than Jerry Rice's current average. Pass catchers like Raymond Berry and Paul Warfield garnered more headlines, no other NFL receiver of the 1960s garnered more touchdown passes than Sonny Randle.
type of a guy. As soon as they got him in there, they made him stand up in the parking lot on a car and start singing and you know, being nervous. His voice starts crackling. I'm not a good singer, but I sang loud. I was humble. I tried to get to know people. I tried to work. A guy that they brought in to be like the savior of the team, pretty heavy load to put on a young guy.
And the load only got heavier when, in his debut, Manning led the Saints to a win over the Rams. But it wasn't just the victory that canonized St. Archie. It was the miraculous way in which it was achieved.
3 seconds left, and we got a timeout. So we come over to the sideline, and I said, now what we gonna do? And about this time, the official comes over and said, time to go. So I head back out on the field, and when I get in the huddle, and Abramowitz, as always, he wanted to throw to him, as always, and he said, what are we gonna do? And I said, they never said. So coming from college, I called the run-pass option, and fortunately, we got in the end zone.
And it was a question. The Rams didn't think Archie got in. But it was a close play. That was kind of a milestone game because here was Archie with all the fanfare. And when Archie signed, Johnny Vaught, his coach at Ole Miss, said that he would revolutionize professional football.
It might have been the worst thing ever happened because now, here we go, we're going all the way now. Archie's going to take us.
To take advantage of Manning's running ability, the Saints even employed the option play, a college football tactic that not only didn't bring many victories, it almost cost Manning his head.
He spent a lot of Sundays looking up at the sky above Tulane Stadium. He had trouble getting up sometimes. He got sandwiched lots of times, and his protection broke down, and it got to the point where they didn't have to play the Saints for the run. They just sent guys in after him. And Archie, he took some shots, all right.
He got beat up. He was thrown around. I mean, he took more abuse than probably, or as much abuse as any quarterback in the National Football League, and it was tough. Those big linemen get very aggravated when they have to run long distances. They like to punish people that make them run long distances, so he took a hell of a beating. Willie Lanier, who really wasn't an outspoken guy, he kind of had his knee in my chest, and as he got up, he just said, rookie, if you run one more time, I'm going to break your blanket neck.
But the rookie kept his neck intact and kept right on running, even in the face of the eventual Super Bowl champion Dallas Cowboys.
They had great players. I was kind of a Cowboy fan. I was trying not to be in awe. It was again, though, where we got some breaks that day, and they made some mistakes, and we cashed in, and I was able to run a couple of touchdowns. But it was really a fun win because we really beat the established team. They were solid and had lots of great players. Cliff Harris, who was a free safety for the Cowboys. Cliff and I got to be very good friends. One thing I remember him saying about that game is how Coach Landry, he said afterwards, throughout the week, telling him, I can't believe y'all let a rookie quarterback beat you.
Against Dallas, Manning again scored a critical touchdown late in the game. The victory further fired Saints fans whose hero was making it look easy.
I didn't think it was going to be easy, but I thought it was going to be a little easier than it was the next 10 or 12 years. It's kind of sad to say. I think that started some really high expectations.
Expectations were high, but the Saints were not ready for primetime just yet. New Orleans went 17 years before beating Dallas again and suffered 15 more years of losing records before enjoying a winning season. And Archie Manning's credibility sank with the Saints. But from that first season, St. Archie was truly possessed of magical skills, and many believe that dealt a different hand, Archie Manning would be remembered as a winner.
Archie, I would have to say in a nutshell, never had a fair shot because of circumstances. Staubach said that he thought Archie would have been one of the top quarterbacks had he gotten with the right team. And it's one of those things that it just never happened.
In fact, if Archie would end up in Dallas and I would have been in New Orleans, who knows what would have happened? It wouldn't have been good for me.
It was just the luck of the draw for Archie. Archie's a great football player, and had he gone with a team like the Raiders or in Pittsburgh or whatever, they'd be talking about Archie Manning right now as one of the great quarterbacks of all time.
Everybody can't win championships and play in Super Bowls, but everybody can't be a starting quarterback in the league and play for 14 years. And I don't feel like anybody dealt me bad cards or anything. I really, as a kid, wanted to play the game and got to play it, so I'm glad I did.
Distant Replay is brought to you by Dodge, The more things change, the more things look like the new Dodge.
Good afternoon from Mile High Stadium. Bob Martin and Larry Zimmer. The AFC Championship game. And once again, it's the Broncos and the Browns.
We're ready, baby. We're ready. A hell of a ball game today.
Okay, man, all the talking's over. It's now time to get the job done. Let's go every play as hard as we can go. Now, let's do it.
Big games rarely live up to expectation, but this television thriller for the AFC Championship simply overwhelmed.
Third down, 13. Kosar backs, throws it into the blitz. It's juggled. It is intercepted. Elway drops the throw for the first time. Drills the pass. Fingertip catch. Touchdown. Ricky Nattil back in the end zone.
The Browns had waited impatiently for a year to exact revenge for last season's championship defeat. But in the first quarter, they were stunned by Freddie Gilbert's interception, victimized by Tony Lilly's forced fumble, and pushed around by the AFC's top-ranked offense.
In motion. Second down and 3 Broncos. The pitch, and here comes Lang over the 50, the 45, the 40, the 30. Lang at the 25, 20, 15, and pulled out of bounds. First and goal at the 2. And they give it to Sewell on the end around, coming left, and Steve Sewell will score.
The Broncos led 21-10 in the third quarter when Elway pulled off an escape Houdini never dreamed of.
Elway takes the snap and drops inside the 10, running up in the pocket, trying to get around some of the pressure. They throw the pass upfield. Jackson at the 25, breaks a tackle, gets out over the 30, the 35, gets a block from Sewell, and here he comes down the sideline. 20, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Art Jackson. Longest play for Denver in postseason history. An 80-yard touchdown pass.
Leading 28-10, Denver had converted its opportunities into points. But now it was Bernie Kosar's turn. Kosar directed one of the most heroic comebacks in playoff history, finally overcoming an 18-point deficit in the final period. With barely 5 minutes remaining, the pressure was now squarely on the shoulders of John Elway and the Bronco offense.
We stop him one time, we'll go ahead. Let's go now. Hold on that football, guys.
1 year earlier, Elway had marched Denver 98 yards through the Cleveland mud to shatter the Browns' Super Bowl dream.
Cut out read on 1.
Now, from 75 yards out, the situation had come full circle.
Let's go, fast! Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Drive him out. Come on. Red 98! Come on. Red 98! What?
On only 5 plays, it took the Bronco offense less than 2 minutes to produce another Sunday drive of destiny.
First down at the Cleveland 20, 4:12 to go. The snap, and Elway drops to the 30 and throws. It is caught, and Winders at the 15, trying to run right to the 10, keeps it balanced at the 10, at the 5, touchdown, score! Sammy Winder, 20-yard touchdown pass. Elway to Winder. The Broncos are back in front.
Cleveland's turn, and the parallels to the Broncos' 98-yard drive at the same juncture of last year's AFC title game were obvious. The Browns were 75 yards away from the tying touchdown as Kosar and the Browns took the field for one final fateful drive.
And it's Denver 38, Cleveland 31 with 4:01 to go in the fourth quarter, and I have a feeling it isn't over. Championship finish. 38-31 Denver. 2nd and 5 at the 8 for the Browns with 1:12 to go. Kosar to Biner. Biner trying to slip left at the 5. He's at the goal line. Biner loses the ball. Denver recovers the fumble. Biner appeared to be getting close enough to the goal line when the ball was punched away. With it and brings it to the sideline as a trophy.
What began on the 2-yard line in Cleveland 1 year earlier ended on the same 2-yard line in Denver as the Broncos produced the most stunning finish in NFL playoff history. Fate had tantalized Browns running back Ernest Biner, number 44, who had clear sailing to the end zone until he ran into reserve cornerback Jeremiah Castile, number 28. In one daring move, Castile tackled the ball instead of Biner, producing a fumble that he then recovered. It was another mile-high miracle, and it earned a second straight AFC championship and a return trip to the Super Bowl for the Denver Broncos. In an era in which repeat winners are so rare and continuing success so difficult to attain, the 1987 Denver Broncos overcame injuries, retirements, and a work stoppage to become only the 3rd AFC team to make back-to-back appearances in a Super Bowl. Unable to realize their goal of a world championship, dreams die hard in Denver, and their obsession for winning promises that against all odds, the Broncos will be contenders for many years to come.
Down at the Cleveland 27-yard line.
Now, running in the footsteps of legends like Unitas, Starr, and Staubach, Elway faced one final 3rd down test of courage.
42 seconds to go. Broncos at the Cleveland 5. 3rd down and a yard.
This drive was more than just a 98-yard journey. It was a statement of character by John Elway that allowed Denver to win the AFC championship in overtime.
The look, the throw, touchdown, the Mark Jackson 98-yard drive.
When you think of John Elway, that's where you start to think about John as a great football player. And that particular day in Cleveland. And, you know, so the things that he's done since have just added to the way that people perceive him. But that was his coming out party.
Elway's first hint of comeback greatness occurred in 1983, when, as a rookie, he erased a 19-point Baltimore Colts lead with 3 fourth-quarter touchdown passes. The final score to Gerald Wilhite came with just 44 seconds remaining. In the ensuing years, Elway has directed the Broncos to 22 fourth-quarter drives that produced victories. Each march featured plays that only his unique blend of escapability and arm strength could have produced. Improvisations for which there is no adequate defense.
John has that way of gaining momentum. He can just look horrible through a portion of the game, and he suddenly gets that fire in his eye and that great feeling, and there's just nothing going to stop him. He's going to put the ball right there on the money, and somehow he's going to get the job done.
Elway's competitive spark ignites under pressure.
And front went out right here. Look at it. That's what it is, right there.
There's a different look to John.
Hold up.
When he gets into the huddle, there's this sense of urgency.
Blue 19 double famous special, wing 9, on 1-on-1. Hurry up, hurry up! Left. No, eagle, Mark. Eagle.
There's a sense of urgency that you can just see develop down there. When he comes to the line of scrimmage, there's just more determination when he starts to make his count.
Ball is at the 4-yard line. It's third down. Elway gets the play going, sprints to the right side. He's going to run. Touchdown!
Raj, that's a way to fight.
He's got a never-say-die attitude.
That's a way to fight. Big dog, you got me. Way to fight.
Put him in a situation where he's against all odds somehow. He just believes in some way he's going to make it happen.
Elway lets it go to Jackson. Touchdown!
No matter what we've done up to this point, just get the ball back and give him a shot. And he makes everybody believe that they can get it done and brings the best out of everybody. And then next thing you know, average players make great plays, or great players make even greater plays. And he's the one that initiates it.
Elway's got the ball to the end zone. Vince Johnson, touchdown!
You just know that you can never quit.
Never say never. Never say never.
Being down as many points as we were down against Kansas City, no one believed in us, I don't think. But John Elway did.
You're the man. You're still the man.
I used to always think that the last one I've just seen was my favorite one. Then he comes up with another one that just tops anything that's previously been done.
Damn, they got the ball. We got the ball on the 2.
Denver at the 2-yard line. They're 98 yards away from 6, but
He just never ceases to amaze us.
Hey, dude, it ain't over yet, though, baby. It ain't over yet. It's all right, baby. It ain't over. It ain't over, baby. It ain't over yet.
And you can see the look in John's eyes. I don't know, he gets in that trance that he gets into. It's almost like he's in a twilight zone or something. And you can see the look in his eyes, the determination that he has, and the confidence that he has. You knew it was possible to him.
After escaping from the end zone against Houston, Elway scrambled past one 4th down crisis.
flush down, rolls out, being chased. Here's Elway, first down at the 35-yard line.
Needed that. We needed that, boy.
3 plays later, another 4th down.
And this time 10.
Yet this pressure would only serve to further enhance Elway's reputation as pro football's ultimate escape artist.
Come on.
Here's the 4th down and 10 play. Elway's got the ball. John is back, runs up out of the pocket, lets the pass go. It's caught. Johnson to the 40, 35, 30.
11 breathtaking plays without a timeout in less than 2 minutes finally produced the game-winning field goal. Few have ever understood more clearly that the point of any game is to win. And no one ever directed his skills to this task in a more dramatic fashion than John Elway.
It's a great feeling, though. You got to remember this feeling. You don't get these feelings very often. You know? You got to get into another win. We can do it here because of John.
Well, I tell you, unbelievable. This guy will go down as the greatest come-from-behind player in National Football League history.
Had some wild players in those days. They had guys who were kind of inept, and the best thing they could do is run as far as away from the defending lineman and throw the ball. And sometimes it took on a kind of a Charlie Chaplin-esque appearance out there.
In true slapstick fashion, the Chicago Cardinals of the 1950s walked a path laden with banana peels. Footballs were thrown like pies, and there were chases worthy of the Keystone Cops. Like slapstick movie characters, the Cardinals thrived on ridiculous situations that enabled them to display uncommon resourcefulness. From chaos, the Cardinals created high comedy, and it was high comedy created in a low-budget environment.
We didn't have very good equipment. The Cardinals at that time, the word class never came close to us. We rode the train to games, train to Cleveland, train to Green Bay, wherever we went. It was just it was not the big leagues.
We played at Comiskey Park in those days, which was the home of the White Sox, so they used to sod the infield. And we had scored a touchdown, so it was on the south end of the field, which was the sodded portion. And Billy Cross went in to hold for Joe Gary. Well, the ball was snapped. Joe goes through the motion, makes a kick, and ref throws his hand up in the air. The stands all yell, and what had happened is that Joe had actually kicked a piece of sod had gone over the goalpost. And Billy Cross, I'll never forget, I happened to be looking at Billy, and the look on his face, because there he is still holding the ball.
The team was usually left holding the bag during a decade in which they totaled a mere 33 wins. They boasted but one true superstar, halfback Ollie Matson, whose speed made him seem less a man than a force of nature.
I can remember hearing him go by. It was like the windstorm going by. And I never heard anything like that before. He was just so fast that he created a breeze when he went by.
Matson, number 33, was a rushing, receiving, and return threat, whose many talents would earn him a place in the Hall of Fame. Got a lot out of Matson, and when they eventually traded him, they got a lot for him, or so it seemed.
The Cardinals traded Ollie Matson to the Los Angeles Rams for 11 ball players. Of the 11, 9 had to be classified as garbage. Absolute garbage. I think 6 or 7 of them never showed up because they were real dogs.
The Matson trade was one of several unusual personnel decisions.
We drafted a quarterback from Ohio State one year, number 1, and we said, oh, super, boy, we needed a quarterback badly, and I, being a receiver, thought I wish we'd get somebody to get the ball to me. And lo and behold, a fella showed up and started throwing a ball, and he couldn't get the ball 15 yards down the field. And we found out the reason they drafted him because they liked his picture in the Street and Smith. He had nice legs and looked well proportioned and looked like a real football player.
But even if the team's quarterbacks weren't picture perfect, they did fit into an offense that somehow managed to move the ball forward without benefit of the forward pass. During the 1950s, sleight of hand was the Cardinals' trademark, and the tricks of their trade induced gasps of astonishment from an awestruck audience.
Although we didn't win many games, we were exciting to watch because really sometimes the players didn't know what was going to happen.
A lot of those plays really were not designed plays, needless to say. By looking at them, you could tell they weren't designed plays. I can remember the 5 head coaches that I played for in 5 years. And sometimes they just throw up their hands in disgust because of the way that some of those zany plays would turn out.
One head coach who devised creative methods of indicating his disgust was Joe Stuyvesant.
He had a very unique way of paying us. He'd bring in a fistful of brown envelopes which contained our paychecks. And he would have seen the game films, and he would write a little note on each player about his performance in the previous game, such things as, I always thought you had no guts, and now after watching the film, it's confirmed. And I remember once we had to play the Bears the last game of the season. And he came storming in the door of the dressing room, threw the checks across the dressing room. They scattered all over the floor. He told us to fight for our own checks. And he says, if you guys don't beat the Bears next week, I'm not paying any of you. I'm finding you a game salary. Well, that's the only game we won that year. We beat the Bears at Wrigley Field 24-10.
For a while, the Cardinals always seemed to cash in against the Bears. From 1950 to 1955, the Cards won 6 out of 9 meetings from their more successful neighbors from the North Side. This crosstown rivalry gave the Cardinals an opportunity to steal the thunder from the team that reigned supreme in the Windy City.
The
media, we felt, was always tainted towards the north side, the Chicago Bears. We never had that on the south side. I can remember playing games in Comiskey Park in the 50s where there were 6,000 or 7,000, 9,000 people in the stands. Wrigley Field was always sold out.
But when the Bears went down to play the Cardinals in Comiskey Park, the place was packed. I mean, and it turned into a riot every time. All the games I played against the Cardinals when I was with the Bears ended up in a fight.
But while the Cardinals often won the battles, the Bears ultimately won the war for territorial rights to the toddling town. In 1960, the Cardinals moved to St. Louis, signaling the end of a colorful era. During the 1950s, the Chicago Cardinals didn't produce many victories, but their offbeat and exciting style of play produced plenty of thrills and made them one of the most entertaining teams in NFL history.
The Dallas Texans had high hopes when they opened for business in 1952. But right from the start, they began an embarrassing retreat to the bottom of the standings.
You went in there, you could beat them with anything. They just didn't have it. They had some good individuals now, but they didn't have enough. Not enough to beat anybody. So you were very happy if you had them on your schedule.
Los Angeles had Dallas on their schedule, and the Rams' Herb Rich, number 42, turned in the longest scoring play of the year with a 98-yard return of an intercepted pass. While the Texans seemed to have no appetite for victory, they were gluttons for punishment.
We had one guy got hurt, Bonnie Poole. They took him over to the hospital. They fixed him up. He hit straight back and played in the last quarter. God's honest truth. They took him over to the hospital, set his broken finger, and he came back. The ambulance left to come back to the stadium, and Bonnie was in his uniform, so he got out on 33rd Street in front of the hospital. He hit straight. The guy picked him up, brought him back to the stadium, and he played in the fourth quarter.
The Texans' most effective play consisted of Hank Lauricella or Bob Solari firing blindly downfield into a crowd of receivers hoping for a miracle.
You know, Solari didn't want to get killed. Our offensive line wasn't that good. And they were pouring in on him, so they put the play in. He said, just run down, and he'd throw the ball up in the air. And if it come down the right hand, it's good. If it was intercepted, what the hell? It's just another play, you know.
Although the Texans' offense was often exhilarating, its defense brought on that run-down feeling. And the Texans lost all of their first 9 games and all of their fans as well.
They were so bad and the attendance was so poor that they had to play, I think the last 3 or 4 ball games that were scheduled at home, they had to play them on the road.
It didn't make any difference. We knew we weren't any good, and we were playing out the string, and we felt sorry for the people, but there was nothing you could do. We didn't have the manpower to beat the teams we were playing. And you know, the team folded during the middle of the year, and we got our checks. And Jimmy Phelan, who was our coach, he called practice and everything off. Said, "All right, go down to the bank and cash your checks before they all start bouncing." So that's what we did. We went down to the bank and got our checks, and then we went on the road in Hershey, Pennsylvania, where our headquarters for the last 4 games of the season, and the league paid our salary. When we were in Hershey, we were running out the string. We didn't have any bed check. We knew we would try to get the season over. It was a disaster. We practiced maybe for about an hour, and the main thing the defensive did, we used to play volleyball with the football over the goalpost, the crossbars. That was a big thing. And the best thing of Hershey was the nightlife. Man, we stood Hershey on its ear. I'll never forget the Dallas Texans and then Hershey. A fight started in a bar. Horner and Chubby Griggs were going to go at it. And Buddy Young says, "I'll break this up." Old Chubby picked up Buddy and threw him right into the jukebox. Buddy says, "I better get the hell out of here before I really do get killed." So anyhow, Chubby got so drunk he fell down, and we couldn't pick him up. He was 330 pounds. So we went and got a sleigh. and we put him face down on a sleigh, and 8 of us carried him back to the hotel. And anyhow, we're walking by, and we're singing the funeral march, and Chubby's on the sleigh, and all of a sudden a window from the hotel opens up, and there's Jimmy Phelan, our coach. He says, "All right, boys, feeding time at the zoo is over. Everybody get to bed." And we all went to bed.
We were scheduled to play the Dallas Texans down in Dallas, and they ran out of money, and so they transferred the game to Akron, Ohio, in the Rubber Bowl. It was Thanksgiving Day, and we went out on the field to warm up. We had more players on the field than we had fans.
And we came back in after the warm-up, and we were in the locker room, and James Phelan used to smoke a cigar. And he would puff the cigar, and he'd talk on the side of his mouth, and he said, "Gentlemen, this has not been the best of seasons, but it is Thanksgiving Day, and you do have a lot to be thankful for. We were put out of Dallas, and we're now wards of the league. But all of those clubs who have won have never had the experience that you're going to have today." And everybody looked at him askingly, and he responded this way. He said, "The big responsibility that you have, the National Football League, and no other club has had this, that the crowd is so small. Rather than introduce you as a team, you all can go up in the stands and meet the crowd individually."
A tiny crowd of 2,000 fans in Akron's Rubber Bowl were treated to an extraordinary upset as the hapless Texans defeated George Halas's Chicago Bears.
Calafero takes a handoff, races to his right, and sends a pass deep in the end zone. Dick Wilkins leaps, and it's touchdown Texans, leaving the Bears on the short end of a humiliating 20-2 score.
We went into the game with not the right attitude, and it was late in the fourth period, and George Halas was really mad. He said, "Getting beat by these bums, it's terrible." And somebody got behind defensive back, and Coach Halas thought it was Don Kent, and he kicked Don Kent, and Kent kicked the coach back, and I just can't say in a public media like that the lacing that we took after the game from George Halas, but it was really disgraceful.
The Bears were the only team the Texans beat. And when the season was mercifully over, the Texans were out of business, and the NFL was out of Texas.
As a rookie with the Rams in 1952, he intercepted 14 passes, still the highest single-season total in NFL history. In desperate times, the Chicago Cardinals deployed their star defender as a receiver. One result was a 98-yard touchdown, the longest in team history.
When you're talking about Night Train Lane, you're talking about, in my book, the greatest defensive back that ever played the game.
Night Train is the first cornerman that I ever saw in the National Football League that could play the bump and run.
We had so much... felt so much toward Night Train Lane that he came out in one ball game and said, "I don't even want you throwing the football over that side." I said, "You can't go into a ball game and give a guy a free ride. You just can't do that." But he said, "Don't throw it."
While Lane made Unitas pay dearly for defying Coach Reed Eubank, he often defied conventional behavior himself by wearing astronaut clothing and displaying a far-out personality.
He came from Texas, and he spoke this very strange language that nobody could quite understand.
Tried to catch man body. When the Cleveland Browns, every time they come, they were just a class. They always had the stripes down there. And I said, man.
I'm not even sure that he understood a lot of what he was saying.
We were all sitting down, and we were trying to get an adjustment on our contract. So we were in this office with E.J. Anderson, who was at that time the general manager, and he had on the blackboard behind him all these numbers. Popcorn, 25 cents a box, now going up to 30, all the costs. And Night Train was in the back of the room just steaming. And he finally looked up, he said, "Say, Mr. Anderson?" He said, "Yes, Night Train." He said, "Am I under the consumption that there ain't no more money.
Night Train's tackles were anything but funny. His motto was hang 'em high, and his signature hits were more like stranglings or beheadings.
I know when he went to the Detroit Lions, and he was my opponent at that time, you got to think about it, because he hurt you.
Oh, he'd kill you. Kill you. He wouldn't tackle you necessarily fair. It wouldn't be a fair tackle. They made a head tackle an outlaw because of Night Train Lane. Train would just reach and grab him by his neck and just pull him down, and that's called the Night Train neck tackle.
He grabbed your face mask. I remember somebody speaking to Train about it. Train said, I'll grab him by his eyebrows if that's the way I can get him down.
Because if you don't hit him right, you break your elbow, your arm or something, you know. So you got to really get him right in front of you and hit him with that forearm to rip him up.
However, his love for hitting led to hateful mistakes. Sometimes he even traded punches and lost. The meek did not inherit this turn, and opponents went to any extremes to pay him back, to rub him out. Perhaps this one play reveals Lane's greatness, his competitive fire. For Night Train Lane never gave up, never quit on a play. In the slang of the times, he bopped till he dropped.
Probably even playing today, Night Train Lane would be as good as any cornerback in football. He had to be the prototype for what an NFL cornerback should be.
He was one of the few players that hurt you every time he tackled you, Butkus being the other one.
Night Train Lane was the hardest hitter of any defensive back in pro football history, and arguably the greatest player at his position. Now this free agent who once hung 'em high hangs himself in the Hall of Fame. Titletown was built. Green Bay was pro football's low-rent district. The 1950 Packers never made the same mistake twice, and that was one of their problems. Throughout this era, the Packers frequently shot themselves in the foot, but what made them entertaining was the way they also saved plenty of ammunition for their foes.
The Packers pull off a prize play as Bart Starr passes to Billy Houghton. There's no doubt, and Houghton has New York fountain as he hot-puts it for the New York goal and makes it for a 77-yard scoring jam. The tab is tied at 7-7.
The Packers' style of football was not well choreographed, and they had to attend every dance wearing hand-me-downs.
I needed a new jersey because I wore number 15 and the 1 was falling off, and instead of giving me a new jersey, they took a 25 jersey off, and they kept the 5 and they took the 2 off and they sewed a 1 over it and gave me number 15, so that was my new jersey.
They were just very cheap, I'll tell you that, because they didn't buy anything new hardly for about 3 or 4 years there. We still were wearing the old leather helmets back in the early 50s.
In Cleveland, they always say, what happens to a Cleveland Brown that's caught out after curfew? He becomes a Green Bay Packer. And that's what it was. You know, we were the farm systems for all the... When everyone got cut, we picked them up.
Cleveland gave us a guy, Bobby Garrett, sissy, finky quarterback. I never heard of him anyway, but he was the #1 pick in the draft. So then he shows up about 2 weeks before the season starts, and then we found out why we got him. We had the only stuttering quarterback in the world. So this Garrett couldn't call out the plays. So one man was assigned to hit him in the back of the back when he'd get the plays. Like we'd say, all right, 24 on, and then the guy that was assigned to hit him in the back of the head, and he'd get out the plays that way.
Number 18 Tobin wrote rarely tripped over his own words. but he frequently ran through defenses. The 215-pound quarterback owns the highest average yards per carry of any runner in team history. And during the 7 seasons he played in Green Bay, he never missed a single game.
When things got tough, he really felt that he could win the ball game by himself. If you guys aren't going to do it, give me the ball and I'll do it. And he came very close many, many times. But he'd go in that line and get whacked and come back in the huddle. He couldn't even call. He couldn't think what he was doing, so he'd just say, give me the ball, and he'd run. Because he was too knocked out to call play.
Another tough guy was Dick Aplis, better known today as professional wrestler Dick the Bruiser. Even as a Packer, Aplis displayed the physique and temperament that made him a star in the ring.
Aplis was the kind of guy who lifted weights constantly. Had a 32-inch waist, a 54-inch chest, and just built like you wouldn't believe.
One of the movie stars gave him an autographed picture saying her chest was bigger than his.
We had a defensive tackle by the name of Jerry Helliman, probably weighed 310, 320 pounds, big guy. Dave Hanner and Aplis and I were playing cards. And Hanner's the kind of guy who always instigates things. And he kept telling Aplis that Helliman was stronger than he was. And Aplis didn't like this. And so they had the beer cans. And, you know, at that time, the beer cans made out of metal. So Aplis grabbed the can and just crushed it. And so Helliman grabbed it and crushed it. So Aplis took it long ways and crushed it. And Helliman took it long ways and crushed it. Now, Aplis is just so mad he can't. He took the beer can and he went smash like this over his face. And you see the blood trickling down like that. He said, what do you think about that? And Jerry says, you win.
While the Packers tried to duplicate Dick the Bruiser's grappling skills, this was a team that consistently failed to get opponents in a stranglehold. Tackling was a lost art form in Green Bay, and other fundamentals of the game also proved elusive. From 1950 through 1959, the Packers lost more than twice as many games as they won. Their reckless, off-the-cuff approach gave them the appearance of punch drunks at a wild party, and on one occasion, somebody crashed the festivities.
We were at Forbes Field, and I was over the center, and I was in the middle of my count, and I hear this thud behind me. And I turn around, and somebody jumped on our fullback's back, who was Howie Ferguson, and the cops came and hauled the guy out, and there was a drunk coming out of the stands. He jumped right on his back in the middle of the sequence there.
The Packers themselves never had much to celebrate, but off the field, the champagne flowed freely.
We danced all night, drink all night. I remember one time I was getting in late, like 3 or 4 in the morning. I couldn't figure out how to tell my wife where I'd been, so I said, I know what I'll do. I'll get arrested. So I zipped up and down the street for about 2 hours, going 70 and 80 in the main street, and nobody would arrest me. I finally had to go home, and she divorced me because I was a slow arriver.
The Packers were slow to join the NFL's parade of champions, but the 1957 dedication of a new stadium got them in step with modern times. The dedication itself was a star-studded event.
If you aren't already, do you plan to be a Packer fan in the future?
Oh, I certainly do. There's no doubt about that. I'm looking forward to that game this afternoon.
Vice President Nixon and Marshall Dillon were familiar faces of the decade who were on hand to see the Packers do something decidedly unfamiliar, come from behind to win in the final minutes. The 1957 team went on to lose 9 of their next 11 games, and it would be 3 years before the Packers ushered in an era of excellence. But that, as they say, is another story. This story has been about an era of innocence, a time when a team could lose a lot of football games and still be the biggest thing in the NFL's smallest city. The Green Bay Packers never wore the look of a winner, but their unique game faces comprise a portrait that deserves a special place in NFL history.
Of the past and bring them back, I'd pick Gino Marchetti in a hurry.
Gino Marchetti, number 89, created modern defensive end play. He used finesse rather than force, avoiding blockers instead of punishing them.
People used to line up and play against Gino when he was a defensive end, and they would end up not getting hit or not getting our uniform dirty. But the quarterback always had a dirty uniform on the other team.
Marchetti's primary job was rushing the passer, but he was just as tough on runners, crushing plays inside of him and slicing through plays wide of him. Marchetti played with a brooding intensity, and the flames of his competitive fire were ignited long before kickoff.
I was a nervous wreck, I know that. I remember I roomed with the doctor one time because I had a fever the night before the game. And he had said, you know, Gino, I'll give you 5 more years if, you know, I'll make you room in a telephone booth, you know, so you can calm down.
If you've ever seen a caged lion at the zoo where they're just pacing back and forth, that's what I remember about Gino. And we opened the cage and let him out.
God, I loved it. And when I ran on that field, I felt I was in heaven. When I heard that Baltimore Colts song, I just said, well, boy, this is it. I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Not so lucky were Marchetti's opponents. Gino was at his best against the finest offensive lineman of his time. For Baltimore's irresistible force, there was no such thing as an immovable object.
If you were an offensive lineman and had to look forward to playing him the next day, I don't think you could put your head on the pillow the night before and ever fall into the land and nod, because you would know what was facing you the next afternoon, and Marchetti was a unbelievable load.
He's the only man that ever played that I couldn't block. I tried with, I was thinking if the coach ever traded me and I had to play against him, I wanted to know how to block him because I knew that he would be on my side. And I said, now this man I can't block. I don't know what to deal with. He's so quick off the ball. He beat the ball off the ball, and they would never call him offside.
My brother, who played offensive guard for the Colts, gave me the tip. He said, don't ever let Gino get his hands on you, because he had such strong hands. If he's able to get a hold of your jersey, you're gone. You're dead if he grabs you.
We had a tackle named Frank Uso, and he's blocking on Gino, and he, before the game, had put Vaseline all over his shoulders, so that when Gino would go up and hit his shoulders, he would slide off. Well, he put them on this particular day, and the first couple of times Gino comes in, I hear him grunting, and he didn't get to me. I was surprised. Third time I went back to pass, I hear this, I threw the ball down the field, and I hear this awful commotion. And Gino had taken Uso by the jersey and ripped his jersey completely off of him. He said, kid, when you come back in here the next time, don't put any grease on your jersey.
In a sport where bravery is a requisite, Captain Marchetti brought a special kind of valor.
We were playing Green Bay and Milwaukee, and I think it was just before the half. Ferguson, I made a tackle on Ferguson, and he tore my shoulder out. So they took me into a hospital room in there, emergency room.
And as they worked on it, the pain was intense, and to keep him from grinding off his teeth, they took a hard piece of rubber and placed it between his teeth. And as they were forcing the shoulder back in this intense pain that he was having to endure, he said, do you think I'll be able to play the second half?
White men call it heart. Black men call it soul. Spaniards call it machismo. Whatever you want to call it, Gino Marchetti had it. It was with him every Sunday for 14 years on the playing fields of the NFL.
Give me a bunch of Gino Marchettis. I'll go to war with anybody.
In 1970, the Dallas Cowboys traded for All-Pro cornerback Herb Adderley, number 26. And within a year, the team previously called next year's champions went to their first Super Bowl. Adderley's arrival had more than a little to do with the Cowboys' rapid rise to the top. In Super Bowl VI against the Dolphins, the Cowboys won the World Championship, and Herb Adderley became the first man ever to win Super Bowl rings with 2 different teams. The other championships came when Herb played for perhaps the most legendary team in NFL history. Back in 1961, the Green Bay Packers were putting the finishing touches on what was to become a football dynasty. The frozen turf of Lambeau Field would soon become a showplace for a flashy young rookie, and Coach Vince Lombardi had specific plans for his #1 draft pick.
Herb Adderley was a great offensive player at Michigan State and was drafted by the Packers as an offensive player and practiced with the Packers as an offensive player. But in Detroit, against the Lions, he was pressed into service, as I recall, because of an injury as a defensive player. And he was burned a couple of times badly. But within a matter of weeks, it was obvious this man, Herb Adderley, was going to be a great defensive player. And I don't recall the opponent anymore, but he came up with an outstanding game where he had that great anticipation and he still had the great speed and made a couple of great plays. And after the game, I can close my eyes and I can still hear Vince Lombardi and see him as he looked at me, and if he was in a good mood and if he sort of liked you, he'd call you Coach. He said, "You know what, Coach? This proves how smart I am. I thought he was going to be a great offensive player," admitting that it happened only by accident, that Herb was transformed from an offensive player in the mind of the Packer organization into a defensive player where he became as good, in my opinion, as good as any defensive back I have ever seen.
Adderley still had the opportunity to show off his running skills as Green Bay's kickoff returner. But it was his play at cornerback that made him one of the most feared defenders of his time.
There were three great ones that I had to play consecutively: Herb Adderley, Night Train Lane, and Jimmy Johnson at San Francisco. And I was always on the right side, and they were always the left cornerbacks. And I had to play them 6 times a year, which is a difficult assignment. Herb with great speed, tough. Now, he was really mentally tough and never out of position. He wasn't the kind of guy who wanted to make friends. He wanted to take your head off. And Herb must have seen some film on Night Train because he had the clothesline that was legal at that particular time, and they could both deliver a blow to the head as you went across the middle.
I was kind of angry and upset when I came out of the Big Ten because I had been beaten up on myself as a running back. So I had a chance to say, okay, now I can dish some of this stuff out. And then watching Night Train Lane, who was my idol, and I think was the best cornerback to ever play the game, that's the way he played the game. And I said, well, hey, if I can do the same thing Night Train is doing and get away with it, that's going to be my style of play.
You caught a few turnouts or turn-ins in front of Herb Adderley, and you paid a price. Yet you couldn't beat him deep, and those were just kind of things that even today, there are not that many defensive backs that can play that kind of defense. And I would have to say Herb was one of the greatest athletes I've ever seen, just period.
Adderley's athletic skills made him a star at any sport he chose. But things did not come as easily when the handsome Herb tried his luck in show business. Adderley looked good on film, but acting proved tougher than catching a speedy receiver from behind.
I'm sorry, Herb. I didn't mean it. I wasn't even thinking. I promise you it won't happen again.
If you ever call me immature again, I'll step on you like a bug.
Such threats were not just scripted dialogue on the playing field, where Herb's performance was always of Oscar caliber.
I have a feeling that he never was worried about getting burned. And oh, I'll tell you something. He was a great hitter. He loved to hit people. Not dirty, but aggressive. That's the one word I think of. Intelligent, aggressive, quick. That's Herb Adderley.
Herb Adderley, 6-time world champion, 5-time All-Pro, a member of the Football Hall of Fame, and arguably the greatest cornerback to ever play in the National Football League.
In 1957, the Baltimore Colts' top draft choice was a 6-foot 5-inch, 300-pound All-American lineman named Jim Parker, who found pro football in Baltimore to be a step down from what he was used to at Ohio State.
It was a tough transition coming from Ohio State to Baltimore. For me, it was. It took me about 2.5 years to get accustomed to being poor. I came to Baltimore. In 1957, we had one whirlpool, And if he wasn't a quarterback, if he wasn't a running back, you didn't touch it. And in cold days, they had 2 hand warmers. That was for the quarterback and the receivers. And when you had to fight to get one of those hand warmers to get your hand warm. I remember in Green Bay, it was so cold out there, me and about 5 other guys spotted an old glove laying on the field, and we dove on it and almost lost all 5 of us trying to get to that one glove to put on our hand.
Big Jim Parker lived in a dream world, and his surrealistic visions were the source and sustenance of his professional greatness.
In the back of my mind, I would fantasize a lot. On pass blocking, I would pretend I was a mountain, and that the other guy, he had to get around this mountain, and it was impossible. Sometimes I would pretend I was a freight train running over a pedestrian and just psych myself up before every play.
You run into Jim Parker, it's like just running into the side of a house. I mean, he likes to say of himself as a truck, but you know, you can maybe get away from the truck, but here's the side of a house. And I ran into Parker, and he never gave an inch.
Parker was like putting an apartment house in the line. I mean, literally, the man was so huge. And when I first saw Jim Parker play, I was amazed because he had great quickness, good feet, good balance, and also this incredible size and strength. And I think perhaps the most difficult thing for me to deal with as a defensive lineman was someone who had this huge bulk, who still had enough mobility to move around.
Parker's blocks opened the holes that Lenny Moore ran through en route to the Hall of Fame. But it was in the service of quarterback John Unitas that Jim Parker truly excelled.
He was a workhorse. You couldn't work him hard enough, and I don't think Jim ever refused to do anything that you asked him. And you hardly got any conversation out of Jim in a huddle. Most of the times I asked, Jimmy, you all right? Mm-hmm. That was it with him. But that's the type of individual that Jimmy was. He was an unselfish man, and he gave everything he had for you.
Parker's fearless pass protection enabled John Unitas and Raymond Berry to develop into the era's most successful pitch-and-catch combination. For when Jim Parker was living out his fantasies, it was tough for mere mortals to make it around the mountain.
I think the best offensive lineman that I played against had to be Jim Parker. He was the toughest individual that I've ever faced in my life.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've seen him mash people and bury them and then gore them. Too many to list.
When I played for the Minnesota Vikings, Jim Parker not only knocked me out on a trap play, but also broke my hand running over me.
Jim was the kind of fellow who could get a player put on waivers, a good player. He ruined many Sunday afternoons for defensive ends who were good defensive ends until they tangled with him. He was super. I don't know of any defensive lineman who played at that time who would not vote for him for their all-time All-Pro team.
Jim Parker, the Baltimore Colts' moving mountain, and quite arguably the best offensive lineman of all time. The first pure blocker to be elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Lenny Moore had a unique capacity for seeing things that other runners were unable to see. He had the equivalent of what the military calls night vision, and he moved with such effortless grace and nonchalance that even his own teammates were in awe of his talent.
He was my inspiration. He was an idol almost to me because I used to look forward to going to practice to watch him run. He was so smooth. He could lay his feet down and walk on eggs without breaking them. And he would stop on a dime. He would set the blocker up for you.
As a runner, he had to be one of the most fluid, coordinated. He probably had the sixth sense. Anytime someone would get close to him, he just knew how to cut. And fluid, he was like a symphony on the football field.
Every time Lenny Moore was given the ball, it was the beginning of a unique adventure, a classic in cleats.
Lenny Moore was probably pound for pound the best offensive weapon, scoring weapon that I've ever seen. Plus, Lenny Moore was a real team player. He was a humble guy.
Lenny learned the true meaning of humility from his mother, who worked as a housemaid while he attended school.
I remember one day when I was at Penn State, I came home and I rode up to get her and I parked the car, and of course inside here I said, oh wow, you know, and Mom's, you know, scrubbing floors, you know, whatever, you know. Went up, I rapped on the door, and the lady came to the door. I said, come to see Mrs. Moore. I said, I'm her son. Oh, you must be Lenny, you know, you're home from school? I said, yes. Okay, fine, I'll get her. And boy, something went through me. Yeah, I'll never forget it as long as I live. I got in that car and I prayed to God. I said, Lord, if you ever make it possible for me to do anything that my mother will never scrub another floor. And I cried, boy, and then she came out, you know, and I straightened myself out.
Lenny's desire to succeed resulted in many great plays, but none as memorable as this catch against the Detroit Lions.
I felt a glow come over my body. And it's hard to describe. And it was good Lord. A glow came over my body. I dove, that ball stuck. And I pulled the ball to my stomach as I slid into the end zone, you know, through the end zone. That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Lenny's glow of success faded into the shadows of complacency. His instant fame had dulled his desire and softened his will to work. His play was marred by fumbles, mistakes, and poorly run pass patterns.
You know, Lenny was a great talent, natural. He never had to work much for it. And he was careless, and he had a couple of bad experiences fumbling. Probably cost us the division championship one year.
There was no place on Don Shula's Colts for a player whose talent was no longer as large as his scrapbook. And in 1963, Lenny Moore's career seemed over.
I dedicated myself in 1964. I said, well, if they think I'm through, I'm going to show them that I'm not through. And I'm going to have the best year I've ever had, because it's going to start from day one. My attitude changed, and my dedication was toward proving that I was still there, that I could still do the job.
The magic was gone, but the will, the desire, returned. Throughout the season, Moore remained a persistent, heroic presence, a determined, relentless competitor who never stopped trying, even as a 31-year-old member of the special teams. Moore scored a record 20 touchdowns, led the league in scoring, and the Colts won the championship of the Western Conference. Season's end, Moore was again an All-Pro. He received the Comeback Player of the Year award and was voted the most valuable player in the NFL. But Lenny Moore had another reason to savor the season of '64. His success erased a debt to his own pride, and 3 years later, he retired, certain of his place in the game's history.
16 NFL seasons, safety Paul Krause was the most larcenous defensive back in league history, intercepting a record 81 passes. Despite these credentials, Krause is not yet enshrined in Canton, Ohio.
Every good football player wants to be in the Hall of Fame, especially when you have the statistics to prove that you should be in the Hall of Fame and have done things that nobody's ever done and still aren't in the Hall of Fame. I'd love to be in the Hall of Fame. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. For some reason, there again, I have not been elected to the Hall of Fame. Why, I don't know.
Perhaps the answer to that question can be found in Paul's past, starting with his 1964 rookie season in Washington. A college All-American in football and baseball, Krause, number 26, transformed his diamond skills to the gridiron, where he set NFL records in his very first year.
He intercepted 12 passes as a rookie, played center field like Willie Mays, and he was tall and had great hands, and I used to set him up. I used to call the plays. I'd safety blitz him one time, and he wasn't a very good blitzer, wasn't a very good tackler. He just wasn't physically built for that. He was built really for baseball, but boy, could he play. He covered such a wide range in the secondary. Nobody that played free safety had a pair of hands like Paul Krause.
I know Paul probably, during the week before you went up against him, studied film. He had to, because he knew your tendencies. He didn't have the quickest lateral movement of free safeties, but he knew where to be at the right time and made a lot of interceptions. He beat us a lot, too.
Despite Paul's obvious talents, there were those who sought to make him something he was not. An unfortunate and misguided attempt that eventually forced Krause out of the nation's capital.
I was having some problems with the defensive backfield coach at Washington. I was the first rookie ever to make All-Pro in league's history. Then I made All-Pro again my second year. But he wanted to change my type of playing. And I felt that I couldn't change my type of playing. I was, kind of an offensive defensive back. And the Vikings traded for me. And I came here and immediately led the team in tackles.
It was in frigid Minnesota where Krause, number 22, found his true calling. Instead of headhunting, Paul used his brains to defuse the long bomb.
When they threw that long pass, everybody would turn around and say, Krause, because we knew that he was our last line of defense, and he'd always come through. In those days, we had a great front four, great linebackers, great cornerbacks. We had people to stop the runs. We needed people back there like Krause with the hands and with the intelligence to hawk that ball. And he was a good ball hawk.
And they all, come up with the same logic. Well, he wasn't a big hitter. He wouldn't come up and stuff someone in the hole. But you have to remember that that's not the way we played. We played a zone-type defense where we asked Paul to play center field. And I don't think anyone's ever done it better than he did in the whole history of the game. And I think that because of that, he really deserves to be in the Hall of Fame with the other people that we have there.
There's more to football games than just tackling. When you look at our defense, we led the league always in points scored against us. Teams didn't score against us, and I was one of the reasons. I had a particular thing to do on that football field, and that was to stop long touchdowns, big plays, and, of course, the passing game. And that's what I did.
Krause also employed his surgical grip as a holder on kicks, providing enough athletic skill to enhance the scoring potential of the Vikings field goal formation. When it came to putting the ball back in the offense's hands, no one burglarized the opposition as brazenly or as often as Paul Krause. While others made jarring hits and fierce tackles, Krause was piling up takeaways and touchdowns.
Nobody's ever intercepted 81 balls. I've done it. And I can say it, nobody else can. If that record's going to be broken, it's going to take a good football player to break it, and it's going to have to be a healthy football player, a player that plays a long time.
And you have to be, you have to have a lot of luck into it too. And all those things that go into making that record, it's going to take somebody extra special to break that record. Probably a Hall of Famer. And if it is, God bless him.
Had bad eyes, he had a short leg, he was slow, but he was probably the most intense and hardest working man in the NFL.
He was a homemade football player. He made himself into a football player on total drive, on intensity, on a desire to make it. Raymond had gone to SMU, and Colts, when they drafted him, thought of him as a defensive end. Imagine Raymond Berry, 182 pounds as a defensive end.
Raymond Berry came to the Colts without an abundance of ability, yet went on to become, with the cooperation of the game's greatest quarterback, one of the finest receivers in the history of pro football. As a pair, Unitas to Berry were to the Colts what Gable was to Lombard in the movies, and what Jagger is to Richards in the Rolling Stones. The source of Berry's success was lodged in dedication, hard work, and an obsession with detail that bordered on the fanatic.
But when he went on the road, he insisted on taking his own private scale with him because he was fearful that the scales in California and in Chicago wouldn't give him an honest reading. And he always wanted to play at 182 pounds. He didn't want to play at 183. So he knew that if he carried his own scale with him, that he would get an accurate reading. So he carried his own scale.
Ray Berry was an eccentric, and there was madness to his method. But it helped him become a three-time All-Pro and drove him to the Hall of Fame. His achievements were a triumph for a common man, a fact not lost on his teammates.
The longer he stayed around and the unbelievable catches that he started to make, the football players, the old clique and the old heads and the established veterans suddenly started to accept him because they found out he could play.
I think the one guy Raymond would want to punch would have been me, because I used to use his hairbrush all the time. The comb was there, and then his towel, and he had his back brace hanging up that he'd washed, and his underwear, and I used to go and use the hairbrush and turn it around the other way so he knew I'd use it. And he'd come up to me, look at me, he'd say, "Arthur, I wish you would use my hair." I said, "Raymond, I'll never do it again." Do the same thing the next day. So then he got to the point that if I didn't do it, he'd be looking forward for me using his hairbrush.
He was a slave to routine and incessant practice. This ensured his accomplishments, but it also made it harder for him to tolerate failure.
And I didn't like to drop a ball. It really irritated me.
He'd practice hour after hour diving into a net under the goalpost, and he once said that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity, and I must be prepared to make my own luck.
Practice makes perfect, and Ray Berry became the perfect receiver.
It gradually began to become clear that there are a certain number of types of catches. The short ball, there's about 12, and on the long ball, there's about 6. And so basically that became the drill, that's just constantly working on those 18 basically type of catches over and over and over. 2, 3, 4 of each type every day, catching 7,500 balls a day.
Berry orchestrated every step in practice until it became pure reflex in a game. He was like an Arthur Murray dance student who enters a klutz and graduates in a stare. He didn't smoke, didn't drink, and like the cowboy who never shot first, he played a clean game on the field and off it.
He's a kind of an individual that, you know, all of us that know locker room language, we've been in the service and we use all the 4-letter words that were ever invented. When Raymond came around, most of the players cleaned up their vocabulary out of respect to Raymond Berry. It was almost like he was a member of the clergy.
In 1958, pro football became a religion. Television brought to the masses what was called the greatest game ever played, as the Colts defeated the Giants in sudden death for the NFL championship. When pro football moved to center stage, the game became the centerpiece in the magnificent career of Raymond Berry. When he left pro football, he left it as a remarkable player and a remarkable man.
He was yards apart from any other athlete that you'd ever want to meet. just a tremendous credit to humanity, and it makes you pleased to know that in your lifetime you've had an opportunity to know a man like Raymond Berry, who has given most all of the good qualities that God wants man to have, and very few of its weaknesses.
Late 60s. The Broncos were so terrible that the team was exiled by the media, and the players became prisoners in pro football's wasteland. One outcast was Rich Jackson, number 87, who was the focal point of every opposing offense, but never the focus of a television lens. The defensive end labored in obscurity, an anonymous Superman who destroyed everyone he faced. Jackson terrorized opponents and thrilled Bronco fans. He was as menacing as a clenched fist. And his bite was as bad as his bark, unlike some.
I'm Lyle Alzado of the Denver Broncos, and I'm mean, and I'm tough, and I'm the best defensive end pro football's ever seen. Me, Lyle Alzado.
I walked into training camp the first day and walked down the locker room, and I had this tank top on. I was about 300 pounds, and I strutted down the hallway there, and I ripped off my clothes, and I was putting my shoes on, and I was thinking to myself, if anybody bothers me, anybody comes near me, I'm going to grab them right by the throat and let them know I'm here to play. So I'm down there tying my shoes, put my football shoes on, and a T-shirt dropped right on my shoe where I was tying my shoelaces. And I looked at that T-shirt and picked it up, and I jumped up, and there was this arm leaning across taking a shoe off, and on this bicep it was written Stonewall. I said, "What's Stonewall?" I jumped up, and there was this guy with this Fu Manchu, and he says, "Yeah, boys, anything I can do for you?" And I looked at him, and then it's flashing in my mind. Stonewall, Tombstone Jackson, Rich Jackson. Oh my God. So I looked at that T-shirt, and I looked him right in the face, and those big brown eyes were glaring right at me, and I looked at that T-shirt, and I said, well, Mr. Jackson, would you like me to fold this for you?
He was called Tombstone, a name that symbolized the end of the line, the final resting place for quarterbacks and running backs. Where there was order, he created chaos, churning up firestorms in the pass pocket. This one-man gang built a justifiably frightening reputation for scaring both friend and foe alike.
I would imagine being on the same ball club, watching me do things that was somewhat extraordinary would strike fear in someone. At times, I would look at films and at myself, and I would conclude the same thing, that this guy is unreal.
No one could handle him. He was just that powerful. I've seen him pick tackles up and just throw them out of the way. Just devastate people. Once he got a hold of you, once he had his hands on you, it was over.
The thing that I liked about him, and why I would say he's one of the two greatest defensive ends I've ever seen, the other one being Deacon Jones.
David Deacon Jones played defensive end for the Rams and gobbled up publicity almost as fast as he swallowed up quarterbacks. Playing in the same era, Jones stole Jackson thunder, and some say pilfered his patented move as well.
I developed the thing they call a head slap. Because anytime you go upside a man's head or a woman, then they have a tendency to blink their eyes or close their eyes, and that was all I needed.
The inventor of the head slap. I had the halo spinner. I had the bulldog moves. I come off the ball in the sprinter stance, low and hard. It's a matter of taking the left hand and throwing it up. There you go. Made a motion with my left hand to the side of the head. Oftentimes the quarterback is sitting there like ducks in a pond. I used another move, which I call a halo spinner. You come off of the head slap, come back inside up the pipe. By a double head slap. And it would boom, just like so. And that gave you a headache for the entire. You finished that run.
He hit me the hardest of anybody that ever hit me side the head. And it was like a mule kicked me in the head when he hit me, you know. And you don't let an opponent know he hurt you. But he hit me, all I could see was stars, and I could barely make it back to the huddle.
Boy, that thing would come up on the side of your head, either side, just knock you for a loop. It was like a Joe Frazier left hook. Just stop you dead in your tracks.
To quarterbacks, the looming specter of Tombstone Jackson was a fearsome sight. Like Michael Myers in Halloween or Freddy Krueger in Nightmare on Elm Street, he was a horror from which there was no escape.
Oakland Raiders came into town, and they were the powerhouse of the league. Him and Bob Brown were written up in the papers as the match of the century. Bob Brown didn't last 3 quarters with Rich. Rich had his nose bloodied, and Bob Brown, the boomer, was on the ground, and Rich was running over him and around him. And, I mean, Rich never had anybody that really could stop him.
I covered one game where he turned the game himself and he destroyed a player's career. This was a young offensive tackle the Jets had called Sam Walton, and he slapped him right on, head-slapped him right onto the bench, and he could split a helmet with that thing. And I remember after the game, Weeb Eubank in the locker room, he was just talking to himself, and he said he made him look like one of those bobble-headed dolls that you put in the car. And, you know, he was the kind of guy that could just turn a game by himself.
I was on one end and he was on the other, and I could hear Rich talking to the guy. You know, I'm gonna knock your head off. I'm coming, boy. Here I come, boy. Hear my footsteps. Stuff like that. And the tackle would be like this. And he would stand there, and as the back would come, the back of his eyes would get this big, and Rich would just knock him right to the ground. It's pretty amazing.
The sad irony is that the final resting spot for the Tombstone will not be the Hall of Fame, for he is destined to be more a part of pro football's folklore than its recorded history.
He's one of the players, and some have come through professional football that were truly great, but will only get the recognition of being truly great from their peers and only in memory. But Richard Jackson was one of the great players in the National Football League.
He's not going to say anything to anybody. He says, but he's just suffering so much. He said, he's come to me at night and asked me to remake his shoe. He said, I put a special thing under his instep, but he has nothing but scar tissue there. And he said, it's just the most agonizing thing. He said, that kid cannot go through what he's doing. So what we really did was put Rocky on the injured reserve list, sent him to the doctors, and when our doctors operated on him, they actually found a piece of shrapnel in his foot that was not able to be taken out at the time, and they removed the scar tissue. And then the story, of course, is legendary, what Rocky did after that.
The next year he comes back, and he's still not 100%, but he's able to run a little better. You can see a little bit of improvement. I still wouldn't have given him a nickel for his chances of ever succeeding. The following year he comes back, I mean, it was just phenomenal, the rate of improvement and how he had just conquered all odds.
In 1974, after 5 years of rehabilitation, Blyer won a spot in the starting lineup and a place in the hearts of football fans everywhere. Everyone was inspired by the gutty young man whose hard work had made a dream come true. Straight-ahead will and determination put him squarely in the tradition of men who have been at the heart of winning teams. In each of his 5 years as a regular, the Steelers won the division championship. And in 1976, Rocky became only the 5th player in NFL history to gain 1,000 yards in a season after reaching the age of 30. In any field of human endeavor, whether it be art, science, or sports, We are apt to find at least one person who serves as an example of the triumph of the spirit. In this figure, we are able to find a measure of our own possibilities instead of a reminder of our limitations. The NFL has its example. His name is Rocky Bleier.
57, George Halas took a tip from a jockey at Hialeah Racetrack in Miami and placed a bet not on a horse, but on a player named Willie Gallimore. Gallimore, number 28, came to the Bears as a late-round draft choice from tiny Florida A&M and proved to be one of the last great steals before scouting became sophisticated. Elusive and swift, Willie was the Ferrari of running backs, possessing a passing gear other players only dream about. A rival defensive lineman once said, he was not hard to bring down once you got your hands on him, but getting your hands on Willie was unbelievably difficult.
Willie was nicknamed Willie the Wisp. And in reality, that was the way he ran. All of a sudden, you'd see him break out into the open, and you don't know where he came from. Willie was unbelievably quick going downfield. He wasn't sideways or this way. He just zoomed down the field and seemed to be so fast nobody could catch him.
You ever try go hunting and a rabbit's in an open field and you try to shoot a rabbit, or you ever try tackling a guy like that? He had speed like you. He, one motion, the same speed, be able to cut. The only difference between him and McElhenney, Willie was faster. To me, it seemed like he did the 109.2 going like this. Fantastic.
Will o' the Wisp, Willie Gallimore puts the Bears on their way to another score. Willie Gallimore reverses his field, bobbles the ball, gets it back, shakes off tackler after tackler on a spectacular touchdown gallop.
Willie Gallimore could turn the corner faster than most fellas could run forward. I've seen him do that.
Gallimore never gained 1,000 yards in a season, but statistics were not the measure of this man. He painted pictures in the open field. Each run was a Rembrandt, and as a collection, they became a gallery that hung in the memory.
It seems like everybody forgot him. And he's made some runs that I've never seen a back do yet. I have never seen anyone, and I don't believe you have in any of your film, seen anyone catch him from behind or from an angle. He was only 9.6 speed, but he seemed like he run as fast as he had
to. Gallimore was as gifted a pass catcher as he was a runner. And in today's game, he probably would have been turned into a wide receiver.
He could get downfield so fast on the defensive halfback, the safety, the free safety, that the free safety was not free anymore. This was the greatness of true great halfbacks in professional football, half to effect. We were playing a game in 1963, I guess it was, and the game was very close, and I hit Willie with a pass about in the middle of the field, man, and he just caught the ball and zoomed through everybody. I mean, it was just like, it was unbelievable. I mean, he was so quick.
He had 2 knee operations the year before the '63 season. I think he broke something like 6 tackles. You know, just having a knee operation is bad enough, but he had 2 of them in 1 year. I mean, he was an amazing runner. I always thought he was one of the best runners, and I never could understand why he didn't get more recognition as a runner.
Willie Gallimore, Willie the Wisp, gone but not forgotten.
For 4 years, it was part football, part carnival, and at times part travelogue. But in the end, the ill-fated All-American Conference was better at staging circuses than competitive football games. The Cleveland Browns were the jewel that would be plucked from the wreckage by the rival NFL. But though the Browns completely dominated their conference year after year, their minor league status afforded them little respect in the eyes of the big boys of the NFL. In 1950, the Philadelphia Eagles were at the vanguard of NFL superiority. They were hailed as the Titans of pro football, having won back-to-back world championships in 48 and 49. Any challenge to that was scoffed at by the football world. Nonetheless, when Paul Brown signed his team into the NFL in 1950, the stage was set for the inevitable showdown between the two powers. In effect, the very first Super Bowl. The battle lines were drawn.
Well, it had been several years that we were in the All-America Conference, and National League people would say we didn't even have a football, all that kind of stuff, that they made a lot out of nothing. And we were really up in the bit for the game. I believe this was the highest, most dedicated football one-game experience I had ever seen a team in.
But the laid-back Eagles, convinced of their invincibility, viewed the upstart challengers with a jaundiced eye.
You know, if you could feel cocky before a game, we felt cocky. This was a team from what we thought was maybe a bush league, but they weren't.
Eagles coach Greasy Neal fed this overconfidence, maintaining the popular view that the Browns were nothing more than bush league bullies.
Greasy Neal thought the Cleveland Browns were not as good as they really were. We didn't scout them. He thought Paul Brown was a high school coach. They got some team from the All-America Conference, and we didn't have to do much to beat them.
For Eagle quarterback Tommy Thompson, Neal's miscalculation was uncharacteristic.
I played for Greasy for quite a few years. He made very, very few mistakes. But I think Neal made a mistake on scouting this ball club.
The prevailing move that doubted the Browns was ultimately used to their advantage. The psychological preparation of a team was something Paul Brown strongly believed in. When he came across some negative articles about his team, he pioneered bulletin board psychology.
I really think that was our motivation when we got to Philadelphia. Reading this paper for 2 weeks, newspaper, we just was ready to hit anything that the Eagles had.
Ironic as it may seem, pro football's World Series takes place the first week of the 1950 season as the Cleveland Browns, champions of the All-American Conference, take on the defending kingpins of the NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles. 85,000 fans gets a thrill in the opening period as Cleveland's Don Phelps is long gone on a 70-yard scamper to the end zone.
The opening minute set the tone for a game in which the Browns, in a word, overwhelmed the complacent and unprepared Eagles. The vaunted Eagle defense proved no match for the Browns' aggressive passing game. Cleveland attacked with such lightning efficiency that its effect on the Eagles was akin to shell shock. The Browns rendered the Eagles into a trance-like state as ball carriers bounced off of dazed tacklers for big gains. In perhaps the greatest team debut in sports history, the Browns' rout of the world champions stunningly demonstrated they were not only worthy of the NFL, but they would be a giant of the league for years to come. Not bad for a Bush League team with a high school coach.
This was a great football team, and Paul Brown will go down in history as one of the great all-time NFL coaches. And the Cleveland Browns were for real, and we found this out.
Were determined to exorcise the demons that had darkened the 2 previous years. Snake-bitten seasons, ending in bitter disappointment. In 1965, the Green Bay Packers kicked a controversial field goal that denied Baltimore a berth in the NFL championship game. The next season saw Lombardi's Packers victimize the star-crossed Colts again. The $1 million fumble propelled Green Bay to another NFL title and triumph in Super Bowl I. Twice the Colts had fallen one step short of greatness.
Not a decade of decline, a decade of dismay. It was an era of one disappointment after another for the Baltimore Colts and the city, and it was almost as if they had the conjure sign against them.
The tranquility of the 1967 summer camp was deceiving. Don Shula drove his team hard, but drove himself harder as he worked and lived like a Spartan.
They trained in Westminster, Maryland. The heat was well over 100 degrees. He was living up on the second floor of a dormitory that had a slate roof and no air conditioning. I mean, it was almost like being in a hole at Sing Sing.
So 1967 would be forged in fire and tempered by revenge. The Baltimore Colts were a seasoned team, led by that man for all seasons, quarterback John Unitas. The 67 Colts would not be denied. They outscored their opponents by a 2-1 margin and led the NFL in almost every meaningful offensive category. A hard-scrabble plugger like running back Tom Matte typified the Colt offense. This was not a collection of fancy Dans or All-Stars, but a pack of sled dogs running on a rutted trail, pulled by their lead husky, Unitas, and driven and whipped on by head coach Don Shula.
He knew how to come back, and then he knew how to make us come back. He knows how to motivate people individually. He knew exactly what buttons to push on each individual player to get the maximum effort out of them.
Rising above ability and raising levels of play were also qualities of the defense. In a revenge game, the defense exploded the myth of Packer invincibility by crushing Bart Starr and producing a crucial victory. Ordell Bracy, Mad Dog Mike Curtis, Don Shinnick, and Dennis Gorbat's number 53 were some of the bricks in this stone wall. But for all their defensive dominance and offensive excellence, the 1967 season boiled down to 2 games with the Los Angeles Rams. On October 15th, the Rams came to Memorial Stadium with only 1 loss. The surging Colts were undefeated, the fans unfriendly, the atmosphere uninviting. Victory seemed assured, for Baltimore had both Unitas and history on its side.
The Rams had never beaten Baltimore in Baltimore when Johnny Unitas was the quarterback.
But on the way to a lopsided triumph, 2 certain touchdowns vanished in the hands of Colts receivers. While the Colts lost their grip, victory did not slip through the fingers of the Rams' Jack Snow.
Jack could catch the back half of a football. The ball's going away from you, and you catch the back end of the ball and put it away. I didn't think Jack could get to the ball.
Snow's heroic catches helped deadlock the game at 24. This tie would haunt Baltimore like a psychedelic 60s nightmare. For in the last week of the season, the undefeated Colts met the once-beaten Rams in a winner-take-all game for the Coastal Division title and the one remaining spot in the playoffs. A heavyweight fight to the finish became a 1-round knockout as the Rams pounded the Colts 34-10. With 11 victories, 1 loss, and 2 ties, the Baltimore Colts were counted out, while another was carried off as champions.
Sam Ball, a good old boy from down Kentucky way, said, "What happened to us shouldn't have happened to a cur dog." Shula was distraught.
We lost, and they went to the playoffs, and we went home. But it was very disturbing knowing that you were still, you know, the 2nd best team in the National Football League, and you didn't even qualify for the playoffs.
We were in one of the Los Angeles bars. We were at a table having a drink after the ball game, and John hated losing just about as bad as anybody I've ever seen. And we were sitting there drowning our sorrows in beer and one thing and another, and Luella Parsons came walking over to the table. John just sat there, and Luella said, "John, I'm Luella Parsons. I've done a long time admirer of yours, and I'd like the opportunity to meet you." And John didn't bother to get up. He looked up over his head, and he said, "Sure, Luella, sit down and sit your ass down and have a beer." And at that, she dropped her cane and did about a 9-5 out of the restaurant.
To me, that was the greatest football team we ever had here. And it was a ball club made up of a whole bunch of different individual guys, but I'll tell you, when they got on the field, they played as a team.
But a luckless team, forever relegated to the fine print of NFL history. Of obscurity, Alex Hawkins was finally on center stage. Some people just don't belong on center stage.
Right before the half, we had a punt rush on we worked on for 2 weeks, and we thought we could block a punt. And I was the designated man to block the punt, but I wasn't sure what the rules were because I thought I could hit him before he got the kick off. So I hesitated 1 second, threw my hands up the last minute, and he kicked it off underneath me, and I ran into him.
Imagine history if Hawkins had blocked that punt. Would it be Broadway, Alex Hawkins, and Joe Willie who?
It was that kind of career, though. It was up and down and very, very checkered, but a lot of fun.
Alex Hawkins joined the world champion Baltimore Colts in 1959 as an All-American halfback from the University of South Carolina. Pretty soon, though, it was evident that his future wasn't as a runner. So Hawkins was moved outside to wide receiver, where he didn't exactly win a lot of respect around the league either. It wasn't long before the Colts moved Hawkins a little further outside, where he appeared doomed until Don Shula took over as Baltimore's head coach in 1963. Whatever Shula saw in Hawkins, everybody else missed it. Even NFL Films, who missed the only game-winning touchdown of Hawkins' career. How this guy stuck with the team was a mystery to fans. Even on special teams, Hawkins' skills couldn't have excited his coach. Still, something about him caught Shula's eye.
Marchetti was the defensive captain, Unitas was offensive captain, so I decided to get a captain of the special teams. And who better than Alex Hawkins? You know, he was the craziest guy, the guy that really enjoyed doing these type of things. And it was tough to find, in that day and age, it was tough to find a player that enjoyed going down there and hitting into the wedge. But the Hawk liked this, and he took a great deal of pride in this recognition as being the captain of the special teams.
Pride and recognition aren't quite the words Hawkins would have used to describe his new assignment.
It was kind of like punishment. I'd say probably 80% of the injuries came on these kickoff and punt return teams. So nobody wanted to be on the thing. So he said, I'm going to make you a special teams captain. So I said, well, thank you, but no thank you. It's right embarrassing because, you know, Artie Donovan didn't even know my last name. And I'd played with him 3 years. Nobody knew who I was.
The first time that I sent Hawk out as a captain, they were being introduced to some of these other people that were well-known players, and then they introduced Captain Hawkins, and I guess it was Butkus or somebody reached in to shake his hand, and he says, Captain who?
And the other captains were laughing at me, and it was most embarrassing, but it was a way of staying on the ball club anyhow.
Old number 25 did try to be a role model.
Captain Who would take over the special teams meeting, and we'd study the film, and then he'd stand up in his nice outfit, the suit of the week, and he'd say, great performance this week by Charlie Stooks. Made 3 tackles on the kickoffs. Curry had some good blocks. John Williams did well protecting the punter, but for the 13th week in a row, the bottle of Cutty Sark for the outstanding special teams performance goes to Alex Hawkins.
Legend had it that Hawkins would lead his teammates in putting every one of those bottles to good use after hours, despite the warning Shula gave new members of the team every year.
He said, this is Alex Hawkins, the Hawk. He said he's a guy that can dissipate himself horribly, but the day of a game he can perform. Don't any of you try to emulate him. This is Alex Hawkins. So I knew then that he didn't expect any more from me then than he had those previous years I'd played for him.
In 1967, Shula did get more. Injuries to first and second string receivers gave Hawkins the chance to achieve new offensive heights, and he did, both on and off the field.
The Colts had a $5,000 prize one year for the Colt that best personified the spirit of the Colts. And this was the only good year that I'd ever had in professional football. I was a better than average receiver after all these years of being less than average. But then I got arrested in a poker game, and it made the papers, big headlines and the whole thing, and they took the vote, and I won the thing, and Rosenblum was embarrassed to say some guy that just been arrested in a poker game represented the spirit of the Colts, so he gave it to charity instead.
In 1968, Hawkins' career came crashing back down to earth. But after all he had put into the game, he never felt like football had to give him anything back in return.
Football hasn't prepared me for life. It didn't financially, and it certainly, you know, they say football builds character. There's no evidence that I can point to suggest that had any credibility to it. Football is a game. You know, games are played by children.
Some players ride to stardom atop a wave of glory. Alex Hawkins was dragged through the mud. Not your classic hero, but a cult hero who won't be forgotten.
And when he played with the Packers, he often insisted that his teammates put their dirty towels in the laundry bin themselves to make the team manager's job easier. Now, don't get the wrong idea here. Bart Starr is no wimp. In pressure situations, he filled the soft spots with steel. But despite his steely nerves, Bart Starr has always had a kind heart.
In 1958, the Green Bay Packers were the worst team in the NFL. Their quarterback was a shy, courteous young man named Brian Bartlett Starr, who seemed to be living proof of the old adage, nice guys finish last.
We beat Green Bay 40-0. And then Bart just had a miserable game, and the fans were booing him in Green Bay, if you can imagine that. And after losing 40-0, instead of, ducking his head and running for the tunnel, Bart came over and congratulated us. Great guy.
In 1959, the Packers hired coach Vince Lombardi, a determined winner who had no patience for gracious losers.
Well, I think that Coach Lombardi probably felt that I wasn't strong enough to be the leader that he was looking for. He was volatile, explosive, impulsive, loud, abrasive, nasty, if you will, and I wasn't. Probably I gave the impression to him that I wasn't as strong a leader maybe as he had hoped for. But what he didn't know was what was underneath. I really think that performance always speaks much louder than words.
In 1960, Starr's steady performance earned him the starting role, and the underdog Packers fought their way to the top of the Western Conference. While running backs Jim Taylor, number 31, and Paul Hornung became national heroes, the quarterback who gave them the ball was ignored and often blamed for the team's failures.
Football is that we're playing out here today. Oh, God. Oh, get him out of there, will you?
Belittled by his coach and bullied by his opponents, Starr's faith and courage were constantly tested. He stood up to the punishment and abuse with a quiet defiance, and even Lombardi soon learned that Starr's gentle nature gave no hint of the fire that glowed within.
A lot of people mistake kindness for weakness, and Bart Starr stood up to Lombardi every time he should have.
I told him, I said, look, Coach, I said, I can take all of the chewing you want to dish out. And I said, I understand your personality, and that's all well and good. And I said, that doesn't bother me. I said, but what does bother me is the fact that you're telling the team one thing, that you're expecting certain things of your leaders, of your quarterbacks, and you expect me to go out there and lead them. And I said, I can't do that if you're going to chew me out in front of them. I said, now, if I've got a chewing out coming, fine. But do it in the privacy of this office where you apologize to me when you know you're wrong. I said, otherwise, don't ever expect me to go out there and be your leader. And he never, ever raised his voice to me again.
The competitive fires in Bart Starr were well banked and deeply hidden, but Lombardi fanned them to a blaze, and Starr changed from a man who used to lean on his team to one who could lead it. Starr was a player that Lombardi never thought would make it, but few coaches ever got more out of a player than Lombardi got out of Starr.
Starr always seemed to me to be an extension of Lombardi on the field. Bart was, I think, the perfect coach's quarterback in a sense that if Lombardi said, here are the 6,000 things I want you to do, Bart would go out and do probably almost all of those 6,000 things. And he always played the percentages. Smart percentage player, not a gambler. In other words, if he had a back who was covering a receiver tight, the ball was always low. Bart knew that there was a chance that the ball wouldn't be caught, but no chance that it would be intercepted if it was thrown that way.
Bart Starr is probably one of the purest gentlemen you'll ever want to meet. But on the football field, he'll cut your heart out and show it to you. He probably completed more fourth down and one passes than anybody in pro football. People don't remember him as that, but I have, because I were on the sidelines and listened to the discussion, and Coach Lombardi would say, what's he going to call? Is he going to run it on fourth and one? I said, Coach, you can bet he's going to throw it. I think the quality of a great leader, of a great quarterback, is being able to deliver when you have to. Anybody can play when there's really nothing at stake, regardless of the game, regardless of the situation. But I really think the measure of the player is how well he plays under pressure when you have to win.
Above all, Bart Starr was the consummate pressure player, and he proved it by winning 5 championship games, more than any quarterback in history. In 1966, Lombardi's Packers won their 2nd straight NFL championship game and 4th league title when Starr threw 4 touchdown passes to defeat the Dallas Cowboys. Later, in the first Super Bowl, the Packers defeated the Kansas City Chiefs 35-10. Starr was named the most valuable player, and the coach who once doubted him had by now become his biggest fan, and together they went on to make pro football history. In the 1967 championship game, a small step for Bart Starr was a giant leap for the Green Bay Packers, who became the first and only team in NFL history to win 3 consecutive championship games. In the second Super Bowl, the Packers crushed the Raiders 33-14, and Starr was again named the game's most valuable player. Unlike most of the great quarterbacks, Bart Starr was made, not born, and the lessons of his life seem clear.
One of my favorite quotes is from William Jennings Bryan, and I think it sums up how I feel about my career and what I was able to accomplish when he said that destiny is not a matter of chance, it's a matter of choice. It is not something to be wished for, it is something to be attained.
In the late 1950s, the Baltimore Colts won back-to-back world championships. While the glamour of winning went to the big-name stars of the offense, the true personality of the Colts was shaped by the defense, and in particular, by 4 extraordinary men who played in the defensive line. At right tackle was 6 foot 6 inch, 290-pound Eugene Lipscomb, the Big Daddy of the Baltimore Colts. In the 1950s, the main job of the defensive tackle was to jam up the middle. But Big Daddy revolutionized his position when he invented what is now called pursuit. Whenever the play was directed away from him, which was often, Big Daddy pulled out of the line in pursuit of the ball carrier and made more tackles than any lineman on the team.
Big Daddy was big. He was the first big black man in the National Football League. He came here in '56 with me. But his greatest asset was his fact that he could read the defense and then pursue the ball carrier and usually get to him before the ball carrier turned the corner. Gene's forte was his great lateral movement.
When asked to explain his revolutionary technique, Big Daddy said simply, "I take the shortest route to the ball carrier and arrive in ill humor."
He would try to intimidate you. He would try to pull nose thing, you know, and squeeze your nose. you know, not in a dirty vein, kind of like you know, like he was playing with you, like a cat would play with a mouse. Reach under your face mask and, you know, squeeze your nose and say, I'm going to get you next time. It would really make you mad as hell.
While Big Daddy was cast as the team bully, number 70, Art Donovan, played the team buffoon.
Maybe he looked like a big marshmallow or a Santa Claus in a football uniform for the player across the line of scrimmage, but a lot of them playing Arthur Donovan got religion. He was especially adept at splitting the double team. He could take double team blocking and separate it like you would 10 pins because of this immense strength that he had in his shoulders.
Donovan was a 4-time All-Pro defensive tackle, and he was destined to be the first Baltimore Colt to enter the Hall of Fame.
Belying the fact that he was stout and portly and didn't look like he had much speed, had all the quickness that you would want for 4 or 5 yards. Exerted tremendous pressure on the quarterback, handled the running plays straight at him with the same kind of adeptness. Just a total football player, all you would want in the defensive lineman.
At right end was Don Joyce, a ferocious pass rusher and a huge man with a huge appetite that was well publicized and well documented.
Joyce is about 6'3", about 270 pounds. And they talk about, you know, insanity is a very, very thin line. Well, I think Joyce, some of the time, watch him in the movies, he was on the left side of the line. So I said, well, I think Joyce can eat more chicken than anybody else on the team. And the guy said, no, he can't. For $100, Marchetti can. So they said, all right. So then 2 more guys bet. So we had $300 bet, and we had this chicken eating contest up in Western Maryland College. So the 8 of us, the 6 guys betting and the 2 guys eating, the participants, we get in there, and here comes the waiters out with a typical Southern Maryland Sunday afternoon meal. Chicken, mashed potatoes, and peas, and all the trimmings. So anyhow, Gino, he just starts eating the chicken. Well, Joyce, he's eating the chicken, the mashed potatoes, and the peas. And we said, for Christ's sakes, don't worry about the mashed potatoes and peas, just eat the chicken. So anyhow, Gino eats 23 pieces of chicken. He stops. 23, 25. Well, Joyce is 24. He said, 2 more, champ, and we win. We called him champ because in the off-season he was a wrestler. He and Big Daddy had a tag team match. You know, they were tag teams. So anyhow, he says, Al, I'm still hungry. And he eats 36 pieces of chicken. So finally he says, whoa, he says, I can't eat anymore. He says, I gotta wash this down. And in front of him, we had a big pitcher of iced tea. So there you are, champ, eat it all, drink it all. We don't care if he blows up now because we won the bet. With that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 4 pieces of saccharin and dropped it in the iced tea. He was watching his calories.
Left end Gino Marchetti, number 89, liked quarterbacks more than chicken. And on Sunday afternoons, he dined in style. Gino the Giant was a defensive end in the classic sense. He didn't just play the position, he was the position. You couldn't run at him, by him, or around him. And if you ran away from him, he had the speed to track you down. Marchetti, in his own words, played mad all the time, and his temper was a permanent part of his weaponry.
Marchetti was the backbone of that defense. You know, to watch him pace that locker room before a game, I mean, he was like a caged lion. And I hadn't really stopped thinking about that till right at this moment you talk about that, but I've been around a lot of locker rooms since then. I don't see, you know, that all the time. I mean, that intensity is not something you just find every day. It's one of the reasons why he was a great one.
Gino Marchetti was the backbone of a defense that had many heroes and more than its share of clowns, who together shared many moments of low comedy and high drama.
We enjoyed the game. Whoever thought that of all the kids that played football down through the years in all the grammar schools and high schools and colleges, that you would be picked or be lucky enough to play professional football. And we used to look back on that and say, we're lucky we're here. This is something great happening to us that it doesn't happen to too many guys, period. That's the way we all looked at it.
Valley of Giants, and he will make you wonder, where is the body? Where is the strength? Where is the speed? How is he going to play a Giants game? How is he going to compensate?
I had a lot of work to do. The only talent I had when I came into professional football was being able to catch a football.
He didn't have a lot of natural things. I mean, he wasn't big, he wasn't strong, he wasn't fast, but he worked harder than anyone else. He knew more about receiving and running pass patterns and catching the ball than anyone I've ever met in my life.
While others relied on pure speed, Biletnikoff thrived on guile, for he knew the object was not to win a foot race, but to catch a football.
When he had to catch a football, he went for it as if it were a dance in the heavens and the stars, that nobody was going to stop him from catching the football, and nobody could.
Desire was the flip side to Biletnikoff's genius. His father was a national amateur boxing champion, and Biletnikoff was able to harness the savage instincts of the ring and translate them to the delicate art of pass catching.
It's like a fighter. When he starts off, you know, they go, and then eventually one or the other starts getting to the other one. That's the way I played.
He would catch a ball in the end zone, fight for it, and then slam it down, and he and the defensive back would be shoving each other and sticking their finger in one another's face because they were having a war. 60 minutes worth of war.
I'd never seen someone get so emotionally worked up. He stayed that way through the entire ball game. He didn't relax till he got back into the locker room after the ball game was over and start wiping off all the stickum all over his hands and in his ears and in his hair and between his toes, and Lord knows how it got between his toes, but he was just caked with this stuff.
It was just a yellow goo that any player could have purchased. But for non-believers, stickum provided the only earthly explanation for the magic this wizard wrought for 14 NFL seasons. Spellbinding performance, though, came not from a store-bought substance, but from an attitude that money couldn't buy.
Any edge I could get on doing little things here or there, and that's not only to, you know, to stick them and all that stuff. It's just you weren't in there you were in there to play football, boy. You're in there to win. You know, and whatever you had to do to win, and that was the enjoyment of football.
The will to win has been a dominating theme of the Raider organization, and while no player has epitomized that will more than Fred Biletnikoff, I will remember him most because he hated to lose.
The determination running with the football, you know, because he didn't have great speed. He had great quickness. Now he's in that secondary against people who are all track men, but he's going to get every yard for us he can.
Biletnikoff's hunger for victory grew with the importance of every game. So it was only fitting that his greatest glory came in the biggest game of his life. It was Super Bowl XI, and as the Raiders routed the Minnesota Vikings 32-14, the most valuable player was Fred Biletnikoff.
He can beat you not with great athletic skill, but with artifice, timing, and execution. And that was Fred Biletnikoff.
He was a self-made receiver who achieved greatness, the Hall of Fame, and was a genius in what he did.
He recovered 25 opponents' fumbles, the second highest total in NFL history. And if records were kept of fumbles forced, he would certainly own the all-time mark. philosopher once defined a great man as someone who never reminds us of anyone else. Few athletes can match that criteria, but Dick Butkus is one of them. Dick Butkus. He played with a relentless passion that makes him the Chicago Bears' all-time neutralizer.
Winning. No quarterback in NFL history can equal the stature of Otto Graham. In each of his 10 pro seasons, Graham guided Cleveland to a championship game. After dominating the old All-America Conference, the Browns joined the NFL in 1950, and the clean-cut quarterback helped them maintain a dynasty.
When our old conference joined the NFL, I think we would have played for a keg of beer, me in my case a chocolate milkshake, or anything just to prove we had a good football team.
Otto was really the greatest of all the players. No man ever took a team into the final game of the season as many times as he did. They call it the Super Bowl today. In those days, it was called the World Championship.
If you take a team to the championship every year for 10 straight years, sure, you have to have some pride, no question about that. And my personality was such that I think I was always kind of cool under pressure. But I've always said that you have to have the confidence that you will do good, but at the same time, inside you have to have the fear that you might fail. Only once in my whole life did I ever go down to a football game and not go to the bathroom every 5 seconds before the game.
Graham wasn't the type to discuss his personal hygiene in public. He was an all-American boy and a family man whose wholesome values made him the Jack Armstrong of the post-war era. Graham was an ideal role model for the youth of his day, but when he laced up his cleats, he was hardly a goody two-shoes. A remarkable athlete and rugged competitor, Graham's fearlessness in the face of contact brought about a revolutionary change in football headgear.
I'm the first guy who wore a face mask. I hurt my lip, got a cut 12 or 13 stitches against the 49ers. Paul Brown came up with a great big plastic thing about 2 inches high, 1/2 inch thick. He molded it on there for the next game. And I've heard players say, you're not a football player until you get some of your teeth knocked out. That's idiotic, you know. Who wants your teeth knocked out, you know? That's ridiculous.
Keeping his teeth enabled Graham to become a commercial spokesman for Wheaties cereal. When it came to endorsing the Breakfast of Champions, Graham didn't mind learning how to act on cue. But as Cleveland's quarterback, he flinched when taking direction from head coach Paul Brown, who called the team's plays from the sideline.
I'm not a dummy, and it always makes me appear like I didn't know what I was doing out there. And I must admit that I did change a few plays that he sent in, but I also will tell you, if I changed the play, it better darn well work, because if it didn't work, I was going to hear about it when I got to the sideline. Well, I ran out of the pocket a couple times, and he felt I left too soon, and so he sent George Radman in a ball game. I sit down on the bench, and I'm no more than 3 yards away from him. He turned and said to an assistant coach, well, at least now we have somebody in there at quarterback who has guts enough to stay in the pocket. If I had a gun, I would have shot him.
But the Brown-Graham relationship provided the foundation for an indestructible powerhouse. In the 128 games that Graham played as a professional, the Browns produced 104 victories. He retired after the 1955 title game, and though he left the stage a winner to a round of applause, his coach's farewell line was far from dramatic.
We played for the World Championship, and he really had a great day. It was a big score. In courtesy to honor him, they took him out. And these were rival fans, but they gave him a standing ovation. And when he got to the sideline, he came over to me and walked up and said, "Thanks, Coach." And I said, "Thank you too, Otto." That's all that was said.
Winning made Otto Graham the greatest quarterback to ever answer the call to arms.
Sid Luckman.
In one special evening, the cheers returned for one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Sid, on behalf of the NFL alumni, I'm very proud to present you this pin in recognition of your induction into the NFL Alumni Order of the Leather Helmet. Congratulations.
Ray, Charles, and dear friends, I'm truly honored, beyond words, to tell you how thrilled I am to receive this magnificent award. As I look back through the years and they seem like yesterday, you wonder where all the years have gone.
The years are now frozen in a scrapbook full of memories. 12 glorious seasons, a Hall of Fame career that helped change the face of professional football and shape the life of Sid Luckman.
Wherever my success has been, there hasn't been anything in the business world or anything I've ever done that could possibly equal the thrills that I have enjoyed in football.
The thrills began in 1939 when Bears head coach George Halas drafted Luckman out of Columbia University to run one of football's most revolutionary offenses. As a quarterback in Halas's innovative T formation, number 42 threw for more than 14,000 yards and 137 touchdowns, both Bears records that still stand. In just his second season, Luckman led Chicago into the 1940 NFL championship game against the Redskins, a team which had beaten the Bears 7-3 just 3 weeks earlier.
George Preston Marshall, the owner of the Redskins, came out with these glaring headlines that the Bears were front runners, the Bears were crybabies, and Washington was going to destroy them. There was no way the Bears could possibly play against them. They'd beaten us once and they could beat us again. George Halas, being the great psychologist that he was, he took that newspaper and hung it up right in the dressing room, and he said, here it is. This is what the Redskins and the owners think about you. Is my opinion of you is that you're the greatest football team in America. My opinion of you, you got to prove it to yourself, which is very, very important. Prove it to your family and prove it to the fans of America. We went out on that field, and it was almost devastating.
On the game's second play from scrimmage, the Bears' George Wilson delivered the game's most devastating block. After Bill Osmanski's 68-yard touchdown run, Sid Luckman and the Bears continued to bomb the shell-shocked Redskins. The Bears rolled to an astounding 73-0 victory, the most lopsided win in championship game history. It was the first of 4 world championships the Bears would win over the next 7 seasons. During that time, Sid Luckman continued to set new standards at quarterback, with one of his most historic performances coming against the Giants in 1943. In front of his hometown New York crowd, Luckman became the first quarterback to throw for more than 400 yards in a game and also established an NFL record with 7 touchdown passes.
It's one of the few games that my mother ever went to. She was always afraid I would play and get hurt. So I was running with the ball, and she's sitting next to my brother and sister. He said, please, Sid, give them the ball. Let them run with it. I don't want you to run with the ball. My mom was that way, and she refused to go to many games, but she did go to that one. That made it that much nicer and that much more thrilling for me that she was there.
Later that season, Luckman led the Bears to their 3rd NFL title, throwing for 5 touchdowns and intercepting 2 passes against the Redskins.
I think probably that was, humbly I say, that's the best game I probably ever played.
Indeed, it was one of the best all-around performances by any player ever. The Bears' championship reign was a tribute not only to the on-field leadership of Luckman, but also to the legendary guidance of Coach George Halas, a man whose innovative vision and inner fire drove his team to greatness.
If you ask me the kind of man he was, tough, fair, tremendous coach, great psychologist, a human being that all of us on the team admired and respected.
The ingenious X's and O's drawn up in his playbook helped change the game, but perhaps Halas made his greatest impression on Luckman in one short letter written in 1983.
I was 88 years old, and he wrote me this letter before he passed away. My dear Sid, I love you with all my heart. When I said this to you last night as I kissed you, I realized 44 wonderful years of knowing you was summed up by 7 words. My boy, my pride in you has no bounds. You were the consummate player. Remember our word now. Every time I said it to you, you brought me another championship. You added a luster to my life I can never tarnish. My devoted friend, you have a spot in my heart no one else can ever claim. God bless you and keep you, my son. I love you with all of my heart. Coach George Halas. Thank you all tonight. I'm blessed. So I stand here to tell you the camaraderie, the friendship, the cheers, the crowd, the smell of the grass. They'll take away all the things in my life, but they'll never take away the memories as I reach out that seem like yesterday. God bless you and thank you very, very much.
First round. And for 14 years, Ray Guy proved that the Raiders chose wisely. He was as precise a punter as he was powerful. But more than that, he was a superb athlete, able to transform potential catastrophes into championship coups, and in the process became as synonymous with winning as the team he played for. The second man providing the 1-2 kick on special teams is Jan Stenerud, who didn't have the luxury of playing for one team. Jan Stenerud rarely missed and never wavered. His 3 field goals in Super Bowl IV gave the Chiefs a lead they never relinquished. But with a sense of competition as keen as his accuracy, Stenerud was never satisfied. And as he continued to break record after record, only 2 honors remained. The first was to become the NFL's all-time career leader in field goals. The second was to become the first true kicker elected to the Hall of Fame. Stenerud not only achieved both, he accomplished a third by earning a special place in the game's history reserved for those who persevere and ultimately triumph. Stenerud's lengthy career might have been predicted.
Let's hear it for the greatest Eagle of them all, number 15, Steve Van Buren.
Steve Van Buren isn't just the greatest Eagle, but still the most beloved as well. But number 15 wasn't just a touchdown waiting to happen. He was a champion, waiting for his teammates to follow his lead. Van Buren willed himself to 4 rushing titles, but more important, he carried his teammates to back-to-back championships. And though it was nearly 40 years ago, Father Time can't diminish the memory of the 1948 championship game, where Mother Nature almost succeeded at something no defenses could, stopping Steve Van Buren.
Van Buren almost missed it. Steve woke up and there was this blizzard, and he didn't think the game was going to be played, so he was at home. They finally called Steve and say, "Where are you?" He says, "You mean we're going to play?"
I had to catch 3 trolleys and walk about 6 blocks to the stadium.
Van Buren found running in the snow far easier than commuting in it. Plowing through the drifts and the Cardinals with equal ease, Van Buren scored the game's lone touchdown, a fitting end to the Eagles' first NFL title. A year later, Van Buren would again dominate the league and again bring the city of brotherly love a championship. And while Van Buren might have lost a step, he hasn't lost his love for his teammates or his sense of timing.
I'll see you boys at the next reunion 30 years from now.
1930 was the year Bronco Nagurski, number 3, exploded into the NFL. At 6'2", 225 pounds, Nagurski was considered the perfect physical specimen and the consummate combination of power and speed. In fact, it wasn't until after World War II that Nagurski relinquished that distinction to Marion Motley, number 76. A charter member of the Cleveland Browns, Motley wasn't merely the first black star since the league's rag days. He was a threat to score every time he touched the ball. At 240 pounds, he was a force of nature who gave defenders the grim choice of being buried or blasted. Motley was the paradigm for the position until the late 1950s, when another runner made his bid to redefine the game. Coincidentally, he also played for Cleveland. And by the time he retired, he would rewrite the NFL record book and become a legend. His name was Jim Brown.
If you ask me who is the greatest running back who's ever played the game, it's Jim Brown. I mean, without hesitation, it's Jim Brown. No one's ever done what he's done. The way that he did it. I don't know how many times I've watched him go into a pile and 3 or 4 or 5 people hit him, and he comes out running full speed. He was a master of the game. He was a master of mind games. And that's one thing that just made him so great as a running back, because you never knew how to approach him to tackle him.
It wasn't just his running style that proved elusive, because at the age of 29, this 8-time rushing champion at the height of his powers mysteriously retired to pursue an acting career. If fans were flabbergasted, defenses had a slightly different reaction.
We was all happy, and anybody who said they wasn't happy had to be on the Cleveland Browns team. But I think all the defensive personnel in the league was very, very delighted that he decided to go into the movie business. Because let me tell you, he was a problem. I mean, you know, but there may be other guys with more statistics and more stats. But for the fear and pressure that he placed on the defense on a consistent basis, and he had the ability to run over you, run around you, and run past you. Then there again, the man played 9 straight years and he didn't miss no games. So we were very delighted that he decided to go into the movies.
I made a statement. I left the game at age 29, and I left as MVP of the league. I knew that would give me a point of reference for the rest of my life, because no one could ever say how long I could have played or if I was still at the top of my game, because the statement itself was there.
The legacy of Jim Brown is a list of achievements so great that only because he did them do we believe they could be done.
Of daylight. That's all I need.
Officially, Sayers is the all-time team's kick returner, and Sayers relished the role.
Hey, on kickoff return, they say, Gil, you shouldn't run back kickoff returns. I love running back kickoff returns and punt returns because I could see the whole field. You know, there wasn't nobody going to clip me from the backside. I could see what they were doing, so I enjoy that aspect of the game. The satisfaction was, what did I do the first 10 or the first 12 to get to the 90 or to get to the 45 or to the 55-yard run? Run over somebody, fake somebody out, stiff on somebody, gave him a shoulder, spun. Now I'm off to the races. I never tried to analyze, well, how did I do that? I did it, you know, and so I enjoyed seeing the films of my moves because I had some moves nobody else had.
Sayers' career was tragically cut short by an injury, but he became the youngest man ever elected to the Hall of Fame.
Dick was an animal. I called him a maniac, a stone maniac.
I don't understand it. I don't understand why they say things like that.
He was the greatest intimidator that ever played football.
You had to overcome the mystique. It was almost like an odor. He exuded a kind of a presence.
Roses are red and violets are blue. If you got any sense, you'll keep Butkus away from you. He was an animal, and every time he hit you, he tried to put you in the cemetery, not the hospital.
You play the Bears, and I've heard it myself from different people, is that they better get ready, you know, and that's all the respect that I need. If I was an animal, jerk, ass, or whatever, I didn't care. I had the ability to change my personality in an eye wink.
Well, look at his knee. It's gone, man. Look at it. Damn.
Start laughing at somebody or whatever. Someone gets hurt and you start laughing. Oh, they're going to say, oh, he's mean. So, you know, I think it's funny sometimes.
You remember anything?
What do you think of a guy that's supposed to be this animal and then he's laughing over there? What is with him? He is nuts. You know, and that's what I wanted to let him think I was nuts.
He raised more hell on the field and got away with more stuff than any player I ever played against.
Well, here goes Tingle off.
It's illegal for a middle linebacker or a signal caller to say hut. They can talk and call defensive signals and that.
Right and left. Watch the screens now, Jimmy. Screens, dog.
Dick didn't understand that rule, and he's always saying hut, hut. And the ref would warn him, and he said, that's my signal to my linebacker, which is bull. They don't have any signal like that.
12 men also. Who's off? 12 out. We'll take it on the kickoff.
You know, they might say, well, that's a high school thing, you know, and the offensive lineman's jumping offside, but that's 5 yards, and maybe that's a key 5 yards and stops a drive or whatever.
Nice, sunshiny, bright day, and all of a sudden, I thought he had a downpour out there in a nice, clear day, and I look up, and there's Butkus spitting all over my hands.
Maybe I was leaning over the ball after I called see, with Minnesota, I'd always turn around real quick because I could look right through the huddle, and I could see Joe Cap giving the call, you know, red, 28 toss, on two. And they Tingle come to the line, and I was right over the ball, so maybe some sweat dropped down there.
We had a rookie center that was playing against him for the first time. And of course, you remember Butkus grunted a lot and growled a lot when he was backing up the line.
You know, grunting and groaning, that was all a ploy.
And the first time he came off, his eyes were about like this. He couldn't believe what he was hearing from Butkus.
Come on, give me a break.
He is calling me everything in the book. And I mean, this is on national TV. He's threatening to kill me. He's threatening to kill my children. He's threatening to kill my mother and father. He's threatening to kill everybody.
Well, memories are a little tainted over the years.
Butkus makes 26 unassisted tackles, or assisted tackles, whatever you will. He calls 2 fumbles. He bit me on the neck, and he almost grabbed Taylor by the groin one time when he was down.
And this is the first warning, the neck. Jeez. Unbelievable.
Do I know about Butkus? He used to just destroy people on our Minnesota team. One of the guards went through leading the play, and Butkus just destroyed the guard, and he took Osborne on in the play and hit him. And I said to Ozzie, I said, what happened to the guard on that play? You're supposed to have a lead block. He said, I'm not sure. I think Butkus ate him.
What he brought to the game was the people being aware of what toughness is all about. Because of the way he looked, he just portrayed what people have as an image of a tough guy.
I just like being on the field. I don't know. I don't know if I could really put it in words. I loved all of it. I loved practice. I could not get enough. I played on all the specialty teams, all the way up to the end. You know, some people might say, well, it's a way to release your aggression and everything else, and I don't go along with that. That's a shallow way of looking at it. There's football, it's blocking and tackling, and it's very simple, but yet it's very complex, and that's the part I liked about it, I think.
Butkus is synonymous with football. It's synonymous with hitting, contact, aggressiveness. He's the best who ever played the position.
NFL championships. Middle linebacker Ray Nitschke epitomized the Packers' spirit of achievement.
You play with a lot of spirit and with a lot of determination, a lot of inspiration. And that's the way I played. And my desire to perform, my desire to make the play, my desire to play every down like it's the last down. I think that's what it's all about. And hopefully that was my leadership. You know, I was always into the game, and I studied the game very hard. There wasn't anything that came on the field that I wasn't prepared for. So I was a student of the game, and a lot of people don't realize that.
Of all the game's scholarly practitioners, none was more scientific in his approach to linebacking than Willie Lanier.
I had an instinctive understanding of how to play that position. It was to a point that you could really play the game in your head before the game. You could play the game mentally, but all within the confine of the control of the angles, because that was the thing that would make the difference. I really had a 5-year plan to work toward unseating Butkus as the dominant middle linebacker from the all-pro kind of team standpoint. You didn't get that.
Outside linebackers have a different perspective on things. 6'7" Ted Hendricks began his career in Baltimore, blocking kicks and wrecking game plans, a scenario that continued next with the Packers and finally with the Raiders. In Super Bowl 15, he snuffed out a Philadelphia field goal. Year in, year out, there was just no escape from the rapacious reach of the Stork. Lean, mean Ted Hendricks. No sweat.
Believe in themselves.
In 1937, a football phenomenon arrived in the NFL. His name was Sammy Baugh. And he not only brought a new dimension to the NFL, but a new attitude as well.
When you're on the field, you got to feel like you're the best son of a out there. That's what you're thinking. Nobody is damn better than I am.
In his rookie season, Baugh led the Redskins to an NFL title. Besides his passing records, Baugh still holds the NFL mark for punting average. In fact, the only challenge to Baugh's versatility was his popularity.
He had a charisma to attract fans. I remember in Philadelphia that when we played, and Sammy Baugh was playing in those days, when we played the Redskins, we turned down 15,000 people at the gate, couldn't get in. He was an attraction.
As easily as Sling and Sammy filled stadiums with fans, he filled opponents with despair. 6 times he led the league in passing, a record which still stands. Baugh was not only the game's first great passer, he forever changed the game. But if Sammy Baugh was a one-man band, Otto Graham was a maestro conducting a symphony of football.
Otto Graham was a good, sound football player, big, strong boy, could throw the ball good. He suited the Browns just right, because the Browns liked to throw the long ball, and they had good pass receivers who could run.
But it was Graham who made the Browns go. In 128 games with Graham at quarterback, Cleveland won 104. Victory was almost automatic. Graham was more than just an idol. He was an all-American boy and a Renaissance man whose family values made him an ideal role model. But it was his athletic skills which made him an ideal quarterback.
I had the athletic ability, good peripheral vision, which is important. Of course, when you're a quarterback and some great big guy who's 290 pounds, 6 foot 8 inches tall, is bearing down, going to kill you, you want to be able to see him in the corner of your eye and get the hell out of there. You know, otherwise you're going to get killed.
Graham's fearlessness in the face of contact brought about a revolution in football headgear. The face mask was invented by his coach, Paul Brown, who had good reason to protect his star.
Otto was really the greatest of all the players. No man ever took a team into the final game of the season as many times as he did. They called it the Super Bowl today. In those days, it was called the World Championship.
In each of his 10 seasons, Graham guided the Browns to a league championship game, winning 7 times, including the final bittersweet game of his career.
We played for the World Championship, and he really had a great day. It was a big score, and courtesy to honor him, they took him out. And these were rival fans, but they gave him a standing ovation. And when he got to the sideline, he came over to me and walked up and said, "Thanks, Coach." And I said, "Thank you too, Otto."
To play hard all the time is the sign of a professional. To make the plays when it matters most is the mark of a champion and the legacy of Otto Graham. Call it grace under pressure or simply a hero's instinct. Johnny Unitas had it, but almost never got the chance to prove it.
John Unitas came from the Bloomfield Rams, where he was making $3 a game and the right to take a cold shower when the game was over, playing in a Pittsburgh semi-pro league. And one of the coaches or players on the team wrote a letter or postcard to the Colts, and we, Bubank, reacted.
The Colts like to say they got Unitas for 80 cents, the price of a phone call from Baltimore to Pittsburgh. But while Unitas' contract was average, he was anything but.
John came in, and his first completed pass was to J.C. Caroline, the Chicago Bear defensive back. 56-yard touchdown.
Baltimore tries to come back on a John Unitas pass, but out of nowhere speeds the Illinois Flash, J.C. Caroline.
It was a great tip-off on Unitas' greatest strength, and that was his mental toughness, his competitiveness, his confidence. Because, you know, that could have rattled a lot of young quarterbacks. And he just went on about his business, ended up having a very good day that day, and, you know, for the next 18 years, I think.
Unitas was blue-collar tough, with the exception of his golden right arm.
I always said, in my estimation, he was the greatest quarterback of all time. And they didn't call him the golden arm for nothing. I think more than just his talent as a thrower was his field generalship. You don't get this no more because coaches control the game from the sideline. But this man was phenomenal. He was just born to call plays. I mean, he could diagram them on the ground out there in the huddle now.
2 plays. First play, split right. 40 series right. Second play, be a split right, fullback draw. Both of them on run. Ready?
Unitas' NFL record of 47 consecutive games with a touchdown pass is unlikely to ever be broken. But even on a broken play, Unitas' poise was peerless.
An important game adds pressure. I don't think Unitas ever felt pressure.
75 seconds to play. Packers 10, Colts 6.
He was probably the best 2-minute drill man to ever come in this game.
Had something that the top quarterbacks have, ice water in his veins. It really spooked the defense. They thought he was Houdini.
No game epitomized Unitas' mystique like the 1958 championship game. With the score tied in overtime, Unitas combined confidence with precision to drive the Colts to glory.
John took charge and said, we're going to take the ball and we're going to go right down and score this time. No question about it. And you could just feel the confidence in the team.
There was one man that made the difference, and that was John Unitas. He was the difference in that football game. Yes, Raymond Berry caught a lot of passes. Yes, Alan Amici scored the winning touchdown. But I'm telling you, Unitas was the difference.
Up over the ball, come the Baltimore Colts. Unitas calling out the signals. Unitas gives to Amici. The Colts are the world champions. The most dramatic finish in professional football.
If Unitas scripted history with quiet determination, Joe Montana has authored a storybook career where the chapters keep getting better. The first page is a championship game.
We're going to call a bin pass halfback fan, or corner. He's going to break up and break into the corner. Okay. You got it? If you don't get what you want, you'll just simply throw the ball away. Okay. You know what I mean? Hold it, not there, away it goes.
Everything hangs in the balance now. The season, the outcome of a Super Bowl berth hangs in the balance. He has the ball. Montana rolling out the right, looking toward the end zone, throwing under pressure, throws his pass. Caught by Clark. Clark, that'll touchdown.
He's like Indiana Jones. He can go up against odds, and he just believes in himself. He believes that nothing can stop him.
And Montana will get one throw. There's 2 seconds. Here's Montana throwing for the end zone. Right, he's got it. Touchdown, 49ers. They win it.
Joe finds a way to come out on top.
Last 200, Jeff Gilbert. Last 200,
Every time that he has to deal with adversity, he slaps it off like John Wayne.
Career-threatening injuries have not stopped Montana. In fact, every return to the field seems only to strengthen his determination.
When he walks in the huddle or onto the field, that's the guy's in charge. You know, you look out there, who's running the show? Number 16's running it.
Trips right tight, Z motion left, T78 X hook on 2. Ready?
Where other quarterbacks see chaos and danger, Montana sees opportunity and victory. His uncanny accuracy has made him the highest-rated passer ever. But more than his talent is Montana's ability to lead, making him the quintessential big-game quarterback.
We've opened the door. We're going to go through it next week, and we're going to kick ass and take no prisoners the week after.
In 4 Super Bowls, Montana hasn't lost, which explains why, even when things look hopeless, his teammates have heart, because miracles are what Montana does best.
Montana trying to drive in the length of the field here with the game in the balance. 16-13, the Bengals lead. At the 10-yard line, 39 seconds remaining. Back to throw Montana. Steps up, throws.
It's not the money, it's the love of that game and that competition every Sunday or Monday, whatever you want to say. And every down's different, and I just love it.
Just a few closing thoughts. Of the 48 players on the all-time team, only 14 did not play on a championship team. Scottsbluff Junior College produced just as many players as Notre Dame, 1 each. Although Don Shula is the NFL's all-time winningest coach, not one of his Dolphins made the team. The franchise that has the most members, Pittsburgh, with 6. But every member of this team, no matter where he played, has left us a lasting legacy. Each was a man for his time. Now they're together as a team for all eternity.